In the first season of Yellowjackets, you get introduced to the New Jersey high school state champion girls soccer team. On their way to nationals, their plane went down, and it got real sketchy out there for about 2 years. I'm talking cannibalism, murder, all the stuff that would probably make for a really good television show one day. The team featured some best friends, like Jackie and Shauna. They're both planning on going to Rutgers and rooming with each other the next year. But Jackie does not want to go a virgin, so she decided that she's going to lose her virginity to her longtime boyfriend, Jeff. When Shauna hears about this, she asks Jackie, "Are you sure he's a virgin? You guys did break up like 1,000,000,000 times." But Jackie's really positive about that. But back to the actual soccer, Jackie is a team captain. As the coach tells her, it's not because you're our best player, it's because the girls follow you. The best player is probably Thaisa, who is also the most intense. They have a freshman on the team named Allie, and Allie didn't do so well in the game that got them to nationals. Because of that, Thaisa wants to ice her out. Most of the girls seem okay with this. The one that doesn't, however, and is completely against it, is Natalie. Natalie is the outcast of the group, the rebel, punk rocker, drinks during the day, smokes cigarettes, but she's also staunch in her beliefs, and she does not believe that they should ice out one of their own. Another person that's pretty against it is Lottie, and she has some sort of medical condition where she has to take pills every day for it. Also on the team, you have Laurel Lee, who is a hardcore Christian, holy roller, prays before everything. Vanessa, the team goalie, and then the team manager is Misty. In order to get ready for states, they scrimmage the JV squad, but Thaisa wants to send Allie a message. She actually switches sides so she can guard Allie. Well, they won't have to worry about Allie not getting the ball because as she's coming down, Thaisa hits her with a slide tackle and breaks her leg. And it's bad. It's a compound fracture. Most of the girls are pretty shaken up by this. They also wonder if Thaisa did it on purpose. Even though these guys are state champs, there is drama with them. The day before they're supposed to fly out for nationals, they all get together in the woods and have a kegger. There's smoking, there's drinking, and with Natalie, there's also drug use. So move over, Euphoria, because this is the new glimpse behind the curtain of what teens do. Anyway, the party rages on, and the more alcohol these kids get in them, the more ballsy they get. Shauna gets pretty liquored up, and that's when she approaches Thaisa, confronting her about the fact that Shauna believes she did what she did to Allie on purpose. It causes a pretty big fight with the team in the middle of this party to the point where Jackie has to pull them all aside and get it together. Now, keep in mind, Jackie has no idea about the plan to ice out Allie, so she's very confused by this infighting, and she has to remind the group, we're about to go to nationals. They still don't seem receptive, though, so she goes around the group, and she says one nice thing about everybody, and by the end of it, they're all friends again. Shauna even apologizes to Thaisa, and Thaisa says, look, I didn't mean to hurt her. But seriously, one person that is not going to remember this is Natalie, who is tripping balls. When the party wraps up, Jeff ends up driving Shauna and Jackie home. He drops his girlfriend, Jackie, off first because her parents are a little more strict than Shauna's. But as he's driving Shauna home, Shauna tells him, pull over. And that's when they start making out. He stops her and says, I thought we weren't going to do this again. And she says, we're not doing it again. But then she continues to make out with him, eventually just full-blown having sex with him in the car. She does stop midway, though, and say, okay, after this, we're done. But during the process, she does tell Jeff, tell me you love me. I'm not going to hold you to it. And he does that. The next day, the girls get together and take off in a private plane for nationals, paid for by Lottie's father. Fortunately, though, that plane ends up going down. Fast forward to present day, where we find out a couple of them did survive, like Natalie, for example. She's fresh out of rehab, and doesn't seem like it's her first rehab. As soon as she's discharged, she gets a red-eye flight home back to New Jersey and goes to a storage unit. In the storage unit, she has a really nice car, and in the trunk of that car is a hunting rifle. It's been so long since she's been in this storage unit that the manager of the place actually makes it a point to stop on over and see who owns it because of the fact that he's never actually seen the person. Natalie, though, isn't in the chit-chat kind of mood, and she just takes off. Mindy also survived. She's working as a nurse in a retirement community, although she seems more like the female version of Ben Stiller's character in Happy Gilmore. She puts on a smile, but she's not one to be trifled with. Thaisa not only survived, she's thriving. She's running for state senate of New Jersey. Thaisa is married to a woman named Simone, and they even have a son named Sammy. And then the last person that we have confirmed that survived is Shauna. Well, Shauna lied to Jeff. She did hold him to it. She ended up marrying the guy. But present day Shauna, her life's kind of complicated. Like, for example, she lies in her daughter's bed and jerks off to pictures of her boyfriend. So sorry, Jeff, you're not doing it for her anymore. She does have a confrontational side to her, though. Like when a reporter named Jessica Roberts comes to her house from the New Jersey Star-Ledger and wants to do a piece about what happened to the girls out in the wilderness. Shauna does not talk to reporters, though, and tells her to go F off. But Jessica is able to kind of weasel her way into the house and plead her case a little bit. She does the whole reporter angle of, oh, let's have you tell your side of the story. Everyone else has told your side of the story, but you haven't yet. When Shauna still says no, Jessica tries the other approach, telling her that her teammates are talking. But Jessica doesn't believe that. The most that Shauna will give her is everything that everybody already knows. Plane crashed, her friends died, the rest of them scavenged for 19 months until they were finally found. Jessica, however, thinks there's way more to the story than that. She alludes to a magazine that has a wedding on the cover of it, but we're not able to see who exactly it is. Shauna tells Jessica that she hasn't talked to any of the girls in years. She doesn't even know how to get in touch with them. She wishes them the best, but she's moved on. Jessica then tells her that if she tells her story, she could get her a lucrative book deal, but for the fourth time, Shauna says no. And when Jessica says, I'm sure this isn't how you thought your life was going to turn out, Shauna gets real pissed off, cursing her out and kicking her out of her house, but not before Jessica drops her card off. After Jessica leaves, Shauna continues to do normal housewife things like ironing, cooking dinner, and even though she told Jessica that she hasn't talked to the girls in years, it's not like they're far away. She sees a commercial for Thais's Senate campaign on her television. Later that night, Shauna's daughter Callie comes home, and Shauna kind of proposes that they have a girls' night because Jeff is working late. She thinks maybe they could have some dinner, watch movies together, but Callie's not into that. She has plans with her boyfriend, the same boyfriend that Shauna would like to have plans with, if you know what I mean. They appear to have a pretty normal relationship of a mother and teenage daughter, where the teenage daughter kind of takes shots at how pathetic she figures her mom's life is. Her mom, the whole while, just wanting to hang out and bond with her. The teen angst is very real. With the house to herself, she doesn't really have anything to do. She hears something in her garden, so she goes outside to see her rabbit. A normal human being would shoo the rabbit away. Shauna ends up killing it with a shovel. This is not the first time Shauna has killed an animal, that's for sure. She then walks back into the house, goes into a closet, and finds a safe. And when she unlocks it, she pulls out a bunch of journals. But tucked inside the journals is a card. And that card is for Thaisa. She calls her up and says, we need to talk. The two end up going to meet at a diner. Shauna tells Thaisa about Jessica. But the weird thing is, when Shauna Googled Jessica's name, her name didn't pop up in any byline, so she doesn't believe that she actually works for the Star-Ledger. Thaisa reminds her that these people pop out of the woodwork every now and then. Anniversary or two. It's nothing out of the norm. But Shauna shoots back, I can think of a few reasons this is a little bit different. We all agreed, say no more than we have to and stay out of the public eye. She pushes the card over to Thaisa and says, take care of it. Because Shauna's pretty convinced that Thaisa running for senator is the reason why Jessica is poking around about the story. Shauna then asks if Thaisa's heard from Natalie, and Thaisa confirms that Natalie just got out of rehab. But when Shauna asks about the rest of them, Thaisa says, no, I haven't heard from them in months. Shauna then goes home and starts looking over those journals. The journals that detail exactly what went down in those woods for those 19 months. The horror that those girls saw, but also the horror that those girls did. In episode 2, we find out what happened in the direct aftermath of the plane crash. The girls who did survive immediately tried to get out of the plane because it was on fire. Vanessa especially was in a bad situation because she was really close to the fire and she was pinned down. She couldn't get out of her seatbelt. Shauna tried to go and save her, but Jackie, not wanting to lose two of her friends, grabbed Shauna and said, we gotta go, we gotta get out of here, leaving Vanessa. It does get a little awkward for them when Vanessa runs out of the plane and says, surprise. And it's not a nice kind of surprise. It's a, hey, F you guys for leaving me here kind of surprise. When the two exited the plane, they saw the damage and the carnage that took place. Of all the people, Misty was really the one who jumped into action. She took 2 babysitter training courses, and I guess when you take it twice, the instincts kind of kick in. So for example, when Ben, the assistant coach, is pinned down by one of the parts of the plane, Misty finds him and, along with the help of the team, is able to free him. The problem is, his leg is completely trashed. While most of the girls are so disgusted by what they're looking at, Misty goes and grabs an axe and just cuts it off like it's nothing. Ben, by the way, passed out from the pain. Misty then walks around and makes sure that everybody's okay. When she's able to kind of confirm that all of the remaining survivors are at least good for the time being, she circles back to Ben to check on his bandages and his wound. They end up waking him up by trying to disinfect it, and unfortunately for Ben, he has no idea that he lost his leg, and the girls don't have the heart to tell him. One person, though, is missing. It's the head coach. And Javi, the coach's youngest son, is walking around screaming for him, but he's not getting an answer. The girls figure that Travis, his older brother, should probably go check up on him. Natalie runs over to let him know, hey, Javi's running around here looking for your dad, but Travis already knows what happened to his dad. He saw his dad fly out the window when his dad was trying to help one of the girls put on an oxygen mask. The door opened up, and the coach flew out. Natalie says, yeah, that sucks, but your brother is still here, so you should probably go help him. To which Travis says, maybe you should mind your own business, and walks off. A little while later, the girls start looking at what items they have available to them. Vanessa is still extremely pissed off at Jackie. She feels like this team leader just left her to die. Shauna is also a little disgusted by Jackie's behavior, but Jackie tells her, for the record, I was trying to save you. All of a sudden, though, the girls hear a scream, and it's from Laura Lee. She found her bag, which is great, but blood started dripping out of the sky, and that's when she looked up and saw her dead coach's body pinned to a tree. The girls start trying to think of a plan on how to get their coach down from the tree, and then Travis gets involved. He just climbs the tree himself, although the weight of both him and his dad end up breaking the branch, and his dad goes crumbling to the ground. Everybody looks away at the sight of their mangled coach's body. Everybody except Misty. It's worth mentioning, though, that a couple of trees away, there's a really weird carving on it. It definitely wasn't put there by animals. They bring the coach's body back to camp, and as Natalie is walking with Travis, she hands him her flask, and he ends up drinking out of it. They continue to get settled that night, figuring that they'll be there max 2 days. The plane has a GPS system, and it's only a matter of time before the authorities locate it and them. And one person hopes that's true a little more than the rest, and that's Lottie. She only has medication for a certain number of days. As all the girls sit around the campfire, Laura Lee starts blaming herself for what happened. She tells them that in her head, she called one of the teachers a cunt, and they all start bursting out laughing. But one by one, they start going around admitting stuff that they're not really proud they did. Most of it's just petty stuff, like stealing clothes and returning it for store gift cards. It gets around to Shauna, and Shauna's big reveal probably should be that she sleeps with Jeff. But luckily for Shauna, the whole conversation stops when they hear Ben scream. And that's because Misty heated up that axe and cauterized the wound. A little while later, Misty, in the middle of the night, sneaks off to go pee, and she overhears a couple of the girls saying how screwed they'd be if she wasn't on that trip. This is the first time that Misty's really felt accepted. Back home, she's a nerd and made fun of and picked on. But here, in this moment, she's really appreciated. It makes kind of what she does next a little understandable. She finds the black box from the plane. It does indeed have a GPS signal, but she smashes it and breaks it. Fast forward to present day Misty, and she's on a date, but it's not going great. Seems more that Misty's into the guy than the guy is into her. And it's not like the guy looks like he has a lot of options, so it's kind of a bad look for Misty in a way. The date goes so bad that Misty ends up guilt-tripping this guy to come into her house. That's how uninterested this guy is. And he looks like he shouldn't be allowed within 500 feet of a school. But when Misty and this guy, Stan, walk into her house, they find out that they're not alone, because Natalie is standing there with that hunting rifle. You don't see it, but you know that Stan does a little fist pump in his head because that's just the opening that he needs to get the hell out of there. Even though Natalie is standing there with a rifle, Misty acts like she doesn't even see it. Natalie says to Misty, "Take it you know why I'm here," and she pulls out a postcard. And on the front of the postcard it says, "Wish you were here," with a mountain range. On the back, it has the same symbol that was carved into the tree. Misty asks Natalie, well, all right, what does it mean? But Natalie points the rifle at Misty and says, "You tell me." And Misty chuckles, because Natalie assumes that it was Misty who sent the postcards, but Misty didn't. She got one herself. Now that the two women have kind of crossed each other off the suspect list, they head to a bar where Misty starts showing Natalie all the information that she's found out about where this postcard might have came from, but also where some of the people in their past are. You could say that in her free time, Misty is kind of a internet detective in a way. Natalie's pretty convinced that whoever sent these postcards is threatening them. Through Misty's amateur detective case file, Jessica Roberts' card catches Natalie's eye. Misty informs Natalie that Jessica claims she's a reporter, but Misty's pretty sure that's a lie. Natalie then finds a poorly photocopied driver's license. She can't believe it because it's Travis's. Not only did Misty find out where Travis is, she has his phone number. And that's a big deal because Travis did not want to be found, but Misty found him. The bartender, though, interrupts the conversation, informing them that somebody bought them a drink, and that somebody is Natalie's old running buddy, Kevin. Kevin traded in his Marilyn Manson shirt for a badge. He's a detective. He can't believe he's looking at Natalie, but Natalie doesn't seem to reciprocate the same nostalgia. These two used to be best friends, but you get the feeling something happened. Kevin puts down his card and tells Natalie, if you want to get a drink, there you go. You know how to reach me. About a minute after Kevin leaves, Natalie grabs the Travis photocopy and leaves. That night, as she sits in her hotel room, with a little bit of liquid courage, she ends up calling Travis up. The guy on the other end, though, tells her, I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong number. The next morning, as she is extremely hungover, Natalie goes to leave the motel, but her car doesn't work. Fortunately for her, Misty pulls up at that exact same moment. What a coincidence. Misty asks her where she's going, and Natalie tells her she's planning on taking a trip to go see Travis. Misty offers to drive her, and with no other option, Natalie reluctantly gets in the car. Those two weren't the only one to get a postcard, though. So did Thaisa. With her campaign in full swing, she's kind of neglecting the home life a little bit. She misses a parent-teacher conference, and Simone is pretty pissed off about it. Simone fills her in on what the teacher said, and it's not great news. Sammy's having a hard time making friends, and they're pretty concerned about it. Ty, however, doesn't think it's a big deal. Tells Simone, I was a loner when I was a kid. Nothing wrong with a little self-reliance. Simone, though, thinks this is something to worry about. And Simone might have a point. The next day, Ty goes into Sammy's room to read him a book, but he doesn't really seem interested. She asks him if he wants to go to the park, but he says, no, there's no point. I don't have any friends. Ty, though, stands up and says, no, let's go take a walk around the block. She goes to open up his curtains, and she finds some really disturbing pictures taped to the window that Sammy drew. When Ty asks him, why did you do this? Sammy tells her, so the woman in the tree can't see me. She watches me at night. And that's pretty unsettling for Ty. And then finally, we look at what's going on with Shauna. As she's on the phone with Callie, she gets into an accident that is completely 100% her fault, but she starts blaming the person she hit. Luckily for her, the guy who she hit, Adam, is pretty cool and chill. He laughs off the whole idea that it was even his fault in the first place. His whole demeanor, though, just pisses Shauna off. When cooler heads start to prevail, he writes down the number of a body shop that Shauna can contact and drop his name. Guy owes him a favor, he says, and he can fix the car for her. He then gives the pen to Shauna, and she writes her number down just in case they need to exchange information later on. After this little fender bender, she heads to a therapy session with Jeff. When the question of how their sex life is going comes up, they start making excuses about how busy they are. The therapist says, okay, well, let's try this out. I want you each to share a fantasy with each other that you've never done before. So when they get home that night, we start with Jeff's fantasy. He works in a furniture store, so his fantasy is to role play with Shauna being one of the customers. She's down to try it, although she's terrible at it. Like when he asks her, so what can I help you with? She says she's there to return stuff. Jeff then sees the number that's written down on her arm, and he asks what it is, and Shauna has to tell him about the fender bender, and he gets even more annoyed that he's just finding out that she was in an accident. It completely ruins Jeff's entire mood. The next day, as Shauna is preparing dinner, she gets a weird phone call, and it's the guy that she hit, Adam. He wants to know why she didn't call the body shop. And he knows she didn't call the body shop because it turns out Adam works at the body shop. She tells Adam, I just can't really afford that right now. And he says, okay, well, I'll do it for free if you have dinner with me. Shauna definitely contemplates it, but she tells him no. She just can't. And it embarrasses Adam a little bit, and he apologizes, but says, you just kind of seem like somebody who doesn't play by the rules. Shauna then hangs up, a little mad at herself, and she continues to prepare dinner. But that roast that she took out is not going to be thawed in time, and she needs some kind of meat to throw in that chili. So there's a dead rabbit outside. She skins it, guts it, and cooks it up. The rabbit stew is a big hit with the family until Shauna reveals that she did indeed use a rabbit outside. Both Callie and Jeff are grossed out by it, but they also don't believe that she actually did it. Later that night, Shauna tries again with Jeff, role-playing much better this time. Those two kids really get after it, like it's 1996 all over again. Afterwards, Jeff gets up and goes and takes a shower, and Shauna hears his phone buzz. And when she checks on it, it's a text message from a girl named Bianca who says, "Tomorrow, usual place, 4 p.m. Don't be late." In episode 3, we pick up 3 days after the crash. The girls get all of the bodies together, bury them, and have a little ceremony for it, with Laura Lee saying some prayers. After they get done with the ceremony, tensions are running high. They're running out of food. Lottie has taken her last pill, so she's out. And Jackie has a poison ivy rash that she can't stop itching. But the biggest cause of stress is the fact that it's been 3 days and no one's come to get them. The only person who kind of still believes that somebody's coming is Jackie. Everybody else has accepted the fact that after 3 days, they would have already shown up at this point. But as Jackie is trying to convince everybody that somebody is still coming, Thaisa runs up and says, "Guys, there's a lake. It's probably 4 or 5 miles away, but we should go." Jackie is staunchly opposed, though. She doesn't want to leave the crash site in case somebody is coming for them. But that's her only argument. Ty's argument is the fact that they're running out of water. Both girls make their cases and they put it to a vote. It's not like Jackie's the only one who wants to stay at the crash site, but the lake wins out. And to Jackie's surprise, Shauna votes for the lake. The fact that Shauna didn't vote alongside Jackie leaves Jackie pretty pissed off. The girls then pack up their stuff. Shauna writes on the side of the plane, SOS, gone to the lake, and then they make their way through the woods. On the way to the lake, they realize just what dangerous conditions they're actually in when they come across a bear carcass with a buzzard picking at it. They start questioning what could have possibly done something to a bear, and Ben says probably wolves. If the pack's big enough, they can kill anything. The girls keep moving, and eventually, it takes a while, but they find that lake, and when they do, they all rush into it. But it's been 3 days, and these are horned up teens we're talking about, so all of a sudden, they start looking at each other in maybe a different light. Like 3 of the girls watch Travis go into the water, and one of them says, "Is Travis hot?" And one girl who definitely thinks so is Natalie. Ty is doing the same thing, but it's with Vanessa. They all are kind of hanging out at the lake having fun until Lottie notices that there's a reflection in the mountains. All the girls then get out of the water, and they go to investigate it. And it's a cabin. They start banging on the doors, and no one comes out. And when they eventually get their way into the cabin, they realize that no one's been there for a long time. They start looking around the cabin for anything they can use, including food, and Jackie finds some. But when she opens it up, it's completely rancid. And the reality of what they're going through finally hits her. She lashes out at her teammates. "This is why we should have stayed on the plane." But Van goes, "Well, we didn't. So how is this helping?" And Jackie just runs out of the cabin and cries. A little while later, Shauna comes out, tries to make amends with Jackie, giving her blankets, but explains, "I didn't vote your way because I just didn't think it was right. Nobody knows what's right or wrong out here. This could be the wrong way, but in that moment, I felt like we should go to the lake." The 2 girls end up making up. She's not the only one who has a dose of reality, though. Travis goes out to check on Javi, and Javi has been chewing this piece of gum that his dad gave him to make sure his ears didn't pop on the plane ride. He can't stop chewing it. Travis has been yelling at him to get rid of it until finally he takes matters into his own hands. He puts him in a headlock until he finally drops it on the ground and he chucks it, yelling at Javi, "Dad was a dick, and he's dead." He immediately feels kind of bad about the situation, and then he feels even worse when he sees that Natalie was watching it. And the final guy who's had enough is a guy who lost his damn leg. It's Ben. He starts swatting at a mosquito or a fly that's near his face until he falls off the porch. And at that moment, he just starts screaming and cursing. Misty tries to go and check on him, but he is so tired of Misty that he backhands her. Misty, though, is undeterred. She starts trying to console him as he's asking the question, "Why couldn't I have just died?" The girls decide to make camp in that cabin because why wouldn't you? But there is one girl who has not been inside. That's Lottie. Even at night, she's just standing on the porch. Ty goes out and says, "All right, you got to come in now. There's wolves out there." But Lottie just says, "I have a bad feeling about this place." Ty thinks that's ridiculous, and she makes Lottie come inside. In the middle of the night, though, Ty hears something in the ceiling. She gets up, goes and checks on it, and there's a ladder to the attic. When she takes it up, she finds Lottie in the corner, and when she asks her what she's doing, Lottie says, "I told you so." When Ty turns around, there's a mummified corpse sitting in a chair. Now, present-day Thaisa is not doing great because her political opponent has put out a bad smear campaign against her. Really bad. Her opponent kind of pokes fun at cannibalism, which is a well-known thing that the girls had to do to survive. The campaign has her stressed out and pissed off. Simone tells her it's the weekend. Enjoy it and go be with your son. So she decides to take Sammy to the park. While she's at the park, she gets a phone call from Jessica Roberts. But it's not to do an interview. It's because Jessica Roberts is working for Ty. Ty sent her out to track down all of the members of the team that are still left and see if they're willing to share their story. She doesn't want any surprises coming up in the November elections. So she's making sure that her teammates are holding to their word and are keeping quiet. When Ty mentions the smear campaign that her opponent, Phil Bathurst, is about to put out, Jessica says, I have some dirt on Phil's daughter. She's a junkie. She's been in rehab 3 times. In fact, he covered up a heroin possession charge against her last year. And she's 18. She's fair game. Ty is torn about bringing his family into this. She has to hop off the phone because she sees that Sammy and another kid have gotten in a little bit of a scuffle. Sammy ended up punching the kid in the face. And there is absolutely no remorse on Sammy's face at all. When they get home, Ty tells Simone what happened, and Ty doesn't really think it's a big deal, but Simone absolutely does. One of the reasons why Ty seems to be okay with it is because she thinks that Sammy was defending her. Now she thinks that all of the parents are talking about that political campaign that her opponent put out. She's really feeling the stress of the campaign, and Simone has to remind her, our son just assaulted a kid. Ty gets up and walks over to Sammy and says, we need to talk about what happened, but he says no. And then he tells Ty to be quiet. She takes his toy doll away from him, and Sammy stands up very sternly and demands it back. Both Ty and Simone are really surprised by Sammy's attitude, and Ty sends him to his room. She waits a few hours and goes to check on Sammy, seeing if he's going to be mad at her forever. They talk it out, and Sammy admits he does deserve to be punished. But then he asks her, why don't people like you? She tells him that she's different from what people expect, but whatever they say about her, it's not true. This is kind of the last straw for Ty. She walks into her office and calls up Phil. She tells him, I know about your dog's drug addiction, and I understand why you covered it up, but just know, you crossed the line with that smear campaign. So one more act like that, and I'll have everybody in the state knowing what you did and what a druggie your daughter is. Ty hangs up and ends up falling asleep on the couch that night. She wakes up, though, with a weird feeling. She goes downstairs into the basement, starts creeping around, and she finds the doll that she took from Sammy all mangled and destroyed. Sammy's behavior is cause for concern for Ty. When she was a little girl, her grandmother was on her deathbed and she saw something. She was begging Ty to keep this spirit thing away from her. Now Sammy has got a mean streak. He's talking about people looking at him in trees. All of it is cause for concern for Ty. Shauna has also got something concerning her. It's whether or not her husband is cheating on her. After seeing the text message the next day, she plants a seed for Jeff. She tells him that she's going to need to be picked up at the auto body shop, and it just so happens she needs to be picked up the exact time he's supposed to meet Bianca. Jeff makes up a really bad excuse on why he can't, and he heads off to work, but Shauna follows him. When Jeff gets in his car to leave for this meeting with Bianca, Shauna continues to follow him, and she follows him all the way to a hotel. Jeff ends up getting valet parking. Shauna ends up parking her car herself. It means that she has no idea what room Jeff is in. She goes to the front desk and asks the concierge, but the concierge refuses to give her any information. Shauna even tries to play it off like she's Homeland Security, but that doesn't work. And that's when she gets a little bit of help from Adam. Adam makes up an excuse on why he's there, saying that the garage isn't too far away and it's the only place in town to get a good martini. So they head off to the bar to get a martini. Adam is talking, but Shauna's not really listening. The whole time she's looking past Adam for any hint of Jeff, and then she sees it. Jeff walks by with a pretty cute blonde, and it makes Shauna extremely insecure. At that point, she kind of figures that Jeff is absolutely cheating on her, so two can play at that game. She ends up getting a hotel room with Adam, and the two, you have to assume, end up doing adult fun stuff. But that fun stuff isn't even comparable to what Misty and Natalie are up to. They're on the road trip trying to meet Travis, but Misty is driving Natalie nuts. At one point, they stop off at a gas station, and Natalie peer pressures Misty to go inside and get them some food. She starts rummaging around her glove box, and Natalie finds the piece of equipment from her car that was missing. Confirms that Misty was the one who sabotaged her. When Misty comes back with the food, though, Natalie doesn't say anything. A few hours later, they arrive at the house that Travis is supposedly living in, but Travis isn't there. They break in and they start looking for anything that they can use to maybe track him down. Misty is able to find a pay stub, but Natalie gets distracted when she walks into Travis's room and sees a flannel that she recognizes. Then, on his nightstand, she sees a picture of the two. They definitely were a thing back in the day. At one point, Natalie looks up, and in the mirror, she swears she sees Travis, but when she turns around, he's not there. Natalie and Misty walk out in the living room and start talking about their next move, but that's when the cop shows up and arrests them for trespassing. He throws them in jail, and he gives them their one call. He gives Natalie the call first. The only person she knows who might be able to bail her out is Ty. Natalie kind of jokes about the fact that she's back in prison, but Ty doesn't find it funny because she's the one who's paying for the rehab facilities that Natalie is going into. Although Natalie does remind her, I didn't ask for that. Ty then asks Natalie what she's doing in some random-ass small town, and Natalie tells her that she found out where Travis was and she went to go track him down. When Ty hears that, her mood completely changes. She refuses to bail Natalie out because she tells Natalie, "You two are the worst for each other. I'm not being a part of it." Natalie can't believe that Ty is refusing to help her. She actually cries about it. Next up for the phone call is Misty, and her phone call works. The person bails them out on the other end. Natalie asks, "Who the hell did you call?" And Misty reveals that she called Kevin. She ended up taking his card, texting Kevin, but the whole time pretending to be Natalie. Natalie is not amused at the fact that Misty is catfishing her old friend. It's super awkward for her. Misty, on the other hand, thinks she's playing matchmaker. But now that they're out of jail, they're not done trying to track down Travis. After all, they know where he works. And that night, they drive to the farm where he works, but they don't find Travis. At least, they don't find him alive, because Travis hung himself. And Natalie is absolutely distraught. Travis did leave a note, and it says, "Tell Nat she was right." In episode 4, the girls bury that body they found. Doesn't really put Lottie's mind at ease. She knows that bad things happen in that place. But the group has a big issue. They're running out of food. The good news is they have a gun, but nobody knows how to use it. They don't have to worry about bullets because whoever lived there before was hunkering down like it was the apocalypse. So they've got plenty of ammunition to practice with. And they're going to need to practice because they're going to need somebody out there hunting for them. One by one, the girls start practicing. None of them are very good at it. Travis goes, and he's fairly decent. And then he hands the rifle off to Nat. But Natalie feels weird about guns. Her father was a douchebag. When he came home one day and caught her and Kevin in her room together, doing absolutely nothing but listening to music, he flipped out. He started calling Natalie a whore, questioning who he raised, and then even beating on her mother when her mother tried to defend her. Natalie went and grabbed the family shotgun to try to make him stop, but he laughed at it, grabbing it back. He started insulting them as he was leaving, and Natalie threw an insult back. When he turned around, he tripped, shotgun went off, blew half his face off. So yeah, she's not real comfortable around guns. So when she chokes, Travis, not knowing any of that, ends up insulting her, telling her she should stick to stuff she's good at, like folding laundry or sucking on things. And that's when Nat grabs the gun, says, "I'm going again," and nails it. After practicing their balance using a quarter, they move on to actually shooting the gun at cans. Travis, once again, does a fairly decent job. Natalie, on the other hand, nails every single can. It's pretty clear that out of the whole group, the two best shooters are Natalie and Travis. Ben ends up giving them the rifle, telling them to work as a team, but please, for the love of God, bring back food. The two people noticeably absent from this shooting challenge are Javi and Shauna. Javi finds Shauna writing in her journal, and he questions why she's not practicing with the gun. She tells him, "I'm really not meant to use firearms." She ends up tearing some of the pages out of her journal and giving them to Javi to encourage him to do the same thing. Write what's going on. But over with Javi's brother, Travis, even though he was told to work as a team, that's not really his thing. He's walking away from Natalie, and he appears to be a man on a mission. And in fact, he is. He walks all the way back to the crash site. But that's because his father was buried with their grandfather's ring on him. Travis, seeing what the death of their father did to Javi, needs to bring it back for him. So he headed to the crash site to dig up that body and grab that ring. When Natalie hears the reason why he came back, she decides to help. They get down to the body, and Travis can't bring himself to actually do it. So Natalie ends up doing it for him. That simple gesture really forged their friendship. All of a sudden, Travis stops being a dick to her. As they make their way back to camp, they end up seeing a deer. Natalie ends up killing it, and now they've got dinner for the night. As those two were out trying to find dinner for the group, The group needed some alternatives in case they came up empty. They start looking for some edible plants. One of the girls on the team, named Akila, used to be a Girl Scout, so she's pretty well versed in what plants will kill you and which ones won't. But as they walk through the forest, Misty is getting impatient. She says to Akila, "Can you just show us something that is edible so we can get going?" And the girls start questioning what's the rush. Vanessa jokes, "Oh, well, Coach must need a sponge bath," because Misty has been acting as Ben's caregiver. Misty, though, doesn't really find the joke funny and starts to walk off. As Misty walks right past Lottie, Lottie ends up seeing that symbol once again carved into the tree. But she doesn't really focus on it very long because she hears Jackie yell, "Oh my God, guys, come over here." And when the group reassembles, there's a small airplane in the middle of the woods. They figure it must have belonged to the guy that they found in the attic. Laura Lee hops in the cockpit. They start messing around with it. And with a turn of a propeller and a turn of a key, the thing turns on. But Laura Lee starts moving the plane forward. She can't figure out how to make that stop. And that propeller is pretty damn dangerous. Jackie ends up pushing Vanessa out of the way so she doesn't get hit by it. When she does that, though, she's kind of transfixed by the propeller. She's just frozen still. Luckily for her, the plane ends up getting caught up in the vines and just stopping right before it chews her up. She's pretty freaked out. Most of the girls are. And Lottie says it didn't want them to leave. The group then collects some shrubs, just in case Travis and Natalie end up striking out and going back to camp. But Travis and Natalie don't strike out. They bring back the deer that was caught, but there's one issue. Now what do you do with it? Ben tells them we gotta bleed it out and asks for a volunteer to cut the deer's throat. Misty excitedly throws her hand up, but Ben acts like he doesn't see it and gives the blade to Shauna. This really pisses Misty off. And that night, as everybody is enjoying the fruits of Natalie and Travis's labor, as Ben gets up to go back in the cabin, Misty trips him. She's trying to do a little bit of Munchausen syndrome, and it seems like Ben knows that he was tripped on purpose. But back with present-day Misty, she decides to go check up on her friend, or at least someone she thinks she's friends with, Natalie. She actually pulls up an article about what to say to somebody when they're dealing with somebody's suicide. Natalie, however, doesn't really want to talk to Misty. Misty even asks her to hang out, but Natalie says, "No, I have plans." And when Misty tries to ask, "With who?" Natalie blows her off and says, "None of your business." And it wasn't like Natalie is lying. She does have plans that night, but during the day, she goes back home. She checks up on her mother, who is not doing well health-wise at all. But being back in that small trailer has a rush of memories fly back to her, mainly from the day that her dad died. She came there, though, with a purpose. She looks around her old bedroom and finds it. It's a cassette tape that Kevin had made for her back in the day. The reason why she needs it? She's meeting Kevin that night for dinner. The first thing she does is apologize to Kevin for the whole catfishing situation. They then get into what exactly Natalie was doing up in God knows what, getting arrested for B&E, and how Kevin became a cop. But little do they know that the whole time they're being watched. Misty ended up following them there. But they're not being watched just by Misty. They're also being watched by Jessica Roberts, and Misty sees her at the bar sitting there. And Misty wants to alert Natalie to that fact, so she texts her, but Natalie doesn't see it. She then calls Natalie, but Natalie ignores the call. Misty has no choice but to just sit back and enjoy her martini. Eventually, this reunion does end. Kevin and Natalie get up, and that's when Kevin recognizes Misty outside. Natalie storms up to Misty, demanding to know what she's doing there, and Misty tells her, "You see that reporter over there? That's Jessica Roberts. She's been following you." Natalie, though, doesn't really care. She's more annoyed about Misty's intrusion into her life. She tells Misty, "Go home," and then walks back over to Kevin. Now that they're back alone and out of the eye of Misty, Natalie gives Kevin the cassette tape. That's a blast from the past that he was not expecting. But the question that's been on his mind the entire time is, what the hell happened to them? Because they were best friends. And the last time he saw her, she was getting out of his car saying, "I'll call you tomorrow," and that never happened. He doesn't even give her time to answer. He asks her, "You had to know that I was obsessed with you, right?" And then he goes in to kiss her, but she pulls back, telling him that all she can think of right now is Travis and it's not the right time. She just doesn't know if it was murder or suicide. She's pretty convinced it was murder, though. He, being a detective, offers to pull the toxicology reports and try to find out the answers. Kevin then walks Natalie to her car, and she does end up kissing him, sending him extremely mixed signals. But back over at that restaurant, Misty did not go home. She ends up storming up to Jessica Roberts and saying, "I don't know what you're doing here, but I've got my eye on you." Jessica isn't too fazed by this. She asks Misty, how was your little trip up north? Misty doesn't answer the question and tells Jessica, I know you see somebody that you don't think you should be afraid of, but you're wrong. Jessica just agrees and walks off. Over with Jessica's employer, Thaisa, she's getting ready for a big benefit dinner. She's trying to learn all the information about these big donors so that she doesn't look foolish when she meets them. Simone is helping her prep, but as Thaisa is getting ready, she looks over in the armoire and she sees Sammy just staring at her, and in like a creepy way. Ty doesn't really have time to focus on her creepy kid, though. She's too stressed out. So far, she's tanking in the polls, but there's a donor at this dinner whose money could really influence this election. Ty needs that money. Simone and Ty then go to this dinner, and the host greets them, but tells them, get comfortable. Dinner is going to be amazing. It's a whole roasted pig. That is a slight issue for Ty. She's a vegetarian. I guess after you kind of eat your friends, you tend to not want to eat meat ever again. People at this dinner start walking up to her, asking her questions, but the whole time, she's on the lookout for this big donor, Diane Raffleson. Problem is, every time she tries to go over to Diane, she gets stopped by somebody else looking to talk to her. She doesn't want to be rude to the constituents, so she ends up having way too many conversations until eventually it becomes too much and she has to go to a separate room just to kind of get away from it all. And ironically, that's when she finally gets her one-on-one with Diane. As Ty is smoking a cigarette, trying to take the edge off, Diane walks in and says, hey, can I get one of those? And Ty excitedly says, yeah, of course. They both mention how they've been trying to talk to each other all night, but they just haven't had the opportunity until now. The conversation between the two women starts off great. Diane tells Ty how big of a fan she is of her, and she is willing to throw her backing behind her. But then Diane starts putting some seeds in the ground, saying how people like to confide in her. She has secrets that she's never told. And what Diane really wants is in exchange for her support of Thaisa, she wants to know what really happened out there. The cannibalism thing has always been rumored, but never proven. The girls have always stuck to the same story. At first, Ty does try to give her the official statement that Diane already knows, but when Diane tries to pry more, Ty lashes out, saying, why? I mean, why do you get that? Because you're rich and powerful? And that's exactly what Diane thinks. She starts going over her resume on why Ty should show her respect, and Ty tells her to go F herself and walks off. And then finally, there's Shauna. Oh, Shauna definitely did the damn thing with Adam. It looks like he gave it to her for a whole 4.5 minutes. Attaboy. But that meeting isn't going to be a one-off. The next night, they actually hang out, and they act like teenagers. They park Adam's truck in a liquor store parking lot and ask somebody else to buy them alcohol. They then go play some miniature golf, which Adam is terrible at. They even go skinny dipping, jumping off a bridge into a body of water below. And they wrap up the night with a little car sex. When Shauna gets home, she's just about to open up the door when she gets a phone call from someone she hasn't talked to in a long time, Misty. Shauna is kind of like everybody else. She isn't too thrilled to hear from Misty. She has Misty get to the point of her phone call, and Misty says, just thought you'd want to know, Travis is dead. And that really does seem to affect Shauna, because when she walks in and Jeff says hello to her, she doesn't have anything to say. In episode 4, the girls are trying to have fun, but it's hard. They're in the middle of the woods in a creepy cabin where they found somebody's corpse. A simple creak in the floorboards in the attic has them all thinking that maybe there's a ghost up there. Jackie tries to play it off like it's an animal or a branch, but others are pretty convinced the place is haunted. To just shut everybody up, Ben tells everybody, maybe we should just go to bed. The next morning, though, Misty walks in to check on Ben because she's still kind of taking care of him with the whole leg thing, and she's greeted by morning wood. It's not intentional. Ben's sleeping, but Misty is transfixed by it. She almost touches it, but when she does that, it wakes Ben up and it freaks him out a little bit. He yells at her, do not touch me. Misty goes downstairs and starts doing some chores with the other girls. Everybody but Jackie. And the fact that Jackie isn't pitching in is noticeable. She complains about having cramps, but the problem is all the girls have synced up, so they all have cramps. They're all going through it together. But they're all chipping in, and Jackie isn't. When Jackie comes out to have breakfast, Mari stops her and says, how about you actually go get some water, since breakfast isn't going anywhere? Jackie's a little surprised about the attitude, but she goes and gets the water. When she gets to the lake, she sees Lottie just standing in the water. She asks Lottie what she's doing there and if she's cold, and Lottie just says, yeah, actually, I am. I thought it'd be warmer. It's weird behavior, but Jackie doesn't really pay any mind to it and grabs the water and goes back to camp. She's kind of struggling to bring the water back, and the only person that's willing to help her is Shauna. Jackie asks Shauna, "Why are you so chipper? Aren't you on your period like the rest of us?" But Shauna says, no, actually, I'm late. It was probably the stress of the plane crash. And Jackie makes comment, "Well, yeah, it's a good thing you're a virgin or we'd really have to worry." Having no idea that Shauna isn't a virgin, and she very well could be pregnant with Jeff's baby. But Shauna figures this will be suspicious. She goes and sticks one of the rags they're using for tampons into the blood from the deer that they killed, but she's caught by Ty. Ty doesn't make mention of what she saw, even when Ty heads back to camp, and she sees Shauna walk up to Jackie and say, hey, thanks, you jinxed me. The only person that knows that Shauna's lying is Taissa. Shauna looks over at Jackie and sees that she's still not helping out. She has to have a one-on-one conversation with her friend. She flat out tells her, people are noticing. And it's not like Jackie doesn't know that she's not helping out. She's just not built for this kind of lifestyle. She's slowly breaking down, having no idea how much longer she can honestly live out there, bored out of her mind. Shauna gives her a little bit of a pep talk that does end up working, but at the end of it, she tells Jackie, "We need you." And then she gives her a necklace and gives her a hug. But this group is horny as hell. Misty is clearly crushing on Ben. Travis kisses Natalie for the first time as they're hunting, and then there's Ty and Vanessa who are hooking up, although they have to stop when Mari comes running out of the cabin convinced that something crawled down her shirt when she was near the attic. The problem is there's nothing there. So Jackie comes up with the idea of doing a seance that night. It's stupid, but it could be fun. That night, all the girls head up to the attic, put some candles around, and get weird. Everybody's pretty much into this seance, except Taissa, who thinks it's dumb, Laura Lee, who thinks it's part of the occult, and Ben, who is more content with sitting downstairs and drinking the tea that Misty gave him to help with the swelling. Shauna stands up with the group, blindfolded, holding a string with the knife on the end of it. All the girls start asking questions, and when the string starts moving, they figure that's a yes. If it doesn't move, that's a no. They start off with asking simple stuff, like, were we going to win nationals? The answer to that was no. Misty asks if the person she likes her back, and the answer to that is yes. But then Javi asks the question that probably they're all thinking but are scared to ask. Are we going to die out here? And the knife starts moving. But all of a sudden, Lottie starts screaming, and then the window bursts open and puts all the candles out. Now, nothing came through the window, but Lottie is beside herself. All the girls are pretty freaked out. They figure that Lottie might legitimately be possessed, especially when she starts talking French, and as Jackie says, she's not a good French student. Jackie starts trying to decipher what Lottie is saying, and the best she can come up with is that Lottie is repeating over and over again, "It wants blood." This is obviously causing a pretty big commotion upstairs, so Laura Lee is concerned about it downstairs. She asks Ben, should we go do something? But then Ben starts projectile vomiting like the Exorcist, because that tea that Misty gave him was drugged. So Ben's not going to be able to help. Laura Lee grabs her Bible and runs upstairs, but it's too late. Lottie did as she was told, or at least thought she was told to do. She gave it blood by smashing her head against the window. It cuts her pretty good. And Laura Lee comes upstairs to see all of the girls huddled around Lottie, and Laura Lee starts screaming, "May the power of Christ compel you. Be gone, Satan." Until finally she just chucks her Bible at Lottie. That does seem to kind of wake Lottie up a little bit, because Lottie looks at Laura Lee and says, "What the hell?" having no idea that she had just gone through some kind of fit. All of the girls are completely freaked the hell out. But there's somebody who's not freaked out. He's pissed, and it's Ben. When everybody kind of settles down, he goes up to Misty and says, "Why the hell did you drug me?" And she starts to talk about how she has these feelings for him, and he gets close and says, "Don't say it, because I have them too. But Misty, I'm your teacher. Because of that, we can't act on it. I could never live with myself. You have to understand, you're not even 18 yet. And if the other girls find out about it, they'll get jealous. So for the time being, this needs to be our little secret." Misty doesn't really care about acting on it. She's just over the moon with the fact that somebody likes her back. Misty and Ben head inside, and they go to bed. Separately, by the way. But the girls are having trouble sleeping because of what happened in the attic. So Taissa says, "I'll go up there and prove you guys all wrong." Shauna, though, feels like Ty shouldn't be the only person up there. So she heads up, and that's when Ty asks, "How far along are you?" Shauna just can't believe that Ty has any idea. And she asks Ty, "You won't tell anyone, will you?" And Ty reassures her, "I won't. But if we're out here long, people are going to find out." But modern-day Taissa is not doing too well. Her campaign is drowning. She's getting crushed in the polls. As she's discussing this with Simone, she gets an eerie feeling, and when she looks outside, she sees a wolf. This is a trend with her, seeing this wolf. She doesn't realize, though, it's not real. She rushes outside to go confront it, but of course, there's nothing there. When she goes back inside to the house, she sees that somebody has written the word spill in red paint on her front door. This is something from Bathurst's campaign. She decides to deal with this later because that night is Halloween, so they're going to take Sammy out. And Sammy goes dressed as a sandwich. No wonder the kid's so weird. Who wants to go dressed as a sandwich for Halloween? But as Sammy is looking at his haul from the night, Ty checks the mail and she sees that Phil Bathurst has sent her a message. It's not like it was directed just at her, it's canvassing the area. But the postcard says Thaisa Turner is hiding from the truth. When Simone sees it, she says, "Speaking of spill, it's about time you spill on your opponent's junkie daughter." But Ty is still pretty conflicted about doing that. Ty then takes Sammy's costume up to his closet, but she notices something under his bed. And it's a can of red paint and a brush, which means that Sammy was the one who did it. Both Ty and Simone confront Sammy about doing it, but he swears that it wasn't him. It was this woman in the trees. Ty tells Sammy, "Stop making this stuff up. You did it. Admit it." But Sammy yells, "I'm not lying," and then throws the candy all over the place. It's at this moment that Thaisa really realizes just how bad Sammy has gotten. She's been so consumed with her campaign that she's turned a blind eye towards it. Simone has to have a heart-to-heart with her about how much damage this campaign is doing, not only to the family, but to her as well. She's losing weight, she's not sleeping well, and it's all for what? To get crushed in Election Day? Simone wants Thaisa to drop out, although she won't ask her to do that. She hides behind the whole family angle of, "You don't get this time back." At the end of the conversation, Thaisa agrees she needs to concede the race. She calls a press conference with the news the next day in front of her house, and she's got her concession speech written out. When Ty looks back at Simone and Sammy, she can't bring herself to do it. She pulls a 180. She shows the press the words painted on her house. Even though she knows that one of Bathurst's people didn't do it, you don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. And instead of conceding, she doubles down. Halloween was also a big day for Shauna and her family. Callie has plans to go into the city and celebrate Halloween, but Shauna shoots that down. She feels like her teenage daughter probably shouldn't be going out and partying in the city. She wants her to just stand on the porch and give out candy. Callie questions why Shauna can't do it, and Shauna says, "I have book club," which is the new phrase she's using for hanging out with Adam. When Callie leaves the room and Jeff walks in, Jeff says, "You really shouldn't be so hard on her." And Shauna can't believe that Jeff is sticking up for Callie, considering Callie is kind of a bitch. It kind of starts a mini fight, with Shauna feeling like Jeff just lets Callie do whatever she wants, and Jeff feeling like Shauna is way too hard on her. When the conversation goes into the book club, Jeff suggests that they go together, and Shauna makes up a poor excuse on how he can't go because he didn't read the book. But the book club is going to take place in a nightclub. Shauna doesn't really feel too comfortable there because it's more of a younger crowd, but Adam reassures her, "No, don't worry about it. You'll fit in." As Shauna starts walking around the club, she sees a girl dressed up in the Yellowjackets soccer uniform, and she is convinced that it's Jackie. There's only one problem. Jackie's dead. When Shauna gets close to the girl and turns her around, it turns out it's not Jackie, it's actually Callie. And they're both very surprised to see each other. Shauna's pretty pissed off about the fact that not only did Callie take the uniform from her closet, but she disobeyed her orders and she came into the city for Halloween. Adam, though, interrupts the conversation because he sees Shauna getting into it with somebody and feels like he probably should de-escalate the situation. The problem is he has no idea that Shauna's getting into it with her teenage daughter. And even though Callie is on Molly, she sees what's going on. Shauna ends up driving Callie home, and the two have an adult conversation about what happened. Callie feels like the only way that her mom could have gotten a hot guy like Adam is for the Yellowjackets buzz. But Shauna says he actually doesn't know anything about that. And Callie chuckles at that because if Adam has Shauna's name and he has the internet, he knows who she is. Callie then asks, "When did you fall out of love with Dad?" And Shauna pulls the, "It's complicated" card. Shauna then tells Callie that the uniform she's wearing wasn't hers, it was Jackie's. Jackie's parents gave it to Shauna on what would have been Jackie's 40th birthday to remember her by. But Shauna spent just about every single day thinking about Jackie. The thing is, Shauna and Jeff don't talk about Jackie, ever. When Shauna says, bad things happen in life, but I'm fine, Callie says, "Mom, you're not fine." They then head off to bed, and the next morning, Callie wakes up, and Shauna gives her some Pedialyte to kind of cure that hangover. Even though they had a nice conversation the previous night, Callie is still a bitch. She tries to hold it over Shauna's head about the fact that now she knows Shauna is cheating on Jeff with this Adam guy. She plays her trump card, telling Shauna, this is the way this is going to work. I'm going to go basically wherever I want, and you're not going to say a word or I tell Dad. But Shauna then lays out exactly how that situation goes. How Callie's college fund gets depleted because they need to afford a divorce lawyer. How Callie's going to spend her weekends giving her dad dating advice, which will make sense because her dad is now dating girls just about her age. And then Shauna puts Callie on the spot by calling Jeff into the room saying, Callie has something to tell you. And Callie folds. Not telling Jeff about the affair, but actually telling Jeff, I went to the city last night and got high. So score one for Shauna. And then the final Yellowjackets we'll talk about are Natalie and Misty. Natalie gets a phone call from Kevin telling her that he got the toxicology reports and Travis wasn't on anything. Natalie, though, feels like there's something still fishy about the whole situation. She calls Misty and says, don't you know a guy that can break into people's emails? Kevin got the toxicology report, but I need the whole police file on what happened to Travis. Misty says, yeah, I do. Consider it done. And later in the night, Misty comes over to the place that Natalie's staying and gives her the good news and bad news. The good news is she brought her an aroma diffuser that's in the shape of an owl. The bad news is when her contact found out that he was accessing files from a cop, he didn't take that too well. Because of that, he wants to meet in public to discuss the terms of the exchange. Misty's never met this guy. They really just know each other by their chat handles. So Natalie and Misty head off to this place to go meet this guy. And the guy is exactly what you'd expect him to be. Nerdy, loner. But Natalie isn't going to haggle with this guy. She has Misty pour gasoline all over his pants, and then Natalie pulls out a lighter and says, is it worth it for me to light your dick on fire? The answer to that question is no, and he hands over the file. The two women head back to Natalie's and start going over the pictures. But Misty notices that in the pictures, it looks like there's wax on the ground. Misty then connects all the pictures together, and when you circle and you connect the dots, it makes the symbol from the woods that's been carved into the tree and carved into the attic floorboard. The next morning, Natalie calls Taissa right after she made that press conference because she has to tell somebody. Natalie shows the information to Taissa saying, even though the police say it was a suicide, somebody set up candles, burnt them, and then took them away. Both women then suddenly get a text message from an unknown number that says, gather $50K and await further instructions. Do not discuss this with your teammates. I will know. And there's an emoticon symbol that mirrors the one from the woods. Even though it says to not discuss it with her teammates, Ty gets on the phone with Shauna. When Ty tells Shauna that Travis is dead, Shauna says, I already know. Misty told me. And Natalie starts yelling, that conniving, poodled hair freak? Shauna, get here now. We have a problem. But little do the two women know they are being watched by Misty because that owl diffuser had a camera in it. And Misty is hearing everything they're saying. In episode 6, the girls are quickly running out of food. They run out of meat and they're having trouble finding berries. As Lottie is walking around, she has a vision of a deer who is shedding its antlers. And having visions is something that Lottie's dealt with. That's probably what she needed medication for. When she was a little girl, she started screaming as her parents were stopped at a red light. Her parents turned around, and because Lottie was screaming, they avoided getting into a deadly accident. Her parents didn't really think she had premonitions, but these visions that Lottie has always had are starting to pop back up now that she's run out of her pills. One of the reasons why they might be having trouble getting food is their hunting party is too busy making out. But they're not the only ones who are having a little fling. Vanessa and Ty are still hooking up. As they're doing so, topless, in the water, Vanessa looks down and notices that Ty's fingers are extremely dirty. The thing is, Ty has no idea how they got that way. Ty, though, starts talking about going and finding help, which Van thinks is crazy because they're surrounded by woods, but Ty makes the case, how do we actually know that? I mean, yeah, it's true. We are in the middle of nowhere, but for all we know, there could be a town a mile or two away. I'm not going to stay here and just wait to die. I got to go get help. Van, though, thinks this is crazy and doesn't know how exactly she plans on surviving in the middle of the woods. When Vanessa and Ty wrap up their makeout sesh, Ty goes back to the attic where she finds Shauna, who is having trouble sleeping. She's having really weird dreams where she gives birth to a sandwich or a burger. And the stress of possibly being pregnant is really getting to Shauna. She starts talking about a girl who gave herself an abortion by taking the wire from her bra and, doing it that way. Ty says, "You're out of your mind. You'll die." But Shauna brings up the point that she's probably going to die either way. She's in the middle of nowhere, and the closest nurse is Misty. At least this way, she won't die having her best friend's boyfriend's child. Ty begs her to just wait because she has that plan to go find help. But the next day, the lack of food is getting to everybody, especially a girl who thinks she's pregnant. As Shauna and Jackie look around at the traps they set for rabbits, which, by the way, are empty, Jackie starts talking about how much she misses Jeff, which is insanely awkward for Shauna. Jackie tells Shauna, "Did I tell you he told me he loved me the day before we left?" I didn't say it back, but I probably should have. Shauna then asks her, "Do you love him?" And Jackie tells her, "I don't know. I just shouldn't have made him wait. Now his first time is going to be with somebody else, and it's not going to be with me." The two girls then head back to the cabin, and a little while later, Natalie and Travis return once again empty-handed. Most of the girls are just poking fun at them for clearly hooking up, but Jackie's legitimately pissed off and says, "Is this why we have no food? Because you guys can't stay out of each other's pants?" This starts a bit of a squabble between Jackie and Natalie where Taissa has to get involved. Misty actually goes up to Natalie at the end of it and says, "I know how you feel. I have a secret boyfriend too." Shh, as if anyone believes that. But all the talk of what Travis and Natalie may or may not be doing has gotten back to Ben. So he has to sit Travis down and have a father-son kind of conversation, which Travis doesn't want to do, but Ben lays it out. The last thing we need out here is a baby. So Ben digs into his pockets and pulls out a bunch of condoms, which is very surprising to Travis because they weren't supposed to be in Seattle very long. But Ben's message to Travis is clear. Don't be a fool. Wrap your tool. The next day when Taissa wakes up, she's getting dressed, and she looks over and Shauna's not there. She checks the wire of Shauna's bra, and it's missing, and immediately Ty starts to panic. She runs downstairs and asks Lottie, "Hey, do you know where Shauna is?" But Lottie has a question for Ty, because in the middle of the night, Lottie got a really weird feeling, and when she went outside, she saw Taissa eating dirt, legitimately shoveling it into her mouth. So she asked Ty, "Were you outside eating dirt?" thinking it may have been just a figment of her imagination. After all, that's what the deer was earlier. But Ty scoffs at it, saying, "No, of course not. Lottie, I don't have time right now to deal with crazy," and goes hunting in the woods to try to find Shauna. And that line really sticks with Lottie. Crazy. She goes and talks to Laura Lee about what may be going on with her. Laura Lee tells her, "I was taught that visions are God's way of communicating through people. They could either be a warning or a revelation." The issue for Lottie is she still doesn't know what these visions mean. And Laura Lee tells her, if you accept Jesus in your heart, he'll help you discern between what is true and what is not. But there's only one way to do that, and it's to get baptized. So Laura Lee and Lottie head down to the water, and Laura Lee baptizes Lottie. When she dunks her head into the lake, Lottie once again has a vision. It's one where she is in a dark and damp hallway. Looks like the basement of a building, and she sees that deer. When she follows it, there's a staircase full of candles. When she makes her way to the top, there is one center candle that is not lit. And when Lottie lights it, that candle shines real bright. She bursts through the water and starts telling Laura Lee, "I saw fire and I saw light." And Laura Lee is convinced that she was touched by the Holy Spirit. As Lottie is getting baptized, Ty went searching for Shauna, and she finds her. And her fears are true. Shauna was about to perform an abortion on herself, which is extremely dangerous. Ty tells her, "You're not going to do this. I'll do it for you." And Ty starts trying to go through with it, but luckily for everybody involved, including the audience, Shauna cannot go through with it. It's too painful, and she starts crying into Taissa's arms, "I don't want to die." Everybody heads back to camp, where good news has finally arrived. As Travis and Natalie were once again making out in the wreckage of the plane, they almost had sex. At least the conversation came up when a condom fell out of Travis's pocket. That led into how many guys has Natalie been with. She got offended at first, but reveals she's only been with 2. Travis is a virgin. They once again go back to making out, but that's when Travis sees a deer. It completely changed their plans, and they end up killing it. When they return to camp, they're welcomed back with applause. But Lottie and the rest of the girls notice that the deer is shedding its antlers, just like Lottie's vision. Ben reassures all the girls that's normal. It happens every year. But when Shauna cuts the deer open, it's full of maggots. And that part is not normal. Lottie turns to Laura Lee and says, "Am I crazy?" And Laura Lee reassures her, "No, you're not. You have a gift." This, though, is the final straw for Ty. She announces to everybody that in the morning, she's going and searching for help. If anybody wants to come with her, they're more than welcome. but she is leaving first thing in the morning. Now, present day Taissa, along with Natalie, are waiting for Shauna to show up to show her exactly what they've uncovered about Travis's death. Well, shortly after showing her the evidence, they also show her a postcard. And the thing is, Shauna hasn't gotten one. They start discussing who might know about it, and when Natalie brings up Jessica Roberts, Shauna looks at Taissa and says, "I told you to take care of her." And Taissa lies to him, saying, "I threatened a lawsuit. I told her to back off." But Natalie is done questioning things. She tells the group, "I'm going to bring Jessica Roberts to us." And she picks up her phone and starts to dial the number that Jessica Roberts gave her. Luckily for Taissa, both Taissa and Shauna encourage Natalie to put the phone down. The best idea they come up with is getting the $50,000, waiting for the drop, and then putting it there and just seeing who picks it up. And I'll once again remind everybody that this is all being watched by Misty. It's the same Misty who, the next day as she's leaving work, leaves with a bunch of pills that she clearly stole. The next day, all Shauna can think about is this postcard that she didn't get, why she didn't get it, what it means, who it's from. And that's when Jeff walks in and reminds her that they have brunch with Jackie's parents, because that day would have been Jackie's birthday. Shauna completely forgot about it, but it's something they do every year. So they two head off to go have brunch with Jackie's parents. And it's awkward. Jackie's mom continues to act like Jackie is alive, even giving out gifts, but also giving little jabs at Shauna, not realizing she's doing it. Like bringing up how perfect Jackie was and how smart she was, even though Shauna got into Brown. They even bring up how Jeff is the only person contributing to the household monetarily, and they want to help out with Callie's college fund, but Shauna tells them that's not necessary. We have it covered, even though they don't. Eventually, Shauna gets up and needs to leave the room. She walks up to Jackie's old bedroom, which is in the same exact condition it was when Jackie flew off for nationals. She picks up Jackie's diary, starts flipping through it, and she starts getting flashbacks of her and Jackie discussing Jackie going out with Jeff. Suddenly, though, teenage Shauna disappears, and it's just Jackie sitting there. And Jackie says, "You know it's not your fault, right?" And Shauna says, "Yeah, I know." And teenage Jackie says, "What? Actually, you don't know. It's totally your fault. But we were kids, and it was awful." This conversation between Shauna and Ghost Jackie gets interrupted when Jeff comes up and goes, "You left me down there by myself." So the two head back down and continue having awkward brunch. When Jackie's mom once again brings up how difficult it must have been for Shauna to be in Jackie's perfect spotlight, Jeff has heard enough. He tells Jackie's parents, "Me and Shauna were sleeping together when me and Jackie were together. It wasn't the right thing to do, but it's a fact. And yes, Jackie was great, but so is my wife." On the ride home, Jeff doubles down on what he said, telling Shauna, "I don't wish I married Jackie. I mean, it's not like I've never thought about it, but no, because we've made a life together. And no, it's not perfect. It's probably not what either of us thought it was going to be, but I have no regrets. I mean, how we started out wasn't our finest moment, but Jackie was going to break up with me anyway. I was a high school boyfriend. And to Jackie, that's all I was ever going to be. But you and me, we're still together." You can tell this conversation really means a lot to Shauna. However, later that night, Shauna is sitting in the dark and she checks her text messages for the first time. Adam was blowing up her phone pretty good, saying he missed her, and then sending her a picture of clothes on the ground. After this heart-to-heart with Jeff, doesn't really seem like Shauna's all that interested in talking to Adam. That is until Jeff says he has to go into work late. And that kind of reminds Shauna about Jeff's affair. So she texts Adam back, "Take all your clothes off, lay down, and in 45 minutes, maybe I'll be there, or maybe I won't." Over with Taissa, her home life isn't great ever since she doubled down on the campaign. Simone has no time for Taissa's games. She tells her, "I made an appointment with Sammy and a child psychologist at 3 o'clock, and you're going." So at 3 o'clock, Simone, Taissa, and Sammy go and meet with that child psychologist. Child psychologist basically says, "I need more sessions to see what's up with them." But the one big issue is, Sammy doesn't remember any of the things that they accused him of. He has no recollection of doing any of it. Ty, however, isn't putting a lot of stock into the child psychologist, and that pisses off Simone even more. The two start arguing, and it gets to the point where, because Thais is so distracted, she almost hits a cyclist. On top of that, she's having trouble getting the $50,000. She has a joint bank account with Simone, but she can't withdraw that money without Simone's okay. And this isn't the best time to ask for it. So now it's basically up to Natalie. Natalie can get the money, she's just going to have to sell her Porsche. And as she walks to her car, Kevin rolls up with lunch. Natalie tells him, "I have plans, but do me a favor, follow me. I need a ride." And after she sells the car, Kevin tells her, "Hey, my ex called and there's something I got to do. I could drop you back off, or you could come hang out." And that's something that he has to do is go watch his son's soccer game, which Natalie's all for. During the game, Kevin's son, Mason, comes over, and Kevin introduces Mason to Natalie, saying, I've known her since I was about your age. Natalie here once states. Mason starts asking if she went to nationals, and they don't really want to get into that backstory, so Kevin shuts that down pretty quickly. But Natalie does give Mason some advice on the soccer pitch, which does help him score the game-winning goal. After the game, Mason goes and hangs out with friends, which means that Natalie and Kevin are free to do adult things. And that's exactly what they do. They head back to Natalie's motel that she's staying at, and they start getting it on. All the while, they are unknowingly being watched by Misty, who is muddling up some of those drugs for a concoction. And she's planning to use it on Jessica Roberts, who she calls up and says, I'm ready to talk. Jessica gives her a location, and Misty waits there in her car. Jessica opens the door and sits down, and as soon as she does, Misty stabs her with the drugs. It knocks Jessica out right away. Misty drives her back to her place, ties her up on a bed in a basement, with plans of extracting some information out of her later on. But in the middle of the night, Natalie gets a text message from that unknown number saying, drop the money off at 2 a.m. Taissa gets the same text message, although when she gets it, she is outside near a tree with dirt all over her hands, and her hand is pretty chewed up. She's in a trance-like state. It's obvious that the woman in the tree that Sammy talks about is Taissa, but she just doesn't remember any of it. When her phone buzzes, it snaps her out of it, but she has no idea how she got outside or why her hand is so chewed up. All she knows is the drop is going down in about 2 hours. In episode 7, when Taissa wakes up the next morning, her mind isn't changed. She's planning on leaving. She makes her case to the group. The people that are against it make their case on why she shouldn't, but in the end, nothing's changed. She's leaving. At first, it looks like she's going to go by herself, but when she actually does head out, you've got a group of Taissa, Akila, Mari, Van, and Misty. Everybody else stays back at the cabin. Right before the girls do leave, Lottie walks up to Van and gives her a necklace that she made from a bone that she found on the deer that was sick that the group burned. But this bone didn't burn. It looks perfectly preserved. And Lottie looks like she knew exactly where to look to get it. Lottie had a dream the previous night where there was red smoke and a river of blood. She has no idea what it means, but she thinks that by giving Van the necklace, it'll keep her safe. She would have told Taissa, but Taissa's not going to believe her. Now, back with the group that stayed, part of that group that stays back is Jackie and Shauna. Jackie knows that Shauna's hiding something. When she asks her about it, Shauna just at first says, no, it's nothing. But that's a trend with Shauna, hiding secrets. Jackie knows it since she is her best friend. Jackie says, I've seen you whispering to Taissa for weeks. Are you really going to keep secrets from me out here? Spill it. What did I do? When did you stop wanting me to be your best friend? And that statement is enough to get Shauna to tell her she's pregnant. Although when it comes to whose baby it is, Shauna doesn't go that far. She tells her that it's a guy named Randy's. They head out to a secluded area, and Jackie says, tell me everything. But right off the bat, Shauna's story starts to kind of unravel. Jackie eventually asks her, what are you going to do? And Shauna says, honestly, I have no idea. As those two were discussing Shauna losing her virginity, Travis was actually trying to lose his virginity. Now with half the group gone, Natalie and him have a lot more time to get to know each other. Although when it comes time to actually do it, it seems like he gets a little too excited a little too quickly. Just from experience, I know that face. I'm used to disappointing women. When Travis leaves the room, he is still a virgin. The next morning, after brushing her teeth, Shauna returns to the cabin. But when she takes the ladder upstairs to the attic, she finds Javi snooping in her stuff. He tells her that he's looking for the hunting knife for an art project. And Shauna gives it to him, but there's a bigger concern. Her diary. She's written everything in there. And if word starts to trickle out that it's not Randy's baby, but Jeff's baby, that could be a big problem. So she hides it. When it comes time for Shauna to go to bed, she sees what Javi was talking about. He took the hunting knife and he carved a little wolf for her. But as she is going to bed, her best friend, Jackie, is doing some late night reading of her diary. With Shauna's story not really checking out, Jackie could tell she was once again lying. So she went to the source material. She found where Jackie was hiding her diary, and she is learning the cold, hard truth. But over with the other group, the first day out in the wilderness looks okay at first, until they finally make camp. As Van is telling them the plot line for the Sandra Bullock movie While You Were Sleeping, which is an absolute classic, can't suggest it enough, they hear wolves, and it spooks all of them. Taissa tries to reassure the group that they have nothing to worry about, but just in case, they can take turns keeping watch to make sure they're not attacked in the middle of the night. And they're not. The next day, though, proves to be a bigger challenge. They're tired, they're hungry, and when it comes to a water source, they don't really have one. Because the little creek that they find, there's something wrong with that water. Now, Van had told all the girls about Lottie's dream. So when they find this dirty river, one of the girls asks, "Didn't Lottie's dream say something about a river of blood?" Taissa, the eternal skeptic, says, "Yeah, okay, well, last night I dreamt that I was water skiing with Princess Diana. Come on, guys, there's a logical explanation for this." And the one that they come up with via Misty is that there are minerals in the river that must have turned it a dark color and made it smell weird. Either way, they can't drink it. They got to keep moving. But when they go to leave, Mari checks the compass and it's going nuts. Ty tries to once again chalk it up to the minerals in the water, but they're all kind of freaked out about this. Mari even brings up going back, and Taissa tells her, "You can go back if you want. It's that way. I'm going to get help." Vanessa is also a skeptic. She says, "Come on, Ty. It's a pretty big coincidence that Lottie dreamed about this stream. And don't forget what Lottie said when we found the plane. It didn't want him to leave." Taissa cuts her off, yells at all the girls for being ridiculous, and once again reminds them that they can leave if they want to, which kind of bullies them into staying with her. When the girls make camp, all of them are pretty fed up with Taissa at that point. They're hungry, they're cold, they're scared, and Taissa keeps telling them that everything's okay. Van offers to take the first watch, but Taissa, who can kind of feel the tension coming at her, says, "No, you guys sleep. I'll take the first watch." Problem is, Taissa goes into one of those trance-like states, and she wakes up in a tree, holding a flare gun and Vanessa's necklace that Lottie made for her. She has no idea how she got there, why she's holding those items, but she doesn't really have time to come up with a logical answer because then she hears screaming. Her teammates are being attacked by wolves. Akila, Mari, and Misty are holding them at bay with torches. Van, though, didn't get so lucky. She's being dragged by one. Ty goes to save her, shooting one of the flare guns, which chalks up to Lottie's red smoke, until finally bludgeoning the wolf to death. Unfortunately, she's too late. When she checks on Van, her face has been chewed off, and she's dead. Modern day Ty is standing next to a tree. She's not in it, so she has made personal growth. But we're actually going to start out with Misty, who is keeping Jessica Roberts as a prisoner while she creepily watches Kevin sleep. Misty goes downstairs to extract some information from Jessica Roberts, mainly why she's doing what she's doing. Because Misty thinks that Jessica Roberts is the one who's behind these postcards. She accuses Jessica of blackmail, even murdering Travis and the symbol. But the only information that Jessica gives her is the fact that she was hired by Taissa to check up on all of the survivors and see if they would talk. She does tell Misty, though, "You might not be sure Travis was murdered, but I am." When Misty asks how, Jessica tells her, "No, that's my leverage. Let me go and I'll tell you everything I know, because actually, Misty, we're on the same side." Misty walks over to Jessica, slaps her in the face, and says, "You're wrong. You only have leverage if I'm not willing to make you talk. So I'm here to tell you, you have no leverage at all." Misty goes upstairs and comes back with a box of chocolates and drugs. She tells Jessica the drugs are fentanyl, and she starts injecting the chocolate with the fentanyl. As she's injecting every single piece, Misty starts telling Jessica everything she knows about Jessica's father, who apparently loves chocolate. If Jessica doesn't talk, Misty's going to send her father this box of chocolates saying that it was Jessica, and it's going to end up killing him. This forces Jessica's hand, and she tells Misty that she was at Travis's house before he was killed, but he wouldn't talk to her. After that, she went home, but after she heard that Travis was killed, she got suspicious. When she looked into it, she found out that Travis's bank account was closed right after he died. She figures that whoever closed out that bank account was the one who murdered Travis. But obviously, it also proves that Travis was murdered because a dead guy can't close out his own bank account. While Misty was getting this information out of Jessica, the other 3 remaining Yellowjackets were busy meeting up. When Taissa wakes up outside, she quickly realizes she has to clean up before meeting with Shauna and Natalie. She scrubs all the dirt off of her hands, brushes the dirt out of her teeth, and then puts a bandage on her hand. When the girls meet up, everyone's kind of stressed out. Natalie has the money, but 50 grand doesn't take up nearly as much space as Shauna thought it would. It forces her to stuff the bag with other junk to put the tracer in. They then drive to the location of the drop. Natalie gets out and puts the money where they were instructed. As Natalie is doing that, Taissa and Shauna are having a conversation about just how hard everything's been on Natalie. Shauna doesn't approve when she finds out that Taissa once again paid for rehab, But Ty says, come on, Shauna, think about it. I have Simone and Sammy. You have Jeff and Callie. The only person that Natalie had was Travis, and now he's dead. The fact is, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. So I do what I can for both her and me. Natalie then gets in the car, and the women wait it out, watching the tracking beacon on their phones. And after about 2 hours, the thing still hasn't moved. Women start talking about their relationships. Natalie reveals to both of them that she's sleeping with Kevin, which they both approve of. But then the tracking beacon starts beeping because it's on the move. The women follow it all the way to the unloading dock of a clothing store. Taissa and Shauna are discussing what they're going to do, but Natalie doesn't have time for that. She gets out, grabs the driver of the truck, and puts him at gunpoint, demanding to know why he's blackmailing them and how he knows about the symbol and what they did. But he has no idea what she's talking about. Then the women see that somebody was stowing away in that truck. They have the bag, and they take off running. Taissa throws the keys to Shauna and says, meet us around front, and both Natalie and Ty take off trying to catch this guy. He's doing a pretty good job of evading him until he's caught by Taissa. She tackles him to the ground, he elbows her in the face and is able to get away, but not before knocking into a whole lot of glitter. When Ty and Natalie reach the front of the store, it's just enough time to see this guy driving away. Natalie pulls out the gun, which, oh by the way, isn't hers, it's Kevin's, and it looks like she's about to fire a shot. Taissa grabs her and the gun goes off, but the bullet just ricochets. Shauna shows up 30, 40 seconds late, and after scolding Natalie about what the hell she was thinking bringing a gun, they realize just how much trouble they're truly in because the guy ditched everything in the bag except for the money. The only clue they do have is to look for a guy in glitter, which isn't really much of a hint at all. As they're driving home, tensions are high and they start fighting amongst themselves. Ty says, at least we know it's a man, but Shauna says, no, we don't. They could be working with someone. They could be working with that reporter. And the only thing Ty says is, yeah, also, they know we're on to him. She still has yet to admit to her friends that she hired Jessica. When Ty asks the question, what if they spill our secrets just to spite us? Natalie says, I'm not going to let that happen. She demands that Shauna pull over the car. Right before she gets out of the car, she starts screaming at both ladies, this is for Travis. He was murdered. He wouldn't kill himself. Shauna then drives Taissa home, but when Shauna gets home, somebody's waiting for her. It's Adam. Shauna's pretty pissed off about this, because what if Jeff were home? The thing is, Jeff isn't home, and neither is Callie, and Adam figured that because the driveways were empty. He can't stop thinking about Shauna, and he thinks that maybe they could be a thing, which totally contradicts his attitude before of, I'm just going where the wind takes me, man. Shauna calls him out on this, and then tells him, go home. But he says, no, you feel it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I know that every single cell in your body wants to blow things up and see what happens. That's who you are. And maybe he's onto something because Shauna drags him inside and they bang their little hearts out. The problem is they fall asleep. Jeff comes home. It forces Shauna to have to hide Adam in the closet where he is narrowly caught by Jeff, but when Jeff goes and takes a shower, it allows Adam to sneak out the front door. Over at Natalie's place, Kevin's the first one to wake up, and he notices that something's not right with his gun. When he checks, he's missing around. And he asks Natalie about it, and she says, yeah, I went to the store. I brought the gun just for protection. I was in the park. It kind of accidentally went off. But he's pissed off because he has to account for every single round that was fired. When he starts asking Natalie where it went off in the park, can she show him? She says, no, I don't really remember. That pisses off Kevin even more. He starts asking if she was onto something, or even worse, if she committed a crime. She gets mad at the accusatory nature of his questioning, until eventually he gets ready to leave and she says, I'm sorry to tell you, we were just screwing. Your whole high school crush on me was really cute, but now it's just pathetic. In episode 8, we'll start out with the aftermath of what happened in Taissa's group. They can't lug around a dead body, so they decide to burn it. Shortly after lighting the fire, though, Van starts moving, and they quickly realize that she's not actually dead. So if you think you were having a bad day, Van just got half her face bitten off by wolves, and her friends tried to burn her. They wrap Van's face in bandages, and they start to head back to the cabin to get help. But back at the cabin, things have gotten awkward for the lovebirds. Natalie suggests to Travis that they go for a walk and try to hunt, but Travis says, nah, you go ahead. You're better at it than me anyway. So she heads off. While looking for animals, she finds Ben reading alone. She starts joking about how the hell he got Misty to go away. But Ben has to make it clear that him and Misty were never like a thing. And Natalie says, yeah, I figured she's not your type. You like guys, right? Ben gets extremely uncomfortable, denies it, and Natalie feels like an idiot at first, but says, Coach, it's just, you never look at our boobs. It's weird. That leads Ben to admitting that, yeah, he is gay. But because Ben is gay, she asks questions now about Travis. You find out that the issue with Travis in bed was that he couldn't get it up. Ben assures her, no, Travis is straight, and not only is he straight, he's infatuated with you. I see the way he looks at you. You have nothing to worry about. Believe it or not, that kind of thing can happen. While those two are talking about her quasi-failed relationship, Travis is actually doing the same thing with Jackie. He headed down to the water to check the fishing nets, which were empty. Jackie asks him, where's Natalie? And he tells her that he told her to go hunting alone because he thinks he screwed this whole thing up. Jackie tells him relationships are fake anyway. Whatever he did, she'll get over it. And the fact is, Natalie's standards aren't exactly top level. Travis takes a little bit of offense to this, and Jackie says, no, I wasn't talking about you. You're basically Brad Pitt compared to the scumbag she usually dates. Who's that Bobby guy she was hooking up with? I mean, she missed a week of practice because she was banging him in his van. And that Bobby guy just so happens to be the bully that used to pick on Travis when they were little kids. And Travis hates this guy. So when he finds out that Natalie was hooking up with him, he rushes back to the cabin and demands answers. After all, Natalie did say she only hooked up with 2 guys, and she never once mentioned Bobby. She admits she did hook up with Bobby, but she didn't tell Travis because she was worried that this was going to be the reaction. She says, that was before I even met you, and I had no idea that he bullied you. I made a mistake. But Travis says, yeah, I guess I did too. Travis just can't get over it. Natalie can't believe he can't get over it. And it looks like that tryst lasted about 3 or 4 episodes. It doesn't take Natalie long to figure out who told Travis about Bobby. And she is not happy with Jackie at all. The next day, as everyone's kind of just chilling at the cabin, Misty, Mari, and Akila show up. They went ahead because Van and Ty were just slowing them down. When they get to camp, they're pretty mentally frazzled. Eventually, they do tell everybody what happened and the fact that Ty and Van are still out there. So a search party gets made to go bring them back. When they get back in the woods, though, it's dark. They're having trouble figuring out where exactly they were. But Ty, overhearing some commotion, shoots off a flare gun to indicate where they are located. And when the girls see what happened to Van, they're horrified. They bring her back to the cabin and start stitching her face back up, which is extremely painful. So the mission to go get help didn't work. And the next morning, everybody is awoken by Laura Lee, who tells them that she is going to take the dead guy's plane and fly south, find help, and get everybody out. The gas tank's full. She's been studying the flight manual for weeks, and it's their best option. Initially, the girls are pretty skeptical. Laura Lee points at Van and says she needs serious medical attention. And then Jackie speaks up, saying she's not the only one. Shauna, tell him. And Jackie forces Shauna to tell everybody that she's pregnant. So now you've got 2 people that need medical attention. Ben, being the only adult in the room, tries to tell Laura Lee, you can't go. But Laura Lee calls his bluff, saying, what are you going to do to stop me? And Ben knows the answer is nothing. Everybody then heads out, starts clearing off the plane and making a runway. While doing so, Shauna does ask Jackie, did you really have to tell everybody that I was pregnant? And Jackie says, how could I not? We have a chance to get you and the baby out of here. That's all that matters. It's not really the time to be keeping secrets. She never once tells Shauna that she knows that it's Jeff's baby. When the group clears off enough space for a runway, everybody says their goodbyes to Laura Lee. She gets in with the thought that this is her purpose. She takes off to applause and is even able to get the plane easily into the air. Although I will point out, no one thought to clean off the windshield. It's filthy. All of the girls head to the lake to watch Laura Lee fly off, but Laura Lee doesn't get too far away before her stuffed animal bursts into flames. Laura Lee sadly knows there's really no way to stop it. Jackie's the first one to notice that there's smoke billowing out of the plane, and then all of a sudden the plane explodes in the sky like the Challenger. The girls are in absolute shock, and Lottie seems to take it the hardest. Modern-day Natalie seems to be taking her breakup with Kevin hard. If you want to call it a breakup, I mean, it was really just a fling, but she's going on a little bit of a bender, and she even texts a drug dealer to get her some coke. When the dealer arrives, he gives her the cocaine. But all of this is being watched by Misty. And when Misty sees what Natalie's about to do, she knows she needs to stop her friend from making a mistake. So she leaves Jessica chained up in her basement, and she rushes off to the motel. When Misty bursts through the door, she finds Natalie cutting up lines on a plate. And instead of grabbing the plate and maybe throwing it outside, getting rid of the coke that way, Misty decides to snort the cocaine. And Misty can't snort all those lines, so that's when she decides to brush the cocaine all over the place. She then grabs the rest of the cocaine. They start fighting over that, and that goes everywhere. I mean, it's a real snowstorm. Natalie asks Misty, "What the hell are you doing?" And Misty says, "I couldn't just sit there and watch you ruin your life." And that's when it clicks with Natalie that she was being watched. She takes that owl and smashes it. She finds the recording equipment and starts demanding answers as to why Natalie was spying on her. Misty tells her friends watch out for each other. But Natalie points out they do. They don't do it, though, with hidden cameras. The two get into a pretty big fight, Misty pointing out that she just saved Natalie from relapsing, and she should get a thank you for that, because right now, Misty's really the only friend she has. And then it somehow gets into Travis's case and about how hard Misty's been working to solve it. She tells Natalie that she discovered that Travis's bank account was emptied out after he was killed. Natalie cuts her off, though, and says, "How can I even trust you? You're so full of crap." Misty ends up leaving, and with Natalie having no other leads, that night she does call the bank and try to get the information as to who would have closed out the account. But they don't give it to her because she's not a family member. When she hangs up the phone, she starts throwing things in the room out of rage. But her whole mood changes when she finds some of that cocaine in the carpet. And drug addicts will tell you there's nothing better than carpet cocaine. The next morning, Natalie heads to an NA meeting. She's not doing it, though, for her sobriety. She's doing it because she knows somebody there. And after the meeting, she runs into that person, and that person is not happy to see her. It's her old sponsor, Susie. The two had a huge falling out about 10 years ago. Natalie is able to convince Susie to go out to coffee with her, though. After all, AA and NA are all about second chances. Natalie tells Susie exactly what happened to Travis and how he was murdered, but his bank account was emptied out the next day. She needs to find out who emptied that bank account out. And the thing about Susie is she's a manager at the bank. She can get that information. But she tells Natalie, "I can't help you out. You're not family." Doing something like that could cost her her job. Natalie figured she might say something like that, so she blackmails her because Natalie and Susie used to work together. Susie selling customers' account information to scumbags in the black market to feed her habit. Natalie tells Susie that unless Susie helps her, she's going to call the bank and tell her what she was doing back in the day. The bank can handle this two ways. They could be appalled and fire her, or they could look at her personal growth. Susie can't take that risk. So she curses Natalie out, but it appears that she will indeed get her the bank information that she needs. Over at Shauna's place, when she finally leaves the bedroom, she surprisingly finds Callie at the table. Callie had come back from her friend's place to change, and that's when she found something interesting by the couch. It was Adam's ID. She is mortified that her mother is now bringing this guy into their house under Jeff's nose. Shauna does feel horrible about the situation, but also points out to Callie, "I can't win with you. I mean, when I was turning a blind eye to what your dad was doing, I was the bad guy. Now that I do something in response, I'm even worse. I mean, don't get me wrong, this isn't my proudest moment, but come on." Callie is disgusted at Shauna's behavior, but she's also concerned for her mother that she's getting into bed with someone that she doesn't even really know. When Callie Googles Adam's name, nothing pops up. No social media, nothing on Google. She's concerned that this Adam guy is into her mom just because of the Yellowjackets lore. That he'll be able to seduce Shauna into telling him all the secrets that Shauna knows about what they did out there and then selling it for a book deal or for a movie or to a news publication or something. Shauna, though, reassures Callie he's into me for me, but Callie isn't so sure about that. When Callie leaves, it gives Shauna a little bit of time to think about that. She does realize there isn't a whole lot she knows about Adam. The only thing she does know is that he went to a prestigious art school, so she decides to call that up and see if she can get his transcripts, but they have no record of him ever being a student. She gets off the phone just in enough time for Jeff to walk in and surprise her with a gift. It's a yellow dress, and he's very proud of himself. He thinks he hit a home run with this purchase. She's not really feeling it, but he did it because there's a reunion the next day for the homecoming court. Jeff was homecoming king, and Shauna married into that. Homecoming, though, is the last thing on Shauna's mind. That night, as the family is having a very awkward, silent dinner, there's a knock at the door. Shauna thinks that it might be Adam, and when she opens the door, she's surprised to see that it's not Adam at all. It's Thaisa. Thaisa tells Jeff and Shauna that she was canvassing the area, and she remembered that she lived there. Both women have to act like they weren't just with each other a few hours ago to Jeff. They go for a walk where Ty tells Shauna that she's sleepwalking again. Her bigger concern, though, is the fact that Biscuit, the family dog, is missing. She figures that she must have let him out while she was sleepwalking. She's really concerned that she's screwing Sammy up because Sammy really loved Biscuit, but the bigger concern is the fact that Sammy has seen Ty sleepwalk. And the fact that Sammy thinks there's another version of Taissa, a version that he calls the bad one, is really upsetting Ty. She confides to Shauna that she's afraid to go to sleep. She has no idea how bad it could get if she sleepwalks again. And she's telling Shauna all this because Shauna knows how bad it truly can get. Shauna offers Ty Callie's bed because Callie's not sleeping there that night. Ty doesn't want to go back home because she's scared of what she might do. That gesture means a lot to Ty, and she gives Shauna a big hug. As they're making Callie's bed, the two women start talking about what their lives would have been like had they not been in the plane crash. Shauna's would have been drastically different. The life that Taissa says literally happened for her. The issue for Ty is, she did all that, but it didn't really make her feel any better. They continue to chit-chat, and eventually Shauna opens up to Ty that she's having an affair. They start talking about how Adam makes Shauna feel, and that segues into how Simone and Taissa's relationship is okay, but it did kind of lose its spark. Ty ends up getting a pretty good night's sleep, and when she returns home the next day, she sees Simone and Sammy making up signs for anybody who might have seen Biscuit. When she gets Simone alone, she tells her about her sleepwalking episodes. They started out right after the plane crash, and after they were rescued, they stopped. She figures that the stress of the campaign popping back up has made the sleepwalking pop back up. She says to Simone, it's happening again, and it scares me, because the last time I did it, She doesn't really finish the sentence, though. She does tell Simone, I think I may have been the one to let Biscuit out of the house. Simone starts to console a crying Taissa. She gets down next to her and says, we will get you the help you need. We can get you a sleep study. We can get you... But Ty cuts her off and says, what I really need you to do is go take Sammy and stay at your mom's house for a little while. Simone is completely against that, saying that they're a family, they don't want to leave her, until finally Ty snaps and yells, you can't be here. You don't understand. I'm afraid I'm going to hurt you. Please, just go. And Simone goes, but she's at a loss for words. When Shauna woke up, she headed to Adam's place. He lets her in and he asks, what are you doing here? And she tells him that she realized their relationship was all about one thing, the sex. But she doesn't really know him. She starts quizzing him about where he went to school, who his favorite teacher was, and it becomes evident that this isn't a get-to-know-you kind of quiz. This is an accusatory quiz. It leads Adam to admit that he didn't go to that prestigious art school that he told Shauna he went to. He said that because he wanted to impress her, but that's the only thing he lied about. She starts asking him about brothers, where he grew up, and he answers all of that quickly and confidently. He apologizes to her and says, I've got a friend with a cabin in the woods in the Poconos. Let's go up there for a weekend. You can ask me any question. I'm an open book. Shauna looks at him and says, how exactly do you propose I explain that? And Adam says, I don't care. Just go pack a bag and come back here. So she does, heading home, looking at the dress that Jeff gave her, and then heading into the closet to go pack a bag. And this is the same closet that Adam was hiding in. And she notices that there's glitter all over the carpet. And glitter was all over the guy that extorted $50,000 from them. That's super weird to Shauna. Just to check, she decides to open the safe where she kept her diaries from what went down after the plane crash. And they're missing. There's only one person who would have taken them. So when she returns to Adam's, she doesn't have a bag in her hand. She's got questions. Mainly, who the hell is he? In episode 9, the girls are dealing with the fallout from Laura Lee's plane exploding. On top of that, they're hungry, they have no food, they're miserable, and they've all kind of accepted the fact that they're probably going to die in a few weeks. Because everybody's so miserable, Mari brings in a jar of boysenberries that she was trying to save, but she thinks they might have turned into booze, and everybody could use a drink. Even Ben at this point doesn't really care about underage drinking. Jackie says to everybody, if we have booze, let's have a party. We have dresses, we have everything we need, and after all, it's almost homecoming. So they decide to call this party the Doomscoming, with the idea that they're going to drink rotten berries and celebrate their impending death. Everybody seems on board except Van. So the next day, all the girls start preparing decorations, with Misty making a corsage for Ben. She excitedly asks him if he'll go with her to the dance, and he rolls his eyes, clearly not wanting to go. And Misty starts turning on the waterworks, saying that she's never been asked to a dance, and she figured this would be her one chance to go with somebody. Ben feels so guilty, he says, Misty, I'd be happy to go with you to the dance. And as Misty was guilt-tripping Ben into going with her to the dance, Shauna and Jackie were collecting some items they can use as decorations. But the fact that Jackie knows about Shauna and Jeff and hasn't brought it up has been eating at her a little bit. Jackie starts asking Shauna if she ever thinks about all the things that she didn't do. And Shauna tells her, no, not really. And that's when Jackie brings up the one big thing that she didn't get to do, have sex, because she was waiting for Jeff. Well, she's not waiting anymore. She's decided that she's not going to die a virgin, and she's going to have sex with Travis. Right away, Shauna says, but what about Nat? And Jackie says they broke up weeks ago. He's fair game. So even though Shauna thinks it's a bad idea, Jackie has her mind set on it. Jackie heads back into the cabin and she starts getting ready for the party. One of the things that she's going to do is help Misty with her makeup, and Misty's in desperate need of help with that. But Misty confides in her about her problems with Ben. She feels like Ben is holding back because of society and rules, and she needs Jackie's help with having Ben let go. Jackie tells her that her mother always said when a girl sets her mind to things, there's nothing she can't get from a man. Which, as a man, I will tell you is pretty good advice. The advice that Misty's mom always gave her, though, was that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. So she tries that first. She goes out where she's stored a bunch of magic mushrooms. She's planning on once again drugging Ben. Misty walks back into the cabin, and Mari asks her, can you go help Shauna with her dress? Because Shauna's probably 5 months pregnant at this point, and those dresses aren't fitting like they used to. Misty says, sure, and puts down the mushrooms, but when she comes back downstairs, the mushrooms are gone. Mari found them and threw them in the stew that she was making for the party. Misty, never once correcting her and pointing out that they're magic mushrooms. She probably figured that Ben's going to eat them anyway, so mission accomplished. But Misty and Ben aren't the only couple that'll be attending this party. Ty is still planning on going with Van, but Van is self-conscious. Ty knows that, so she makes them matching masks. The gesture really means a lot to Van, and not only are they going to go, but they're going to end up being Doom's Coming King and Queen. Or Queen and Queen. Everybody then gets settled into the party. They start eating that mushroom stew. Misty starts looking around, amazed at everybody, realizing that in a few hours, things are about to get pretty crazy. But she's just happy that Ben is eating it as well. But any drug dealer will tell you not to test your own product, and Misty doesn't follow that advice, because she ends up eating the soup too. In fact, the only person that doesn't have any is Jackie. She ain't in the soup. She wants that meat, that man meat. And as all the girls belt out an absolute banger, Seal's kissed by a rose, Jackie goes and gets her meat. She lures Travis away from Nat, and at first they slow dance, but then they sneak off. They make their way to the cabin, upstairs to the attic, and Jackie makes the first move on Travis, but he pulls away and says, wait, what about Nat? Jackie says, what about her? And Travis reveals that he thinks he's in love with her. Jackie starts telling Travis how love doesn't matter. She used to think it, but after she found out that Shauna was having sex with Jeff, she realized that friendship and love don't even matter. So after this impassioned speech, Travis buys into this logic, and he takes Jackie's virginity with the sudden ability to get it up. Outside, things are starting to get weird. The first people to realize it are Natalie and Ben. They snuck off because Natalie actually had some legitimate alcohol, and that's exactly what Ben needed. They start talking about Natalie's relationship with Travis, and that's when Ben starts feeling it. He tells Natalie, I think Misty drugged me again. But Natalie, who's done mushrooms in the past, says, I think she drugged all of us. And they start absolutely tripping balls. And sure enough, back at the camp, it's hitting everybody at the same time. At one point, Lottie goes over to this hollowed-out tree, bends down and says, we won't be hungry much longer. The person who drugged them has only one thing on their mind. Misty wants to get to Ben. She finds Ben along with Natalie talking about both of their relationships and how they might die in the woods and they might never get a chance to tell the people who they love what they really feel about them. But while Ben doesn't have that opportunity, Natalie does. And Ben tells Natalie, you have to go and find Travis. Tell him how you feel. Natalie takes off and Misty replaces her. Misty was listening to that entire conversation and she felt like it was really meant for her. So she jumps on Ben and says, you were so right. She starts trying to kiss him, and finally he says, Misty, I'm gay. I don't love you. I love Paul. Finding out that the guy that you were in love with that also told you that he felt the same way is gay is a tough pill for Misty to swallow. While Ben is coming out to Misty, Natalie was on her way back to find Travis, and that was a whole scene. Because most of the girls were outside tripping when one of them brought up how Jackie went off with Travis to go have sex for the first time. That's when Lottie brought up that they had to stop it because Travis doesn't belong to Jackie. The group links up with Van and Ty, who were having sex in the woods, until finally they make their way to the cabin, where Travis and Jackie were just enjoying some pillow time. The mushrooms haven't quite hit Travis yet. They definitely haven't hit Jackie. She hasn't had any. So they're a little thrown off when the entire group barges in and starts demanding to know what they were doing in the attic. Ty asks Jackie, why would you do this to Natalie? And Travis tries to deny it, but there's blood on Jackie's dress. It's obvious they had sex. Lottie starts to grab at Jackie, and unfortunately for Jackie, that is when the mushrooms start to hit Travis. Jackie's begging Travis to do something, but all he's doing is saying, none of us are here right now. Jackie can't figure out what is wrong with all of them. As far as she's concerned, they're all acting weird. And it gets really weird when Lottie kisses Travis. Jackie looks at Shauna and says, really? You're just going to stand there? So Shauna doesn't stand there. She does something. She grabs Travis and starts kissing him as well. Jackie tries to stop her, but Van, Ty, and Lottie get in her way. Lottie tells her, you took something that doesn't belong to you. Jackie shoots back that the spirits don't care that Natalie called dibs on Travis, but Lottie tells her, this has nothing to do with her. Don't you understand? You don't matter anymore. And then she pushes Jackie in the closet and locks her in there. They then put Travis into a chair, and it's every guy's dream. It's orgy time. It's going great. Travis is having a blast. I mean, he just lost his virginity like 15 minutes ago. Now he's checking the orgy off the box. He's having quite a day. Unfortunately, though, he starts to go through a bad trip. The girls who are all up on him are turning into demonic monsters. It freaks him out so bad that he pushes all of them off of him and runs out of the cabin. But when he does that, all of the girls see a stag run out of the cabin, and they chase after him. They end up eventually getting him, tying him to that hollowed-out tree, sticking a pine cone in his mouth, and then Lottie hands the knife off to Shauna to do what she does best, cut throats. She gets really close to doing that. But Travis's head starts going from that deer to Travis, which gives her pause. And that's when Travis is saved by Natalie and Jackie. Natalie went back to the cabin and found Jackie trapped in the closet, let her out, and that's when they found this disturbing scene where they're able to stop it. Natalie tries to check on Travis, but Travis says, I'm fine, and runs off into the woods. He's clearly not fine, by the way. He is definitely frazzled by this whole situation. Lottie grabs Nat's arm and says, it's in all of us, you know. Even him and even you. And Nat just throws her down on the ground. She has had enough. She starts screaming at Lottie, I've had enough of your crazy crap. Haven't you done enough? But Lottie just starts doing this maniacal laugh. Natalie then runs back into the woods to try to find Travis. Present day, we'll start off with Shauna, who barges into Adam's apartment demanding answers, but he doesn't really have any. He's totally taken off guard. She starts looking all over the place for the money, her journals, all the while demanding that he tell her who he is. She keeps creeping and creeping until she doesn't find her journals or the money, but what she does find are old magazine covers about the plane crash. And it hits Shauna that he's an Uber fan. She is so incredibly hurt, and she even thinks she figured out how Adam knew the passcode to the safe, because the passcode was her flight number. Adam starts trying to explain his side of the story, but Shauna grabs a knife to keep him away. When Adam walks towards her, she stabs him, killing him on the spot. She goes back home to put the knife in the safe, but when she opens it up, her journals are back. Jeff just walked in the room, and she asks him, do you have any idea where this glitter came from? Jeff is a super bad liar. He also doesn't really know what to say. He's been caught. And Shauna is disgusted that Jeff would blackmail her friends. But now it makes sense to her why she didn't get a postcard. He starts telling her, you were never supposed to get involved in this. Whole thing got out of control. There's a furniture website that's running me out of business. I needed the money, and I thought with Thaisa and her campaign, she would have it. Maybe even Natalie had some cash, but I was going to lose the store. It's even worse than that, though. He goes on to explain that he borrowed money from loan sharks, and he had to pay them back. That's why he needed the money. Right now, they're all good. But Shauna says, no, Jeff, we're not all good. She tells Jeff that she killed a guy. And that's even more tough to comprehend for Jeff than Shauna finding out that Jeff was the blackmailer. When he comes back to his senses, he starts asking her, who was this guy? And she has to come clean that it was the guy she got into a car accident with. He finds it weird that she kept in touch with him. And she says, come on, man. I ran into him again when I was following you to the hotel. I mean, we both know that you were having an affair too. I saw you at the hotel with Bianca. But Jeff shakes his head and says, no, I wasn't having an affair with Bianca. She's part of the loan shark crew. I was there to give her payment. Then he realizes just what Shauna said. You were having an affair too, which means that she had an affair with Adam. He's really having a tough time taking this all in. But the hardest thing for him to comprehend is the fact that there was no book club. That just floors him. A little while later, after they both blew off some steam, Jeff comes downstairs and hands her a card of the guy he has who handles the finances for the store, because Jeff has decided he's going to take the fall. He's watched enough Dateline episodes to know how this ends for him, so he might as well get it over with. Save Shauna and save Callie. He's going to go to the police and own it. Say that he caught his wife and her lover and decided to go track him down and kill him. But Shauna thanks him for the gesture, but says, no, you can't. If word gets out that the Yellowjackets were being blackmailed for the stuff that we did out there, our lives, Callie's life, would be over. They start trying to think about what they're going to do, and Jeff points out that Shauna believed that Adam was blackmailing her. So why can't Natalie and Taissa believe it too? Jeff goes upstairs, grabs a duffel bag, grabs the burner phone, and brings it downstairs so Shauna can take it back to Adams and recreate the scene. He does bring up the fact that he did read her journals years ago. He knows about everything that happened out there. He tells her, you could have talked to me about this, but she points out it's not exactly an easy topic to talk about. Even after all the crap that they've been to and they revealed that day, Jeff vows to stand by Shauna because in the end, he does love her. She then texts both Taissa and Natalie to meet her over at Adams. And Taissa's had quite a day. She's not in a good mood. It's voting day and she's convinced she's going to lose. And now she's realizing just how much this campaign has taken from her and the family. But she gets a text from Shauna along with Natalie. When they show up, the story that Shauna rolls with is Adam was her lover who weaseled his way into her life, stole her journals, and used the information in the journals to blackmail them. After wondering where the money is and realizing that's not there, the next thing they have to figure out is what to do about the dead body. Natalie has one idea. It's to go and grab Misty. And Misty has gotten pretty close with Jessica Roberts. They've actually formed a bit of a friendship. Jessica trying to convince Misty that she should sell her story to a book deal or a movie or something. She starts planting the seed that the girls never really reached out to Misty to see how she was doing about it. Yeah, they all stayed in touch, but they never stayed in touch with Misty. By the time that Natalie shows up at Misty's house, she's starting to believe what Jessica was saying. But she also can't say no to Natalie. In the season finale, everybody wakes up from the previous night outside. When Lottie wakes up, she goes over to that hollowed out tree and she looks disappointed, as if she was supposed to put something there and didn't. But Lottie, Shauna, Mari, and Akila are pretty far from camp, so they're going to have to make their way back. The guy they tried to kill, Travis, is already back at camp, but he's concerned because Javi's missing. Natalie finds him and wants to know if he's okay, and he says, I'm fine. In fact, I'm great. I got laid. And she tells him, I don't care about that. I literally want to know if you're okay. They almost killed you. He once again tells her that he's fine and says, I'm going to go try to find Javi. When she asks him if he wants help, he says, nope. A little while later, Lottie's group returns, and the first question Shauna has is, where's Jackie? Jackie then comes outside, and she is disgusted in everybody's behavior the previous night. She can't believe what they did. Van tries to throw it back on her because she had sex with Travis, but having sex with somebody and trying to kill them, two very different things, so that's a swing and a miss for Van. Ben tries to calm everybody down, saying that everybody's behavior is justified because of the fact that they were drugged by the mushrooms. And that's something that nobody knew about except Ben. Nobody put two and two together. Akila turns to Misty and said, you drugged us? And at first she says, well, no, but then she has to admit, not intentionally. She explains that it's all Ben's fault because he made her fall in love with him. The infighting stops as soon as they hear rustling out in the woods, and that's when a bear pops out. But it's like Yogi Bear. It's a friendly bear. It's slow. It's not attacking. It's still a damn bear, though, and it freaks everybody out, so they back up. But Lottie doesn't back up. She actually grabs a knife. She walks up to the bear, and the bear just drops right in front of her. That's when Lottie stabs it and kills it. All the girls are shocked, but they're also thrilled because now they have food. They start going to work, cutting up the bear, preparing it for that night's meal. And Misty tries to help, but Ari tells her, as if we'd ever let you touch our food again, get the hell out of here. Two of the people, though, that aren't helping are Van and Ty. Ty is actually watching most of the girls prepare the meal that night when Van comes up to the attic to talk to her. And Van is still wearing that bone necklace that Lottie gave her. Van knows that Ty is pretty dismissive of it. So when Ty says, come on, talk to me, she says, why? So you can get to tell me how dumb I am? And Ty says, no, I don't think you're dumb. I think you went through a traumatic experience and you're trying to deal with it. That's when Vanessa cuts her off and says, I saw something, Ty. It was after it happened, and I don't think I was dead, but I wasn't really alive either. I was like in between. Ty starts trying to make sense of it, saying that her body was in shock, but Van says, no, I know what I saw. I don't know what it meant, but I know I saw something. Something was out there with us. Ty thinks this is pretty ridiculous and starts to kind of laugh off the notion that there's spirits out there with them. But Van says, don't do that. I get that you're scared too, but don't act like you have any clue of what's happening out there. Ty tries to remind her that she doesn't believe in this kind of stuff, but Van says, well, maybe I do. And if that's going to be a problem for you, then just say it. But Ty says, no, not at all, and gives her a big hug and tells her they're good. They then head back downstairs and get ready for dinner. Some of the girls want to wait for Natalie and Travis, but everybody's hungry, and Ben says, I'm pretty sure they've got some stuff to sort out, so they can eat when they get back. As they're about to dig in, Van reminds everybody that Lottie had said the previous night that they weren't going to be hungry for long. And she asks Lottie, how did you know that? And Lottie says, I just felt it. But Jackie completely scoffs at that, saying that Lottie got lucky. Van then asks if maybe everybody should say a prayer. I mean, after all, they did have a bear brought to their doorstep and sacrifice itself for all intents and purposes. So everybody seems to be down with it, except Jackie. Lottie starts putting this makeshift prayer together. All the girls are saying thank you. But Misty has a serious problem with the fact that Jackie won't say thank you. At the end of it, she calls her out on it. And Jackie says, yeah, I'm not going to thank the god of the dirt. At this point, Jackie has kind of had enough. She calls all of them out on their behavior and asks, is this what we do now? We howl at the moon and we have orgies? I mean, what? We're just not going to talk about it? You guys almost killed a guy and somehow I'm the one who did something wrong? When Shauna tells Jackie to calm down, that pisses off Jackie even worse. Jackie continues to go in, but now her target is Shauna, and finally Shauna has enough and yells at Jackie, just shut up. She starts blaming Jackie and her behavior for the situation, and that's when Jackie reveals to the group that Shauna's baby's dad is Jeff, because back home, Jeff was cheating on her with her best friend. Shauna starts hurling insults back about how Jackie is self-centered and a narcissist. Jackie tries to do the same thing, but it doesn't hit quite the same. And eventually, Shauna hurts Jackie so bad that she tries to kick Shauna out. But Shauna says, no, I'm not leaving. If you can't stand to look at me, that sounds like a you problem. Why don't you get out of here? And most of the girls agree with her. There are people like Ty and Ben who say, no, nobody's going outside. But Jackie, in her stubbornness, says, no, don't act like this isn't what you wanted the whole time. I'm leaving. And she heads out. And it's not like she's going to be the only one outside.
Travis and Natalie have been searching for Javi, but he's nowhere to be found.
Travis thought that he'd pop up, but at this point, they've been searching for hours, and he still hasn't shown his face. Even though he didn't want Natalie's help, Natalie has followed him. Travis once again tells Natalie, I don't want your help, but eventually that turns into an apology. He tells Natalie, I never wanted to do that, and that's because I'm in love with you. Natalie gives Travis a big hug, and he cries into her shoulder. But back at the cabin, after a few hours, Shauna still can't believe Jackie is just sitting outside by herself. The good thing for Jackie is she started a fire, albeit a very small one that isn't keeping her warm, and the temperature is starting to really drop. Ty tells Shauna, just go talk to her, but Shauna doesn't. She gets in her bed and she goes to sleep. She does have a dream in the middle of the night where she goes and gets Jackie, bringing her back into the cabin where everybody's waiting for her. But some of the people that are waiting for her are also Laura Lee and the guy who died in the cabin. And the dead guy says, we've been waiting for you. When Shauna wakes up, she is freezing. She looks outside and it snowed the previous night. That's when she really panics. She runs outside to find Jackie's dead body frozen. Shauna is beside herself as she's shaking the corpse of her best friend. 3 girls, however, don't really seem to care about it. Those 3 girls are Lottie, Misty, and Van.
Because Lottie needed to put something in that hollowed out tree.
So she cuts out the bear heart and along with the other 2, goes, places it in there, and then kneels down in front of it. She says something in French and then says, let the darkness set us free.
Now, present day Misty is helping Natalie with the body issue.
She has to stop off at work first and grab some cleaning supplies because, as she'll tell Natalie, most killers are caught actually buying cleaning supplies. But as she's leaving, she finds out that one of the residents passed away the previous night. She then heads to her car where Natalie's waiting for her, and the 2 head over to Adam's apartment. When Misty first shows up, Ty and Shauna aren't thrilled to see her. Misty reminds them that the proper reaction should have been, oh, hey, Misty, how are you? Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by and helping us cover up a murder. And even though they're not happy with Natalie's suggestion, it's a good one because Misty knows exactly what to do. She gives them really good advice, like turning off all their phones, destroying the SIM card in Adam's cell phone. She instructs Shauna to cut up Adam's body because Shauna's best with a knife. And as Shauna and Natalie are doing that, Misty and Tiger to get rid of the fingerprints. Shauna and Natalie take Adam's body into the bathroom, put it in the bathtub, and as Shauna is cutting it up, Natalie says, "You didn't quite notice that your boyfriend was acting weird after he killed Travis?" Shauna tells Natalie, "He didn't kill Travis. I was with him the night Travis died." And Natalie says, "Well, then he was working with somebody else. That's obvious." And Shauna stops cutting up Adam and says, "Maybe Travis actually killed himself. I know you're looking for this big conspiracy theory, but maybe there isn't one. After what we've been through, it's understandable. I look around the world sometimes and feel like the light has just been ripped out of it. Maybe Travis just couldn't stand to live like that anymore." After maybe an hour, Natalie and Shauna come out of the bathroom with most of his remains. Basically, his arms and his head. His arms and his head, Misty's going to take care of. She has a plan. The torso, she says to drop off in a park. Bury it. If a dog digs it up, who cares? It's a torso. Not like you can figure out exactly who it is. Doing all of this is going to make the girls late for the high school reunion that night. High school reunion, by the way, that Jeff attends and is waiting for his wife to show up. He has no idea why she's late. But she's dropping off the torso as she was instructed. Misty's plan on to get rid of the head and the arms is to stop by the funeral home of that resident who died the previous night. She's tight with the mortician, so she just dumps the stuff off in the casket right before it's cremated. After doing their part, each girl heads home and gets ready to go to the reunion. But they're all having a tough time of dealing with what they just went through. They all pull it together, though, show up, and when they walk in the room, it's like time has stopped. Everybody's eyes are on them. Bad bitch alert. Misty's really pumped to be there. The other three, not so much. At one point, Natalie sneaks out, and there's a trophy case that honors the people that died in the plane crash and her state championship winning team. She's looking over it, looking at the faces, and that's when Kevin walks up. He tells Natalie that he wishes he could remember Travis better, and she says, "You two are a lot alike, actually." She then says the words that are really tough to say for her. He killed himself. He really killed himself. And that's something that Kevin had accepted when he saw the coroner's report. Kevin then gets called away by his date, and he tells Natalie, "Take care of yourself." She returns to the table with all the girls, and they start having shots. The person who orchestrated the reunion gets up there and starts making a speech about what a traumatic experience they all went through. And in reality, it was just the 4 Yellowjackets. She even has a cringeworthy slideshow prepared with Enya playing. It shows pictures of the soccer team, but it ends with Jackie. And that's because Jackie was the homecoming queen, along with Jeff, who was homecoming king. It's customary for the king to dance with the queen, but since Jackie is dead, that just leaves Shauna. Shauna and Jeff are thrust back in the spotlight, somewhere they don't want to be. And as they're awkwardly slow dancing, Shauna tells Jeff that she took care of the body. The reunion wraps up and everybody then goes home. Misty had a blast. She's even hungover. She wakes up that morning and she tells Jessica all about it. For the first time in maybe ever, Misty felt popular because everybody wanted to talk to them. She says to Jessica, "I realize people really need to hear my story." Misty wants to let Jessica out, but she's hesitant that if she does that, Jessica's just going to go to the cops. And Jessica explains to Misty that she can't do that because her job is a fixer. She does a lot of shady stuff for a lot of shady people, and going to the cops isn't a part of her gig. Misty buys that and lets her go. Right before she leaves, she gives Jessica her purse. Jessica rummages through it, but she doesn't find what she's looking for, her pack of cigarettes. Misty warns her that those things are going to kill you, but Jessica says, "Come on, do me a favor, save me a stop, because you know I'm just going to buy them as soon as I get out of here." So Misty goes in the trash and grabs her cigarettes and gives it back to her. Jessica then leaves Misty's house for the first time in days, gets in her car, and immediately lights one up. But she doesn't get more than a few blocks away before all of a sudden something starts hitting her. She crashes her car into a few trash cans and realizes she's been drugged, and it was from Misty via the cigarettes. That same night, Shauna and Jeff are in a good place. They're sitting on the couch, laughing, watching TV, actually waiting to find out the results of the election for Taissa. Callie walks in and she's shocked to see her parents just having a good time, so they invite her to join them. As soon as she sits down, though, a news story breaks in about a missing artist named Adam, and it's Shauna's Adam. It's awkward because everybody in the house knows about him, but nobody's saying anything. They then just wait for the election results, and that's what Taissa's doing. She's not going to be with Simone, who's stopping by the house later that day with Sammy, and they're going to miss her. It seems like that move was intentional, though, but Simone needs to pick up some of Sammy's toys and some clothes. Taissa explains that she had to be with her team, and that's exactly where she is when she finds out that she defied the odds and beat Phil Bathurst.
She has won the election, and this sly smirk comes over her face. At the time that she's finding out the good news, Simone is walking in the door with Sammy. She heads down to the basement to grab some laundry, but then she notices over in the corner there's red near a grate. Upon further inspection, she realizes it's blood. She opens up the grate, she crawls through it, and there's a whole separate room that she was unaware of. She starts looking at the walls, and then she sees over in the corner that there's a table set up with their dog's decapitated head sitting on it, his heart cut out, and that symbol that was carved in the tree is there as well. And it was all done by Taissa, and Simone is mortified. The final Yellowjacket spent her night in her motel room. She has truly accepted the fact that Travis killed himself, and she's decided to follow suit. She's getting phone calls, but she's ignoring them. She's laser focused on ending her life. Right before she's about to pull the trigger, though, these 3 people burst through the door, put a hood over her head, drag her out of the room, and put her in an unmarked van. And the guy who seems to be in charge is wearing a necklace of the symbol that was carved into the tree. And maybe Natalie should have picked up that phone, because it was Susie, warning her that she did look into Travis's bank account and found out that Lottie Matthews emptied it out. She's freaking out, though, because Susie's convinced she's being followed, and she wants to know what the hell Natalie just dragged her into. Season 2, we're going to pick up with the flashback 2 months after the events of Season 1. The girls are dead in the middle of winter, and they're struggling a bit, especially Shauna. She's struggling with the fact that her best friend is dead, and she feels like she's part to blame. She copes with it by going outside where Jackie's body is and talking to it as if it's still alive, even though she knows it's not. She tells this dead Jackie all about how her and Jeff became an item, why it happened, but the fact that she's talking to a dead body is cause for concern for the other girls. Although Ben points out, guys, that's how she's coping. As far as Ben's concerned, they have bigger issues, like food. They're running out of it, and they're also getting on each other's nerves quite a bit. One girl in particular named Crystal will not stop singing "It's Driving Everybody Up a Wall." At one point, Misty gets the job of being sent out to the cold to grab some water for the umpteenth time that week, and she's miserable, and she overhears Crystal singing and just snaps at her. She ends up telling Crystal, "I can't sing," and Crystal, just kind of looking for a friend, says, "Well, I could teach you." So it seems like at least Misty has one ally, because the girls are still pretty pissed off at the whole poisoning the soup fiasco. It's not all bad, though. One person who's doing much better is Van. Face looks pretty healed up. And her and Ty are still a hot item. Although Ty's alter ego at night is becoming a slight issue. She gets pretty violent. And while she's sleeping with Van, she does think it's a bad idea because she has a tendency to kind of attack her a little bit. But Van is not scared of her at all. Even one night in particular, when Taissa wakes up, starts hooking up with Van and biting her lip pretty hard, causing it to bleed, Van still says to her, "I'm not scared of you. I'm not leaving you." And that's a night where Van tells Taissa for the first time, "I love you." It's adorable if you don't know the whole backstory of what Taissa's actually capable of. The bigger issue, though, is the lack of food. Every day, Travis and Natalie go out, looking for not only food, but also any sign of Javi. And so far, they've come up completely empty. Before they do go out, they get this weird sort of blessing from Lottie. It's really bizarre. It involves Lottie pricking her finger, putting the blood in some water, and then Natalie and Travis drinking it. Natalie doesn't really think it's doing anything, but as Lottie points out, you keep coming back alive, don't you? They do, although they also keep coming back without food. Natalie, though, is getting pretty good at charting different areas, figuring out where they've been and where to go to next. She's been kind of putting a map together with Ben. And Ben has to break the news to her that Javi's probably dead. I mean, it's almost impossible to think he survived the winter out there alone. And Natalie tells him, "I know that, but I don't want to dash Travis's hopes." One night, as Trav and Natalie are staring at the fire, Trav just comes out and says, "I know you think he's dead." And she doesn't deny it, she just states the facts. It's been 2 months in this cold. And that's when Travis seems to have a panic attack. Lottie rushes over to help him out, to calm him down. And her exercises not only work, but they give Travis a vision of a massive tree stump with a bunch of candles. Not only does it work, but Travis ends up getting a boner from it. That's how exciting this vision was. When he finally kind of snaps out of it, Lottie just tells him, "Your brother's alive." I know he is. And Natalie rushes after Lottie, pulling her aside and said, "What the hell are you doing? You're giving him false hope." Lottie looks at her and says, "What do you want me to say? I said what I felt." And Natalie says, "I want you to say less." The next day, Travis and Natalie head out as they always do, but Natalie ends up coming across something really bizarre. The entire area is covered with snow, except the foot of this one tree, where moss continues to grow. Travis doesn't really think anything of it and says, "Come on." But the fact that they're not bringing back food is starting to really make some people go crazy, like Shauna, who ends up going out one time, talking to the dead body of Jackie and accidentally knocking it over. And when she does that, Jackie's ear falls off because this body has been dead for 2 months. So what does Shauna do? Well, she decides to eat it. Now, present day Shauna is dealing with the fact that she murdered her ex-lover and the cops might be calling for her. So she's enlisted Misty to help her out with the interrogation process, trying to figure out what the cops might ask so that she has the proper answers for it. Shauna, though, does seem like this is a little ridiculous. She feels like they were careful enough, and Misty says, "No, I feel like we missed something." She asks Shauna if she got rid of all of Adam's stuff, and while Shauna says yes, she does hesitate, leading Misty to believe that there's no shot in hell she got rid of all of it, covering her tracks. And it's true. Shauna didn't. She's got some of Adam's belongings in her safe, and then she remembers the art studio. She calls up Jeff for help regarding that front. They head there to see what they find, and what they find is a little troubling because Adam was painting a bunch of pictures of Shauna. Different kinds of pictures. Pretty clear if the cops start looking at Shauna and they see the paintings, they're going to put 2 and 2 together and figure out these two were together. It's also really awkward for Jeff. I mean, he's handling the situation pretty well, but this is just another shot at the ego. So Shauna tries to make him feel better by saying that she was always worried about Jeff with another guy, but it also kind of turned her on, the idea of it. All this murder, all this adultery, all these paintings, even the weird one, ends up leading the two to hook up right then and there, with Jeff bending her over and giving her 4 good minutes. Once they wrap that up, they realize, yeah, we do have to do something about these paintings, and they simply ruin them. They then head home, they get the rest of Adam's stuff, and they start to burn it in their barbecue, while also making hot dogs to make it look like they were actually cooking. They sit down for dinner that night, and Shauna and Jeff are acting like it's business as usual, which is driving Callie up a wall. She already confronted Shauna about Adam, but Shauna didn't own up to the fact that she was the one who killed him. She knows, though, that something is going on, and the fact that her 2 parents are acting like it's business as usual really piss her off. She does get confirmation that her mom had something to do with it when she sneaks out, looks into the coals, and finds Adam's burnt driver's license. While Shauna, though, thinks that they've taken care of everything, Misty just couldn't sit on her laurels. She headed to that local citizens detective forum that she checks out all the time, and she found Adam's case and a really troubling post from a guy who was able to locate Adam's credit card statement and figure out that Adam was clearly seeing somebody by some of the purchases. This guy points to the fact that Adam must have had a lover, and maybe the girlfriend did it. She goes and talks to Natalie at the motel about it, only to find out that Natalie isn't there. So she goes to the front desk asking where she went, and after basically blackmailing the guy at the front, she finds out that Natalie checked out the previous night, paid in cash, left. And Misty finds that super weird that Natalie would leave without telling her. So she goes to the motel, starts looking around, and sees that somebody must have broken in because there's wood chips on the ground, the door frame looks messed up. And as we know, somebody did break in. They kidnapped Natalie, and they took her to what looks like a retreat space in the woods that's run by Lottie. We get a look at what happened with Lottie once the girls were found and rescued and returned. Lottie didn't say a word. Her parents got super concerned. They sent her to a mental institution where the doctors had her do brain stimulation therapy. When she went through these therapy sessions, she did have visions of her walking up a damp hallway with a bunch of candles, but when she did finally wake up from this, she was a different person. She seemed like she was the same Lottie, but actually improved. And she actually looked to help those in the institution around her. She would use the same breathing technique that she used with Travis, the one where he saw the vision. When she became an adult, she seemed to buy a property on a lake. And I don't want to say she was running a cult, but she kind of seemed to be running a retreat/therapy group/ let's call it what it is, looked an awful lot like a cult. And it also looked like the same location where the girls crashed. We're talking woods, lakes, cabins. I mean, that's pretty generic, but still. So that's where Natalie was taken, to one of those cabins. And she doesn't really take too kindly to the fact that she's chained to a bed. When one of Lottie's followers comes in, she brings her food but says, "We chained you up because we were worried you were going to hurt yourself." I wonder where we came up with that idea. Natalie, though, doesn't look to hurt herself. She looks to hurt this girl and escape. She does that, stabbing her in the hand with a fork and running off. She's chased by what look like a few of Lottie's followers, and she heads into the woods. And that's where she comes across a ceremony going on. She gets some heavy flashbacks from her time as a teenager because the people during this ceremony are all wearing animal masks. They unrobe one man, force him to get in a hole, and start digging dirt on him. When Lottie finally makes her appearance, she looks like she's going through this spiritual ceremony, but Natalie comes out of the woods with a stick and starts swinging it. She looks at Lottie and says, "Give me one reason I shouldn't cave your head in and put it in that hole." And Lottie says, "Because I have a message for you from Travis." And the final yellow jacket that we'll talk about is Thaisa, who still needs to be sworn into office. She's getting used to that job, but she's also trying to do damage control at work. She knows that she needs to get Sammy a new dog, so she goes and gets Steve the puppy, where she meets a woman at the shelter who actually campaigned for her. While she appreciates the support, she can't stay long because she has to get over to Sammy's school and try to pick him up before Simone does. She is the first one to get to Sammy, and Sammy's thrilled to see Steve the dog, but when Simone sees that Thaisa came to pick him up, she gets pissed off. She tells Sammy to go wait in the car and then reams Thaisa out, telling her that she found her little project in the basement, to which Thaisa has no idea what Simone is talking about. But Simone is legitimately concerned, not just for Sammy and herself, but for Thaisa and her mental health. Something clearly is going on with her, so she gives her an ultimatum. If you don't step down from office and seek treatment for whatever it is that's happening to you, I will have no choice but to go to the press. That night, when Thaisa gets home, she decides to go in the basement, snoop around, and she is able to find what Simone was talking about. She's mortified, but sadly, she's not stunned. And for whatever reason, she picks up Steve the dog, showing him, and tells him, "Hey, this was a mistake. I'll do better with you. I'm sure that'll make Steve the dog feel better." That dude's probably like, "You know what? I'm better off at the shelter." In episode 2, Thaisa is doing everything to try to get her mind off of the Sammy issue, the Simone issue. She's working out, she's cleaning the house. But one particular afternoon, Sammy's just back. He's standing there in her house, and he tells her that he snuck off from school, walked home, just to meet Steve the dog. Ty knows that this is going to be a big issue for Simone, so she immediately calls her up and says, "Hey, don't get mad at me, but Sammy walked home." And Simone thinks that Thaisa convinced Sammy to do this, but she says, "All right, fine, I'll be right over." When Simone eventually does arrive, though, Sammy's gone. They go up to his room, and his window's open, and they worry that he ran away. So they immediately hop in the car and start driving around trying to find him. Short while later, they get a phone call from Sammy's school telling them that Sammy was never picked up. That's because Sammy never showed up at Thaisa's house. Even though she thinks he did, he didn't. It was all a figment of her imagination. And Simone once again hammers home the point that Thaisa is not well. As Simone is trying to explain to her that she needs to get the help that she needs, Thaisa gives her a crazy kind of look, speeds the car up, and gets in a car accident. Now, over at Shauna's house, they're also going a little bit of drama with their kids, but that's because Callie can't get over the fact that her parents lied to her. They clearly killed Adam. It's all she can think about, so much so that she breaks up with her boyfriend. Whenever she does seem to forget about it, it gets brought back up. Like when Kevin shows up at their house one day, knocks on the door, and starts asking Shauna some questions. Mainly, did she know Adam Martin? And at first she plays dumb, and then she slowly says, "Well, yeah, actually, we got in a car accident together, but that's about it." But Kevin brings up the fact that they have a lot of text messages between the two. And she plays it off like, "Yeah, I tried to get his insurance information. He ended up being kind of a dick." Callie, who's in the other room and hears all of this, decides to give her mother a lifeline by interrupting the conversation and saying, "Come on, Mom, we got to go. We're going to be late." That gets Kevin to say, "You know what? If we have any more questions, we'll contact you." It does seem like, though, because of their history,
Kevin does believe what she's saying. It's not like Callie, though, is happy with her mom. She yells at her for lying to the police, and Shauna says, I did it for your dad. Small town like this, if people found out that I had an affair, they'll start looking at him differently. And Callie's just disgusted by all of it because her mother continues to act like she didn't kill Adam. Callie needs to talk to somebody, so she heads to the bar with her friend. All her friend really wants to talk about, though, is why she broke up with her boyfriend. But then they notice there's an older guy at the bar who is clearly checking Callie out. Her friend makes a flippant comment like, you should go, flirt back, and go back to his place. And Callie says, you know what? I think I should. And even though her friend was joking, Callie walks up to the guy and starts chatting him up. She starts flirting with him pretty heavy, asks him to buy her a drink. But it turns out the two share a little bit of a connection between them. The guy tells her that he's in town because his parents, after about 26 years, are finally separating, and he's helping his mom move out. And Callie can absolutely relate to what's going on at her place. She reveals to this guy that her mom cheated on her dad and just things aren't great at home. Callie doesn't end up going home with Jay, the guy at the bar. And it's a pretty good thing because everything that Jay told her was a lie. Jay is actually an undercover cop working with Kevin. He was tailing Callie, and now he can confirm that Shauna was cheating on Jeff. Jay wants to bring her in right now, but Kevin, who doesn't seem to be a big fan of Jay's methods, tells him, slow down, dude. You're going to screw all of this up. With all the time she spent getting rid of Adam's stuff and lying to her daughter, Shauna just hasn't had time to get back to Misty. Misty's been calling Shauna, and Taissa for that matter, trying to get in touch with one of them to let them know that it's pretty clear Nat was taken. There was a security camera footage outside of the crappy motel, and she decides to put it in that Citizens Detective blog. And no one seems to know how to hack into it except one guy. It's the same guy that was able to hack into Adam's credit cards and see that he was seeing somebody. Misty's been crapping all over his theories, and he tells her, I might have an idea, but only if you stop shitting all over my Adam Martin theories. And she writes back, well, I might have an idea too. Stop wasting our time with wild goose chases. This random guy doesn't respond on the message board. No, instead, he decides to visit Misty at work. There's a guy who comes through the nursing home with his mother, and he just doesn't really look the part. He's asking a whole lot of questions, and he decides to sneak off and covertly leave Misty a note. Although when she opens it up, it appears to be just a blank piece of paper. It's not, though. When Misty gets home, she realizes that he wrote everything in invisible ink. He tells her that the security camera was just a dummy, but there is a man staying at the hotel who has been there for a couple months. He thinks he's being interrogated by the FBI the next day, and the guy asks Misty if she wants to come along and join in whatever it is they're going to do. Misty's willing to do whatever it takes to get Natalie back, and Natalie's actually safe. She's not happy about being kidnapped and dragged to a cult commune, but for all intents and purposes, she's safe. And as for the kidnapping, Lottie explains that she was worried about Natalie after Travis died, so she had a couple of people follow her around. When those same people saw Natalie put a shotgun in her mouth, they had to act quickly, and that resulted in what looked to be kidnapping. When they finally get some alone time, Lottie explains to Natalie what happened with Travis. The night that Travis died, he had called Lottie and said that the wilderness had come back to haunt him. And he said, I know what I have to do, and then he hung up. Lottie panicked, so she drove all night, and by the time she found him, he was a mess. He told Lottie that day that the only way to confront the darkness was to get to as close to death as possible. When everybody almost died, they had a vision, so that's what he wants to do. But Lottie grabs him and says, stop reliving this. You're in the vice grip of your trauma. And using the same method she did back in the 90s, she's able to calm Travis down. Lottie did ask Travis if she wanted her to reach out to Natalie, but he said no, that Natalie would only make things worse. Lottie stayed with Travis that night to make sure he was okay, but when she dozed off, Travis got into his van and drove off to the farm that he worked at. He left instructions on how to get into his bank account and also a note that said, tell Natalie she was right. By the time that Lottie reached Travis, he had set up a bunch of candles in the shape of the symbol and was prepared to hang himself, just for a little bit, just to get close to death to be able to talk to the darkness. Lottie tried to get him to stop, but he said, Lottie, if you walk away, I'm going to do it anyway. So you might as well just be here. As soon as I pass out, lower me down. Reluctantly, Lottie agreed, but when it came time to lower Travis down after he passed out, the button broke. She had no way of getting him down, and Travis died.
That is a pretty tough story for Natalie to believe. She says to Lottie, I know there's something you're not telling me. And there is something that she's not telling her. It's the fact that while she was trying to get the buttons to work, she went into a trance-like state where she had a visit from Laura Lee. She got so distracted with Laura Lee that she left Travis alone for a little bit, and Travis started raising up into the barn farther. But it wasn't Laura Lee. It was a demonic version of Laura Lee. By the time that Lottie snapped out of it, Travis was high up in that barn. There was no way of saving him. So she just cleaned everything up and went home. Natalie wants to get the hell out of there and get back to civilization, but Lottie tells her, you're not going to be able to do that. There's no way off. You're not leaving until you're well rested. So unfortunately, Natalie's kind of a prisoner at the moment. And that's how the girls felt 20 plus years ago. But the prisoners were growing restless. On top of it, they've got a little bit of a hygiene issue because somebody took a number 2 in the bucket inside the cabin. That's a big no-no, and nobody owns up to it. So tensions are pretty high because they're low on food, and now you've got people taking smashes indoors. Everybody, though, eventually calms down. They go to bed that night, and Van wakes up, and Ty's not there. She knows that Ty must be sleepwalking, so she goes out of the cabin, and she catches Ty right before she's about to walk off a cliff. Both of them are pretty terrified about what could have happened. And once Ty gets back to the cabin, she starts telling Van the last thing she remembers, which is just falling asleep. Van asks her, is there anything on your mind that might be bothering you? And Ty says, yeah, the fact that Shauna is still talking to Jackie's dead body outside. The girls are kind of split on this. Some think that it's weird, and others just feel like it's the grieving process, and Van seems to be in the latter. Van suggests that maybe Thaisa talked to Lottie because she did help Travis with whatever he was going through, but Thais is completely against that. And not only does Lottie, she doesn't want Van talking to Lottie either. When the girls wake up the next morning, they're all going through their chores. Travis and Natalie have gone off to try to find food, and Shauna walks out of the shed, the same one that she's been talking to Jackie in, and that's the final straw for Thaisa. She walks in, and she is horrified by what she sees, because Jackie's dead body is done up, like via makeup. Thaisa thinks that all Shauna's been doing in there is playing dress-up and doll with a dead corpse. She's pretty freaked out by it. In front of everybody, she says, go ahead, Shauna, tell them what you've been up to with Jackie. Shauna's pretty embarrassed by this, as she's being shamed by Thaisa, and finally Lottie steps in to defend her. Thaisa backs off a little bit, but says, Shauna, we got to do something about this. For your own good, we have to get rid of this body. Shauna tries to resist, saying it's too cold to bury her, and Thaisa says, fine, then we'll cremate her. And unfortunately for Shauna, she doesn't really have a lot of support in this matter, and all the girls seem to be on board with cremating the body of Jackie. It is awkward for Shauna once they bring the body out of that shed. They start discussing if it's worth taking Jackie's clothes because it is the middle of winter, and Shauna does fight them on that. Lottie does, however, take off Jackie's necklace and put it around Shauna. Right before nightfall hits, Travis and Natalie come back to see what's going on with Jackie's body. They're pretty surprised at the scene. And then someone notices that Natalie is holding something. It's a pair of Javi's pants, bloodied. Natalie said that she found them in the middle of the woods, but in reality, she took those pants out of Javi's stuff, cut her leg, and spread some blood on it so she could finally give Travis some closure. When Lottie sees the pants, she goes, no, that's impossible. I know he's still alive. And Natalie starts screaming at her to stop because she's doing more harm than good. But the infighting stops once they see Shauna ready to light the fire. She gives a little bit of a speech about how she let Jackie down, how much she meant to her, and then she lights the wood. Travis grabs the pair of pants, stuffs it in the wood, and says, goodbye, Javi. So it's a moment of closure for everybody. They then head inside the cabin and let the body burn while they all go to sleep. As the movie Wedding Crashers taught us, grief is nature's most powerful aphrodisiac, and Travis and Natalie prove that by having sex that night, not going to sleep. But while they're doing that, Travis is getting these visions, much like when Lottie touched his chest. While he's having sex with Natalie, it's as if Lottie is in the room watching it go down. He eventually does finish, and they eventually go to sleep, but everybody's woken up in the middle of the night with a wonderful aroma of barbecue. That's because in the middle of the night, there was a wind gust, and a bunch of snow landed on the body and put the fire out. For a group of people that haven't eaten in a while, this is a very enticing aroma, despite the fact that it's one of their friends. For Shauna especially, who's pregnant, she walks up to the body and says she wants us to. And what she means by that is Jackie wants us to eat her. It's not like they dive right in. They are a little conflicted, but they're also hungry as hell. So one by one, they start delicately eating the body until finally they just really dig into it. The only one who doesn't is Ben. He's completely disgusted and turned off by the whole thing. He can't believe that these girls have suddenly become cannibals. In episode 3, the girls wake up and they're all pretty mortified at what they did, but nobody more so than Taissa. And that's because Taissa doesn't remember eating Jackie's body. Van actually has to stop her and say, Taissa, we did this to her body. You were right next to me. You ate her face. And when Taissa hears that, she literally throws up right then and there. She's completely disgusted. But the body is pretty picked apart. I mean, the girls did a number on it, and they don't want to look at it. So Natalie suggests, you know what, I'll take the body and put it with the plane. We'll wait until the ground is soft enough to bury her, and then we'll bury her. Natalie packs up what's left of Jackie and heads off. As Natalie treks off into the woods, Lottie walks up to Shauna and says, that's what Jackie would have wanted. I mean, maybe not for the rest of us, but for you and the baby. And Shauna tells her, yeah, but I wanted it too. And that's what's scary to Shauna. She feels so messed up about this. Lottie tries to make her feel better by saying, Shauna, we all ate her. But that doesn't make Shauna feel better at all. And Lottie knows that she has to boost Shauna's spirits somehow, so she decides that all the girls will hold a baby shower. Lottie says aloud that she wants to welcome him. And Shauna's a little puzzled about why Lottie said him, but Lottie doesn't expand on it, just saying, yeah, we'll have a baby shower. This boosts all of the girls' spirits. They all get excited about what they're going to give the new baby. But as they're planning, Natalie reaches the plane and she's giving a little speech to Jackie about what they did, apologizing, thanking her for her ultimate sacrifice. But shortly after she finishes, she hears something outside, and it's a albino moose. She quickly grabs her gun, she starts firing at it, and this moose starts charging at her, knocking into the plane and knocking Natalie back. But when she gets back up, that moose is gone, as if it were just a figment of her imagination. She figures that her mind's just playing tricks on her, and she decides to head back to the cabin. At the cabin, the girls have kind of broken into teams of 2 with creating gifts for the child. And one of those groups is Crystal and Misty. As Crystal and Misty are creating something for the baby, they start hinting at the fact that eating Jackie wasn't terrible. And that's when Crystal admits that it wasn't the first time she's eaten somebody, because apparently she ate her twin in the womb. Yeah, Crystal's a little unhinged, but that's why she works well with Misty. Mari, though, is sitting not too far away, and she keeps hearing a dripping sound. It's really bothering her. But nobody is more bothered than Ben. I mean, he's looking at these girls, and all he can think of is them frothing at the mouth. Since seeing them eat Jackie, he's been pretty despondent. He's been trying to keep to himself and thinking about what life could have been like. Because he had a boyfriend back home, and that boyfriend wanted him to move in, but Ben said no. So he's just picturing what would have happened had he not gotten on that plane, had he said yes to moving in with that guy. So Ben is not going to be partaking in the baby shower the next day. That night, though, when all the girls go to sleep, Taissa wakes up and she's seemingly taken over by whatever has her sleepwalk, and Van finally wants some answers. Van has been tying her wrist to Taissa's in order to keep her in the bed so that she doesn't walk off. But Van says, if I let you loose, can I come with? And whatever is controlling Taissa says yes. They take off into the middle of the woods in the middle of the night, and Van says, well, how do you know where you're going? And Taissa says, he chose me, the one with no eyes. Van asks, is that who you always follow? And Taissa says, only when Taissa lets me. Basically confirming that Taissa has been taken over by something. Van does ask, hey, if you're not Taissa, then who are you? But whoever it is doesn't answer. It just leads Van to a tree with the symbol carved in it. And that's when Taissa snaps out of it, having no idea how she got there. Van lets her know that Taissa was the one who brought her there, and it's as if she knew that that symbol was carved into the tree. Van asks her who is the one with no eyes, but Thaisa lies and says, I don't know. They head back to the cabin, and the next day, the girls have the baby shower. They start giving the gifts, and one of the gifts is from Misty. It's a monologue from Steel Magnolia. It's an interesting choice because it's a scene about a dead daughter. But to her credit, Misty crushes it. I mean, she really impresses everybody. The last gift, though, is from Lottie. It's a blanket that she knitted, but it has the symbol on it. And when Natalie sees that symbol, she freaks out. She thinks it's completely inappropriate because, as she reminds everybody, we found that symbol next to a guy's dead corpse. Lottie points out that she thinks the dead guy was using the symbol as protection, but Natalie says, Lottie, he died. And they start arguing over the fact that Natalie doesn't understand what the symbol is. Most of the group, though, sides with Lottie because they just believe that she clearly knows things. They've seen it firsthand. But then they all get distracted because they notice that Shauna is bleeding from the nose. As they start trying to tend to Shauna's nosebleed, they hear something pelting the roof, and when they go outside, they're horrified because it's a slew of dead birds. They have no idea how these birds died. It's as if they just all committed suicide. They're not quite sure what to do, and Lottie says we should gather them as blessings. And one by one, the girls start placing the dead birds at Lottie's feet. Present-day Lottie is still running her cult, and Natalie is still forced to be there. At least she's not chained up in a bed, though. She's able to walk around the grounds as she wishes. There are a bunch of activities that you can do at this commune. And as Natalie is looking over the chart, Lottie walks up and says, you should sign up for one. I mean, the group wants to hear from you. Lottie then shows Natalie the beehives that they have, and she explains that when a new queen is born, the first thing she does is stab all of the other queen bees to death, so she's the last remaining one. But it's not brutal, it's natural. It's what has to be done. Otherwise, they starve, so the queen has to. She then kind of guilt trips Natalie to going to one of these group therapy sessions, and Natalie doesn't want to share, but Lottie calls upon her. She tells her that it's really important that she's present for all of these exercises in order to get the most out of it. Natalie reluctantly stands up, and Lottie asks her, is there anything you want to process in front of the group? And Natalie says no, not at all. And that's when Lottie calls up Lisa, the girl that Natalie stabbed with a fork in the hand. She has Lisa tell the group what she felt when Natalie attacked her. She then hands Lisa a fork and says, if you feel the need to hurt Natalie back, I want you to do it. And it seems like Lisa certainly wants to, but she doesn't. She actually just hugs Natalie, telling her, I forgive you. After the therapy session, Lottie heads out and notices that near all the beehives, there are a ton of dead bees on top. And when she opens up the honeycomb, they're covered in blood. She has no idea what happened. She's pretty beside herself. But she snapped out of it when one of her workers asks, do you want to go to lunch? And when Lottie looks down, the beehive is fine. She was imagining all of it. And imagining things is something that Thaisa is going through as well. She doesn't really remember how the car accident happened, but she is really concerned for Simone because she's not doing great. And she gets really, really concerned when she notices that on Simone's hand is the symbol. She heads into the bathroom in the hospital, and she looks like hell. On top of it, the person staring back at her is not herself. Thaisa is screaming at who's ever staring at her, tell me what you want. But this fake Thaisa is just kind of covering part of her face while only showing one eye. It's weird. Thaisa runs out, and her campaign leader is waiting for her to let her know that the toxicology report came back and she's got Adderall in her system, but that's nothing. But she cuts her off and just says, I need your car keys, and then calls Jessica Roberts. As for Shauna, her and Jeff have an uncomfortable conversation over breakfast. Jeff is trying to figure out the moment when he became less fun, and he thinks he knows it. Really, he's just trying to process why Shauna would cheat on him, and she tries to explain to him that it's not his fault, but Jeff says, I know it's my fault. I mean, what are you supposed to say? Of course it's my fault. So when they leave, he decides to do something spontaneous and take her to Colonial Williamsburg. On the way there, though, a guy runs out into the street, and Jeff thinks that he hit him. And when they get out to check on him, the guy's trying to carjack him. He's got a gun pointed at Jeff and Shauna, but Shauna knocks into the guy and steals the gun away from him. And that, for whatever reason, causes an argument between Jeff and Shauna because Jeff wants to get the gun away from Shauna. And in the meantime, the guy steals their minivan. Shauna starts saying why the minivan was important, what was in it that they can't get back, but Jeff is concerned that his wife is suddenly turning into Rambo. In order to blow off some steam, Jeff decides afterwards to head to the gym, and he runs into Kevin and confronts him, saying, you really upset my wife the other day. I mean, do you really think Shauna had anything to do with this? And Kevin has to explain the reason why he thinks Shauna had something to do with it. The fact that the investigators found out that she was cheating. Jeff, though, gaslights Kevin completely, acting like he's insane for looking at Shauna, while simultaneously seeming desperate to get Kevin off the scent. Meanwhile, Shauna was going to track down the car. She's able to locate where the minivan went thanks to her GPS, and instead of calling the cops, she takes matters into her own hands, walking into this chop shop and confronting the guy who stole it. At first, the guy tries to just play tough with her, saying that she's not really going to use the gun. But then Shauna starts talking about what it's like to peel the skin off of the human face, and the guy actually gets concerned. When Shauna mentions that she's not shaking because she's scared of using the gun, she's actually shaking because of how badly she does want to use the gun, the guy all but hands the keys over and runs out. So, yeah, Shauna's become Rambo. But Misty's become True Detective. Misty goes to meet with this mystery man who she found out's name is Walter. They meet at a boat, and they're going to pretend to be FBI agents investigating this guy that was staying at the motel. But Misty gets concerned because the guy is Randy, the guy she knew from high school. Misty knows that she can't interview him, so she ends up calling Walter's phone, and he's going to put in an earpiece so that he can get questions from Misty. Randy's too dumb to realize that Walter is not actually a member of the FBI, but they do end up getting some information out of him. Mainly the fact that there were some shady individuals in a van, and they took all the Fanta. And while that doesn't seem like much on the surface, Misty realizes that they can track these people down by looking at the credit card information from the vending machine. Walter has a really good knack of hacking. He does, however, ask Misty, why are you downvoting all my Adam Martin posts? And Misty lies, telling Walter that she's friends with Adam's mother, and Adam had addiction issues. So she downvoted all of his stuff because she didn't want that information getting out into the world and upsetting his mother. Walter says, wow, that's really nice of you. And Misty says, I knew you'd understand because you're trying to get your own mother really good health care. And Walter laughs and tells her, oh, Svetlana? No, she's not my mother. She's just some woman I knew who was getting evicted. Misty then questions why in the world Walter would do all of that to meet her. And Walter says, maybe I'm just a bored Moriarty looking for a Sherlock. Misty, who is not used to having male admirers, doesn't really know what to say and leaves. But she gets a text message later from Walter that tells her the credit card is from Cherry Corners, New York. And he asks her, do you want to go on a road trip? In episode 4, it's the next day after Lottie had her spell with the Beehive, and she's planning on running some errands, which include going to the bank, and for that, she dresses more casual. That's when Natalie approaches her. Natalie has been trying to get into her office for quite some time, just alone, and one of the ways she figures she can do that is by snaking her keys. But she uses the excuse of going to the market to sell honey. That's how the cult makes a lot of their money, and the person that usually sells it is Lisa. She usually goes with a guy named Todd, but Natalie convinces Lottie to give her the keys, let her drive over, so that Lisa and Natalie can kind of get over their differences. Lottie thinks it's a great idea, so she hands over the keys. Just warning Natalie, you drive. Lisa has no idea how to do that. And maybe Lottie did go to the bank, but the real place that she stopped off at was her therapist. Although it's not her normal therapist. It's somebody different. She's been going to the same guy for the past 10 years, every 6 months, like clockwork. But she decided to show up early this time. And she tells her therapist, I need you to up my medication. I'm sure you read in my file what I've been through before. And I've started having visions again for the first time in decades. The last time I had these, I became something different. I don't want that to happen again because I've worked really hard to rehabilitate my life. The doctor asks Lottie, well, you're suppressing these visions, which means they might come back stronger. So you got to ask yourself, what are these visions trying to tell you? Lottie looks at the doctor a little dumbfounded and says, they're trying to tell me nothing because they're not real. As Lottie, though, was busy with her therapist, Natalie and Lisa headed off, and on their way to the farmer's market, they started having a conversation about the ridiculous rules of the cult. Lisa buying into them, and Natalie thinking a lot of it's just ridiculous. A lot of these rules are presented as giving the person freedom, when in reality, they're pretty restrictive. One of those rules is you're not supposed to visit your family. I'm sorry, it's not that they're not allowed, it's just Lottie doesn't think it's a good idea because their anchors are at the compound. And while Lisa doesn't really want to visit her mom, the person she wants to visit isn't a person, it's a fish. She misses her little fish. But it requires her going to visit her mom. And that's an uncomfortable conversation because her mom misses her daughter. Although Lisa had a lot of issues, and she reassures her mom that by going to Lottie's cult, it's helped her. She's better now. Her mother, though, is very concerned, and Natalie puts her 2 cents in, saying, what does it matter? Your daughter's happy. Natalie's input isn't really wanted by either Lisa or her mother. So finally, Lisa's mom says, can we just talk, like, privately, mother-daughter? And Natalie has to go in the other room. But she's eavesdropping. She's overhearing all of it, and finally gets enough for her. She tries to do her best to stick up for Lisa because she feels like her mom is misunderstanding her. And Lisa snaps at her, saying, you're not helping. But the damage is done. Lisa's mom doesn't want to have this conversation with her, and Lisa just has to leave without her fish. Although Natalie wasn't about to let that happen. She puts the fish into her mouth, sneaks out, and then spits it out into a jar, telling Lisa in the car, there you go. There's your fish. One of the fears that Lisa's mom had was that Lisa would kill the fish because she just wasn't responsible enough. And that's something that Lisa brings up at the bar because Lisa and Natalie never get to the farmer's market. Lisa's a little worried that her mom might be right. But for the meantime, she's thrilled to have her fish back. And when they get back to the cult, she proudly starts showing it off. Natalie's smoking a cigarette. She's watching all this, but then she notices that Lottie's office is open, and Natalie has the keys. She finally has her opportunity to get inside. And the reason it's open is because when Lottie returned from the therapist, she started looking at these notes that were written by some of the people in the cult. And then she saw a playing card. It was the Queen of Hearts with her eyes scribbled out of it. This is really troubling to Lottie. She definitely recognizes the card. So she left her office, walking down to a tree stump and cutting her hand open, squeezing so a lot of blood comes out of it. And she doesn't seem happy about having to do this. Lottie, though, is unaware that another one of her former Yellowjackets teammates is on the way to see her, Misty. She took Walter up on his offer to head up and see if they could find the cult. This road trip's going to be a little bit, so Walter hands her a bunch of cassette tapes and says, here, I'll let you DJ. And she gets really concerned because they're all show tunes. She feels like Walter is just another Yellowjackets fanatic who wants to spend some time with one of the girls. And she starts freaking out at him, but he says, whoa. It's not that at all. I mean, I'm sure your story is interesting and all, but no, I literally just want to spend time with the citizen detective known as African Gray. It turns out these two just both share a love of show tunes. A couple hours later, they arrive in the area of where the cult will be located, but they don't actually know how to find it, and they stop off at a diner. As they eat, she finds out that Walter is a millionaire. He got hit in the head and sued the company for millions of dollars, so he kind of just does this citizen detective thing now. Their waitress then comes over to ask them if they want anything, and Misty says, yeah, do you know where the cult is around here? And the woman doesn't, but she does know that they sell honey at a local farmer's market, and it just so happens to be that day. Although when they go to the farmer's market, they don't find anybody, because Natalie's a bad influence on Lisa. But the woman who usually sells her stuff right next to the cult informs them on where they could probably find the group. Misty wants to go that night, but Walter says, no. We should wait till morning. We think we have the element of surprise, but we don't. There's a bed and breakfast not too far away. We can just go there. So they do, and they get separate rooms at the behest of Misty. And it turns out these two are like two peas in the pod. I mean, their bedtime routine is basically the same exact thing. But they both turn in for the night, and they have plans on the next day tracking down, hopefully, Natalie and the cult. Now, this whole time, Misty has still been trying to get in touch with Taissa or Shauna to give them an update, but both of them have been blowing her off. Shauna's been dealing with the whole issue of, she killed a guy. She also has her husband who just doesn't really believe her. Shauna tells him that the police just happened to find the minivan, and he doesn't buy that. He then informs her that the police know about the affair, and Shauna's pretty shocked by that. She can't figure out how they would know, but he says, well, they do. I overheard it at the gym. Callie then walks in the kitchen and informs both of her parents that she's going to be staying over at a friend's house that night, something she's been doing pretty recently. But later on that day, when Shauna was doing some errands, she ran into that girl's mom. And she thanked her, saying, "Hey, I know Callie's been staying at your place a while. I'll send you money for rent and board." But the woman says, "Callie hasn't stayed over our house." And now Shauna knows that Callie's been lying. She's worried about her daughter, and she starts snooping in her bedroom, and she finds condoms, which are cool. But she also finds the charred remains of Adam's license. And she knows that Callie knows. So she tracks her daughter down and drives her to a location where the two can just talk. And that's where Shauna finally comes clean to Callie about what happened with Adam. She owns up to the fact that she killed him and explains why, how Jeff had a hand in it. And Callie can't understand what her dad would even blackmail the Yellowjackets over. And Shauna says, "Look, we did things out there. I'm not ready to tell you about them, but we did some things that we're not proud of." Callie accepts it, and Shauna then just says, "Hey, you can't tell anybody about what I just told you, okay?" And Callie says, "I won't." The two head home, and Shauna tells Jeff, "I told Callie everything." And at first, Jeff is really upset. He can't believe that Shauna is dragging their daughter into this, but she tries to explain she already knew. We might as well be honest with her. And the honesty does work, because to Jeff's shock, Callie walks in, and he thought that she was at a friend's house. And without even being pressed on it, Callie owns up to the fact that she's been lying about going to a friend's house. She's really been drinking in the woods, but she says, "I'm not going to do that anymore." So Shauna's been blowing off Misty because of family issues, and Thais's been blowing off Misty because things are getting weird with her. She took her campaign manager's car, and she seemingly blacked out, waking up on the side of the road with an empty tank, having no idea how she got there. She starts walking down the street, and a trucker pulls over. He recognizes her, and he convinces her to get in the cab by saying, "Hey, I voted for you." A little while later, that trucker drops her off in the middle of a small town in front of a video store. That's right, 2023, they still have video stores. But it's not just any video store, because this video store is run by Van. Now, 20-something years ago, these two were an item, and they were close. But Thais's propensity to wake up in the middle of the night and walk towards trees with symbols in it has got Van thinking that she really should have a conversation with Lottie. And that was something that Thaisa was totally against. And Van just couldn't understand why. She simply headed back to the cabin to go to bed. The next day, they find out, though, that there's a thief among them. Shauna walks in saying someone's stealing bear meat. And, of course, nobody owns up to it. Maury actually blames Ben because he had the audacity to not eat Jackie. So, there you go, he must be hungry. And Ben says, "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. I can't exactly get around very easy. But if I did, what are you going to do? Are you going to eat me?" Maury starts walking towards Ben pretty confrontationally, and Natalie gets in the middle and says, "Everyone needs to chill." And Maury turns it on Natalie, saying, "This is all your fault because you haven't found any game. You're going out there hunting, coming back empty, and you're refusing Lottie's help. She tries to bless you, and you turn it away." The girls start discussing all of the quote-unquote coincidences that have happened because of Lottie. The bear even showing up, the dead birds. Some think that it's strictly Lottie, and others think it's just a mere coincidence. So Natalie says, "You know what? I'm sick of this. If you guys think that she's a better hunter than me, let's have a competition. We'll both head out there separately, and we'll both try to kill something and bring it back." And poor Lottie, she doesn't even have a say in this. Maury all but volunteers her. So it's set. A little while later, both girls strapped up and headed out in the wild. Lottie, armed with a knife, didn't really know what to do. She walked around the woods. She found a symbol on a tree, but it's as if she was trying to harness the forest. She then came to an empty tree stump. She cut her hand, just like she would do with the Colt years later, and she drizzled the blood all over the snow. Suddenly, she was in front of a snow-covered plane. The same plane that Laura Lee was in when it exploded. Somehow it's back. When she opens it up, you've got Laura Lee's teddy bear, you've got Laura Lee's necklace, and then there's an opening to a shaft. Lottie headed down, and suddenly she was in a mall that the girls all used to go to, and all the girls are actually there in the food court. In fact, they got Lottie some food because she looked hungry. They also mention the fact that Lottie looks really cold, and Lottie is cold, but she's also very confused. She has no idea how this is happening. Laura Lee stands up and tells Lottie, "You've got to go. If you don't get warm soon, you're going to die." and she pushes her. And when she does that, Lottie is collapsed on the snow, freezing. So Lottie didn't really have a lot of luck, and Natalie did. She found a moose frozen in the lake. She rushed back to the cabin to get some help so they could pull this thing out, and most of the girls were on board with this idea, except for Mari. She pointed out that they agreed there would be no help. And people like Ben and Misty look at her and say, Mari, that's ridiculous. This is food we're talking about. So a group of them go out to the frozen over lake, try to strap some ropes around this moose's head and pull it out. But unfortunately, it's too much, and the thing sinks to the bottom of the lake, and they're left once again without food. They then head back to the cabin empty-handed, and Natalie starts trying to warm up. Now, the group that didn't go to help Natalie went to go find Lottie because they had no idea where she was, and they find her near that plane. They bring her in, and when Natalie hears the commotion, she gives up the hot tub for Lottie so that she can warm up. Two people, though, that weren't in the cabin were Thaisa and Van. Van had noticed a pattern with the trees with markings. She found the map that Ben had created, and she started pointing out the trees, and she noticed that the pattern was that they created the symbol in the tree. She showed Thaisa, and Thaisa doesn't believe it, just thinking that you can make anything out of the pins. But Van says, well, if I'm right, then a tree should be right here, pointing to the map and saying, let's go find out. So Thaisa tags along, trying to just prove to Van that it's nothing. And when they get to that location, it is nothing. There's no symbol in the tree, but it is something weird. The entire ground's covered in snow except this one patch. It's melting. They then suddenly hear something and they think that it might be food, but it's not. It's a person. They run, they tackle this person, and it's Javi. The girls bring Javi back to the cabin, and everybody is shocked to see him. Nobody ever expected to see him again, especially Travis, who wraps his arms around him and is thrilled to see his brother, but Javi is despondent. It's as if he doesn't really remember any of these people. He just kind of looks around and doesn't say anything. Mari then remembers that Javi being alive was something that Lottie had predicted, so she points that out. And Van says, well, if it wasn't for Thaisa knowing where he was, we never would have found him. Thaisa once again says, no, that's just a coincidence. But Van says, you can't ignore it anymore. There is something deep inside of you that is connected to all of this. In episode 5, after Javi came back, he didn't talk, and it lasted for a couple of weeks. But because Lottie was right, some of the girls, like Thaisa, ended up buying into the idea that Lottie had something different going on with her that they needed to buy into. So, at the behest of Van, Thaisa started attending this sort of spiritual circle that Lottie would hold about getting in tune with nature. It's basically what she ends up doing as an adult, but this is where it really first started. And right after Thaisa started going, she stopped sleepwalking. So she bought into it even more. But not everybody has bought into this thing. Shauna certainly hasn't, and neither is Natalie. Natalie at the moment is dealing with the fact that Travis feels like she completely betrayed his trust by lying about planting the evidence that Javi was killed. He yells at Natalie, you know, if you didn't do that, maybe I would have found him earlier, and maybe he would still be talking. So he's pretty pissed off. And it's understandable. His brother has yet to say a word, and they keep chalking it up to, he'll talk when he's ready. But everybody's wondering, how did he survive, and where the hell did he go? Eventually, though, he does speak, but it's not to his brother, it's to Ben. All Javi's done since he's come back is draw pictures, and Ben picks one up, and Javi says to him, she told me not to come back. When Ben asks, who told you not to come back? Javi just simply says, my friend. He then takes the paper back and doesn't explain anything else. And only Ben actually heard him talk. But Javi coming back doesn't change the fact that chores need to be done. Mari walks around with the cards that dictates what people will do. And Crystal has to once again take the bucket of shit out and throw it over the cliff. And her, quote, bestie, Misty, decides to go with her to help her out. And these two are really getting along. I mean, the term bestie is applicable because they're both weird as hell. But as they get to the cliff and they start talking about their secrets that they've kept from one another, and most of them are pretty innocent secrets, like, for example, Crystal's actual name is Kristen, but they called her Crystal day one and she just stuck to it. Misty decides to reveal a very big secret. When the plane crashed, she liked the fact that everybody was acting like she was useful for once, so she decided to destroy the black box. When Crystal hears this, her entire mood changes. The secrets that they were keeping from each other are no longer fun. This one's really troubling because she now knows that Misty's the whole reason why they haven't been rescued yet. Misty tries to act like she was just joking, but as Crystal points out, Misty, you're a terrible actress. Misty starts to get really, really concerned that Crystal's going to go back and tell the group, so she gets tough with her, threatening her, saying that if she does, she's going to kill her. But she's backing up Crystal more and more until finally there's no more room left for Crystal to go, and she falls off the side of the cliff. And it wasn't like Misty was planning on that. It was a complete accident, but Crystal is absolutely dead. Misty makes her way down to the cliff, and she tries to resuscitate the body, but the entire area is suddenly getting caught up in a snowstorm. And Misty and Crystal weren't the only ones out in the woods. So were Shauna and Thaisa. Because as Shauna was sleeping, she woke up to hear Lottie speaking to the baby. And she hated it. She doesn't appreciate the fact that Lottie is speaking whatever gibberish she is to her unborn child. She's uncomfortable with it. And it was Thaisa who came to the defense of Lottie, saying, Shauna, she's not hurting anybody. And Shauna got so infuriated about the fact that Thaisa didn't have her back that she stormed out of the cabin into the woods. And Thaisa followed suit. Shauna told her that she doesn't like the fact that Thaisa all of a sudden is getting wrapped up in this Lottie crap. That the idea that there's still one team is just that. It's an idea because it's not reality anymore. There are clearly pacts going on. And she thought that Thaisa had her back, but she doesn't. As Thaisa was explaining to her, yes, I do have your back, Shauna felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and she bent over. It came as quickly as it went. But then they too, just like Misty, realized, oh crap, a snowstorm's coming. We have to get back. But as they were traveling back, the pain got worse and worse. The snow got heavier and heavier, and they were getting lost. Now, Misty made it back first, and what she told the group was that Crystal just disappeared. 1 minute she was there, and when she looked back, she's lost. And the group doesn't really care about Crystal. They're more concerned with the fact that Shauna is out there pregnant along with Thaisa. So they want to go out there and find them. The snow is way too thick for them to actually form a search party, though. So they go outside and they use some of Lottie's techniques that she's been using in that circle. And it just so happens that Thaisa is doing the same thing. And somehow she finds her way back to the cabin. But Shauna's going into labor. Now, present-day Shauna has a whole other mess on her hands. Because as she's sitting there with Jeff, Callie comes in and says, hey guys, don't get mad, but I might have messed up. Callie had continued seeing Matt, and the two went bowling. Of course, this whole thing was a work for Matt. He was trying to get information on Shauna via Callie. But Callie didn't realize that until the bill came while Matt was in the bathroom. Callie noticed the name, she Googled it, and she found out that Matt was a cop. But instead of confronting him about it, she played him right back. She told him that she recently found out who her mom had an affair with. It was her dad's best friend, Randy. So she comes home and she tells both Shauna and Jeff this, and initially they're pissed off. But Shauna realizes that this could actually work in their favor. That, yeah, it's dumb that her daughter was dating someone way older than her, but she was smart about it. And if the cops believe this, then that should eliminate her as a suspect. But she has to make sure. She figures the cops are probably trailing Callie, but also trailing Shauna. So they have to convince them. She tells Jeff to have Randy meet her at a motel to make it look like they're having an affair. And Shauna's hunch is right. Matt and Kevin follow her to the motel. They see Randy open the door. And as far as Kevin's concerned, that's it. That's the confirmation that they need. But Matt doesn't feel like this is it. He wants to stick around. Shauna is actually so detailed that she hands Randy a condom and says, go in the bathroom and, have fun. Problem is, Randy can't work like that. My dude's chafing. His tail is tapping out from the beating it's enduring. So Randy decides to improvise, and he puts some lotion in the condom, and the two walk out. Matt wants to make sure, though, that they're not being played. So after Shauna and Randy leave the motel, Matt and Kevin head in. And Kevin thinks this is a complete waste of time until Matt finds the condom and notices something about it. It doesn't smell like that stuff. No, it smells like strawberries. And Matt realizes, yeah, we are being played. Because this thing is filled with lotion. He excitedly tells Kevin she wanted us to think that she was having an affair with Randy to get her off the scent that she was having an affair with Adam. Kevin reminds him, yeah, but that also means that the daughter gave you false information, so your cover's blown. As for Taissa, she shows up at Van's video store, and it's been a long time since these two have seen each other. Van can tell from Taissa's state that she's just not popping in to see how she's doing. She asks Taissa, all right, how long have you been sleepwalking again, and how bad is it? And Taissa fills her in on just how bad it is, sacrificing a dog and all. Van asks her, okay, well, what do we do now? And Taissa says, well, I was hoping I could take a shower. I just hitchhiked through Pennsylvania. I'm not really smelling great. So Van lets her take a shower, but as Taissa is cleaning up, she notices that Van has a bunch of oxycodone. She questions her about it, thinking that it's hers, but Van says, the V doesn't stand for Vanessa, it stands for Vicky. She got cancer a few years back and passed away. And Vicky was Van's mom, who she didn't have the best relationship with. The conversation then gets back to Taissa and what she needs from Van. And it gets pretty contentious, but Van assures her, we'll figure this out together. In the middle of the night, though, Van notices that Taissa is sleeping, and she sneaks over to where she stashed those oxycodone pills, and she swallows one, feverishly, like she definitely needed it. When she turns around, Taissa is wide awake, but she has crazy eyes. Taissa grabs her and kisses her, and Van realizes this isn't Taissa, this is that other person. Van asks her, what do you want? And this other Taissa says, this isn't where we're supposed to be. And maybe they're supposed to be at Lottie's cult, where Natalie has seemed to buy in a little bit more. She's wearing purple. She's going to some therapy sessions. And she even gets a visitor because Misty and Walter found her. Although they're surprised not only to find out that it's Lottie who's running this cult, but that Natalie doesn't want to leave. Natalie actually yells at Misty saying, I don't need you getting in my way, and then walks back. And since it's a gated community, they can't get in. What bothers Misty more than anything is the fact that she never even considered Lottie. She kept tabs on all the living Yellowjackets, but she just let Lottie fall through the cracks. Walter points out that the real reason why they showed up was to make sure that her friend was okay, and it seems like her friend certainly is, so maybe they can move on. But Misty says, I'm not leaving her here. She's not safe with them. Lottie was institutionalized in Switzerland. But Walter thinks that Misty's reluctance has to do with the fact that she murders for her friends. He tells Misty that he looked into that whole backstory regarding Adam's mom, and he found out that Adam's mom is dead. He's not freaked out by this, though. He recognizes that Misty does have some serial killer tendencies, but that's okay. He still likes her, regardless of her extracurricular activities. But she gets so insulted by this that she gets out of the car, grabs her stuff, and says, you can go now. Because she ain't leaving. In the middle of the night, she actually buzzes the compound and begs the person that opens the door, please, I want to join. But inside, there's a whole other mess going on. While it looked like on the surface that Natalie was buying in reality, she was just playing a game in order to catch Lottie in this scam that she was convinced that Lottie was running. She was able to sneak into Lottie's office and through some files found out that Lottie had all this information on everybody in the compound, including bank records. So in her true detective moment, she rushes into a crowded room and screams, she's playing all of you, revealing this Watergate moment. But Lottie says, yeah, they all know. They gave me that information. It's kind of embarrassing for Natalie. Lottie tells everybody to leave her and Natalie alone in the room so the two can talk. And when they are alone, she says, you're looking for something in my office that's really in your head. Travis said that you were right about something, and it was obviously very important to him, and don't you want to know what that is? Because I do, and I'm pretty sure I have an idea of how to figure it out. She takes Natalie into her office and starts flashing a light in her eye, telling her to picture the last time she saw Travis. And Natalie starts to. They were together in a hotel room doing a bunch of drugs, and Natalie overdosed. When that happened to her, she saw the crash site, but it was different. None of them made it. And there was something else out there. When she was brought back to life via Narcan, she told Travis, I felt it. We brought it back with us. Through doing this exercise, she tells Lottie that what Travis was referring to in the note was what she told him after coming to from the overdose. He was confirming the fact that they did bring it back with them, that darkness that was out there. And she feels like the darkness is still inside of them. Natalie then rests her head on Lottie's lap, and Lottie gets really uncomfortable. And when she looks to her left, she notices that the shadow is bearing some antlers, and she gets terrified. In episode 6, Shauna went into labor, and this might come as a surprise, but it didn't go all that great. Surprisingly, girls in the middle of the woods with no medicine and no proper tools had a little bit of trouble delivering a baby, especially Misty. She thought she'd be built for this kind of thing, but when she got a look down there, she kind of clammed up. And I can't criticize. Same thing happened to me when my son was born. It's a war zone down there. But without the proper tools and medicine, the best thing that they decided to do was do some of Lottie's weird ritualistic things. Travis grabs an animal skull off the wall. He cuts his hand, squeezing blood on it. Other girls place offerings down on the skull as well. And at the end of it, Lottie patches up Travis and tells him the wilderness recognizes your sacrifice. But all this was in an attempt to make sure that the baby is delivered safely. The problem is all those sacrifices apparently weren't good enough because Shauna is losing a lot of blood and she's also losing a lot of color out of her face. Misty's really the only one that is kind of trained for this situation, so Lottie has to go and convince her to give it one last go. And as she's trying to deliver the child, Shauna passes out. In her passed out state, she has a very vivid dream where she wakes up and everybody's happy and there's a healthy baby boy waiting for her. Issues do arise later as the baby won't latch on when Shauna tries to breastfeed. And Shauna gets really concerned with that because the baby does need to feed. She also gets really upset when she woke up in the middle of the night and Lottie was the one that was feeding the baby, saying, "You weren't producing milk and we need to feed." Shauna yells at Lottie, "What did you just say?" But this time Lottie says, "I said he needs to feed." Either way, it's an uncomfortable scene for a newborn mother that another woman is breastfeeding her child and Shauna takes the baby back. Eventually, Shauna is able to get the baby to latch, but later that night, she wakes up and the baby's gone. And when she goes into the living room, her teammates are, well, let's just say they were hungry, and they look like a pack of wolves. I mean, demonic-like state. That is when Shauna snaps out of it, waking up from this fever dream to learn that none of it actually happened. And sadly, Shauna lost the baby. She's beside herself because she felt everything. It all felt so real. And she has real trouble accepting the fact that the baby is just not alive. She screams at all the girls, "You can't hear him crying? I can hear him crying. You can't hear him crying?" But no, none of them can hear him crying. Now, modern day Shauna, she's also going through it. After what the cops found about the fake affair, they called her up and they told her that they wanted to speak to her and Callie down at the precinct ASAP. When Jeff finds out that Callie's involved in this, he gets really upset because this is what he was worried about, roping their daughter into their mess. Shauna shoots back that she didn't drag Callie into this. Callie was the one that decided to act up and date a cop, and it would have been better for them had she just slept with him because then everything would be admissible. Either way, though, they can continue to argue. It's not going to change the fact that they do need to head down to the precinct. As Shauna and Callie were heading to the precinct, Misty was checking herself in to Lottie's cult. She wasn't happy about the fact that she had to give up her cell phone, especially because the damn thing was blowing up from texts from Walter. But ultimately, she does hand it over because her mission is to get Natalie back. Before she runs into Natalie, though, she runs into Lottie, who was really, really surprised to see her. Lottie asks Misty what she's doing there, and Misty explains she's trying to get her friend back from what looks like a kidnapping turned into a brainwashing. And in the middle of Lottie explaining that this isn't a cult, she gets a pain in her head and then asks Misty to stay. Misty still hasn't found Natalie, so she agrees. And unlike Natalie, Misty buys into the stuff pretty quickly. And by that I mean putting on the purple outfits, getting into some drum circles. She integrates herself pretty easily to this group. Natalie, however, isn't going to the group. She's firing off guns at soup can targets, trying to make herself forget about what she did to Travis. Lisa tries to talk to her, but Natalie says, "You need to get away from me. I ruined people. I killed my best friend, and he was the only person who loved me. And this whole time I was saying it was Lottie, but it was my fault." Lisa tries to make Natalie feel better by saying, whatever happened to Travis, that was already inside of him. You didn't say anything to put it there. But Natalie says, well, whatever that was inside of him, it's also in me. I mean, we did so much messed up stuff out there, and maybe it was to survive, but I don't think we deserve to. Now, the reason why Lisa has to step in and not Lottie is because Lottie went off for another therapy session, even though she wasn't due for another 6 months. The reason she went off is because the visions continue, and they're getting stronger. She tells her therapist that whatever it is feels like it's pointing her to back then. The doctor brings up that this could just be a side effect of her psychosis, but Lottie says, no, I'm not worried that I'm ill. I'm worried that I never was ill. I mean, all these coincidences, Natalie shows up and now Misty, it's as if it's trying to show me that it was real. And that I wasn't the only one who felt it out there. It was all of us. It was a part of us. When the psychiatrist asks, what is it? Lottie yells, the power of that place and the God of that place. We did terrible things in its name. As Lottie is trying to get some answers from her therapist, back at her compound, Misty has finally gotten her hands on a phone, and she finally gets in touch with Thaisa. Thaisa is still with Van. Seems like she's kind of driving her nuts a little bit. But when the two find out about Lottie's compound, they hop in the car and they make their way upstate to go see exactly what Misty's talking about. On the way over, they get into the fact they're both surprised Lottie is back and she's the founder of a cult. They also get into their relationships, mainly what Van's up to and how she's kind of just doing casual encounters at the moment. But at no point is the conversation all that comfortable, and it definitely feels like two people that used to date and are no longer doing such. Thaisa does end up calling Shauna's phone to let her know about what's going on, and Jeff answers. He was outside in the car waiting for Shauna and Callie to wrap up their interviews. They go in for the interview process, and Shauna sits down with a very cocky and arrogant Matt, who thinks that he's just true detective this whole case. At first, Shauna tries to play tough with Matt, but for whatever reason in the interview process, she kind of breaks down a little bit. And she admits to having the affair with Adam because at the time it just made her feel good. But she never admits to killing him. She does beg Matt to leave Callie out of it, but all Matt does is continue to question her on Adam Martin. Now, in the other interrogation room, it goes way differently. Callie remembered what her mom said about sleeping with Matt, how that would have been better. So she puts on the waterworks and exploits that, telling Kevin that she was a virgin. And Matt took advantage of her to get the information on her mom. This is something that Kevin doesn't believe. I mean, Matt has some weird tactics, but even that would be crossing the line. And Callie looks at him and says, well, I guess we'll let a jury decide. It's going to be interesting when they ask me to describe his weird balls. A short while later, both interviews end. Shauna ends first, and she heads in the car with Jeff. And Jeff tells her what Thaisa said about Lottie, her compound, and the fact that her and Van were headed up there because Misty and Natalie are already there. He then asks Shauna about the interrogation, and she comes clean that she admitted to the cops she had an affair with Adam. And Jeff gets upset at that. But he gets even more uncomfortable when he sees that she's driving around with a gun in her glove compartment. He finally yells at her, you're not all right. Maybe you do need to go up to this compound that Lottie's hosting. All your friends are going to be there. It could do you some good. The car door then opens and Callie comes in. She's really proud of herself for what she did, but she can tell that the mood in the car is tense. She gets concerned and says, are we going to jail? And Shauna says, of course not. But Jeff cuts in and says, well, if your mom has any sense, she's going to go away for a little bit on a little road trip. So now you've got Misty and Natalie already there, Van and Thaisa heading there, as well as Shauna. Meanwhile, at the compound, after Natalie has a really good conversation with Lisa, she comes into the common area and she sees Misty. Right away, she says, Misty, what are you doing here? And Misty says, well, you just didn't really seem like yourself, so I had to find out if you were okay. Surprisingly, Natalie doesn't tell Misty to leave. She just says, we're all like this, aren't we? A couple hours later, Shauna arrives. And right after Shauna, Van and Thaisa arrive. They give each other hugs, they get reacquainted, but Van is the most troubled at what she sees. And all she sees is Lottie staring off into the water. But Van is like in a frozen state. And even Lottie has some crazy eyes. But one thing that the women don't realize is this compound has a very interesting feature that you would only see from above, and Lottie's probably the only one that knows about it. Outside, the symbol that they had in the woods is carved into the ground. In episode 7, the girls are reeling from the loss of the baby, nobody more so than Shauna. She's got her dead child wrapped up in a blanket, and she's just kind of holding it. Problem, too, is the girls can't leave because there's a horrible snowstorm that has kept them inside. But once the snow does stop and they open the door, they can then go outside, which Taissa tells Shauna, it'll be good for you. She's able to finally bury her child, which is really emotional for her. As the girls go outside, Ben stays inside, and he's been seeing visions of his boyfriend from back home. But this particular vision is scary because his boyfriend gets a phone call, and when he answers it, he says he isn't ready while looking right at Ben. He then hangs up and he says, "We need to talk. Sit down." His boyfriend then says, "Ben, you have to go. I mean, you had to know that this wasn't meant to be your hiding place. You know what? It doesn't matter. What does matter is you're no longer welcome here." He screams, "Paul, what did I do?" And his boyfriend says, "You didn't do anything. It's just time." Paul then opens the front door to leave, and Ben goes after him. He yells, "Paul!" at the top of his lungs. But the only people that are there are Taissa and Van. So they ask him, "Coach, are you all right?" And he snaps out of it, realizing that Paul isn't there. And he says, yeah, I'm fine. One of the people that does not see Ben walk outside is Misty. She's with Mari and Akila, although she's kind of hanging back quite a bit. She's eavesdropping on their conversation. And Akila praises Misty for being so calm in that moment and trying to save the baby. But Mari, she's really never liked Misty, and she thinks that she's weird as hell. She also finds it amazing that Misty has yet to form a search party for her, quote, best friend, Crystal, which is making Mari think that maybe Misty had something to do with it. So as soon as everybody gets back, Misty puts on quite the acting performance, telling everybody that while everybody's still sad about the baby, they can't forget about Crystal. They need to go searching after her. A couple of people wonder if that's the trade-off they made, the baby and Crystal for the snow stopping. But Lottie says, no, that's not how it works. It doesn't trade and haggle. The wilderness hears us. It gave us what we wanted. Shauna lived. They all then get into a circle holding hands, and Lottie says, "We hear the wilderness and it hears us." Everybody repeating after Lottie. After this little ceremony, they then get ready to go out searching for Crystal. Right before Misty does leave, she overhears two of her teammates talking about how it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they found Crystal dead because they would have food. Now, neither of them want to say that. They're both hiding behind the whole, well, I mean, obviously we want Crystal to be found. But they're already thinking of eating her, although neither wants to say it. One person who will not be going to search for Crystal is Shauna. She's still reeling from the baby, and when Van takes off one of the sheets that they were using, revealing that blanket that Lottie had made for the baby that is covered in blood, all Shauna can think about is the vision she had of her teammates eating. So she grabs the blanket and throws it in the fire, hoping to burn the memory out. But most of the teammates, though, they go out looking for Crystal. The first place they head is to that hollowed-out tree. Lottie starts doing some weird Lottie stuff and then tells the groups to break off. She holds Taissa back and says, "You found Javi. Maybe you can find Crystal too?" Taissa, though, says, "I don't think so. That wasn't me. And ever since I've been doing your circles, I haven't been sleepwalking. And that other me that knew where Javi was, I think she's gone." Lottie, however, says she's not gone, Ty. And that's a good thing. And then she walks off to try to go find Crystal. Misty had gone off with Akila and Mari. And that's because she really wants to sell to them that she didn't kill Crystal. She puts on the waterworks. She puts on quite a show. Akila tells her that she can go back because she's clearly too emotional for this. But Mari definitely has her suspicions. Misty, however, does not go back. She goes to try to find the body of Crystal. She does feel horrible about what happened, and she doesn't want to let her friends eat her. But when she searches the snow, there's nothing. Crystal's body is gone. When she gets back up to the top of the hill, she's surprised because Ben's there, staring at the edge. Ben's decided that he can't live like this anymore, and he's ready to go over the edge. Misty jumps into action, begging him to stop, walk it back, but he's pretty set in his ways.
In a last-ditch effort, she tells Ben that once they get home, she's going to tell the world that he made the moves on her, that he initiated their relationship, that he initiated relationships with all the girls. But that isn't working either. And then, as one last-ditch try, she says, "I'll tell the whole world you're gay." Ben, though, looks over at her and says, "Tell him." Right before Ben is going to jump over the edge to his death, Misty cries her eyes out, apologizing, saying she tried to save the baby. And she can't deal with this. She can't have any more deaths on her hands. So she pleads with him to step back from that ledge. And he does. Everybody then heads back to the cabin for nightfall. And Misty is humming Lightning Crashes by Live. And for whatever reason, Shauna snaps, yelling at Misty, "Why are you singing that? Where did you hear that song?" Misty doesn't really know, and she says, "I think Crystal was singing it." But then all of a sudden, Shauna goes off and decks her. They try holding Shauna back. She ends up biting Van, and then Lottie gets in the way. She tells Shauna to let it out. Shauna punches Lottie, and Lottie turns to Travis and says, "Take Javi to the bedroom." She then looks right at Shauna and says, "Let it out. We need you, Shauna." And Shauna beats the crap out of Lottie. I mean, she beats her into a bloody pulp. It looks like Lottie is wearing a red mask at this point. Her face is bloody, bruised, but somehow she's still breathing. Now, present day, the girls have all convened up at this commune that Lottie has started. Lottie's excited to see her friends, but she's also ready to introduce them to treatment. Van, Thaisa, and Shauna, they're a little hesitant on it. But it's actually Natalie who convinces them to go through with it, saying how it really did make an impact on her. And they know that out of all of them, it would be Natalie who would be the most resistant to this kind of thing. So they all choose different methods of therapy. For Shauna, she has to take care of a goat, which she doesn't want to do because she feels like the entire day she's going to get attached to this thing and then she's going to be forced to kill it. She tells Lottie that she doesn't want to end up killing this thing, and Lottie says, "Well, you're not going to have to." But then she starts having a breakthrough. She tells Lottie that she's emotional because she kind of kept Callie at arm's length her entire life because she's worried that she's going to die. And this trauma dates back to losing her child in the woods. But Lottie's there for her. The good news is Shauna is getting something out of this therapy. As for Thaisa, she was tasked with painting a wall with a very tiny paintbrush. And she finds Lottie and says, "Yeah, I'm not really getting anything out of this. I came here because I'm sleepwalking again." Lottie tells Thaisa, that other you, she always had a deep connection to the wilderness. And she had wisdom, too. And I know that she wants to hurt your family, but maybe she doesn't. Maybe that other you just doesn't want to be suppressed. She's still with you, Ty. Ty then goes off and finds Van. Van didn't do any therapy. She just went to grab a bottle of booze from her truck. After a very brief conversation, the two start making out pretty furiously, but they stop themselves. Thaisa starts apologizing, saying, "I've thought about this, but it's just going to be a long road before we or I." And Van cuts her off and says, "Ty, I don't have time. I've got cancer, like the really bad kind of cancer. I've got weeks to live." Ty gets really mad that Van didn't reach out, but Van says, "What were you going to do? I mean, send me an edible arrangement? Were you going to message me on Facebook?" The reality is, Ty, we don't know each other. I wasn't going to burden you with that. Misty then interrupts the conversation and calls both of them in. Unlike Van, she did go through her therapy reluctantly. She was put into a sensory deprivation tank. Basically, you just kind of float there in the darkness, but she definitely got something out of it. She started imagining her life with Caligula, her pet bird. She asked Caligula, "When people look at me, do they just see someone desperate for love who's a murderer?" And this bird helps her realize that's not the case at all. As soon as she gets out of there, she immediately rushed off to go call Walter, apologizing for how she acted. She tells him she never should have pushed him away, and then she hangs up. It does seem like, though, she just recorded a voice message. She didn't actually talk to him. But when she ends up meeting up with the rest of her teammates, she's in a great mood. The one person who's missing is Lottie. Lottie went to go have a therapy session. Even though she was going like once every 6 months, this is becoming a very routine habit for her. She tells her therapist that all of her teammates being here, she feels something in her body that she hasn't felt in years. It's deep and it's primal. And the scary part is it feels great. The therapist tells her, "When does self-repression help us? You just told one of your friends the same thing.
I mean, maybe you're having this feeling because when you're with these women, you were your truest self. So why don't you embrace it again? And Lottie tells her therapist, we hurt each other. The therapist, however, asks her, is there anything of value in this life that doesn't come with risk? Lottie's kind of surprised and asks the therapist, are you saying what I think you're saying? But then all of a sudden, the therapist isn't the therapist. It's that person from the woods with the deer headdress on. And she asks Lottie, you tell me, does a hunt that has no violence feed anyone? Lottie is super freaked out, and when she snaps out of it, she realizes that she's been alone in that room the entire time. She wasn't talking to her therapist. She was talking to whatever it was they brought back from the wilderness. So when she finds her teammates, she tells them, I think it's best that you guys go. But they convince her to stay. They drink some booze throughout the night, they laugh, they dance, and then Shauna gets a phone call from Jeff. Jeff's a little freaked out because he tells Shauna, the police, they found the body of Adam. They found his remains. And that's big trouble. In episode 8, right after Jeff gets off the phone with Shauna, he gets a knock at the door. And it's the police. Kevin has come calling with a search warrant this time. After they found Adam's body, that was sufficient enough to go searching the home of their number one suspect, Shauna. Jeff tries to act like this is ridiculous, but it's pretty obvious that he is scared. He tells the police that Shauna's not there, she's at a retreat with her friends, but they think that has more to do with Jeff kicking her out of the house after he found out about the cheating and then also what she might have done, i.e. kill Adam Martin. So Kevin sits with Jeff as Matt searches the house. The first place he searches is Callie's room. She's filming him the whole time, mocking the fact that this will never hold up in court. After all, what's a jury going to say when she puts on the waterworks and says how he took advantage of her? And he's not worried about that because Kevin didn't believe it in the first place. He actually flips it on her and says, well, when a jury finds out what a liar your mother is, they'll find out that the psychopath man-eating apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And that hurts Callie quite a bit. But after searching the house and finding virtually nothing, they sit down with Jeff and they start showing him the photos of Adam's torn up body. It's pretty gruesome. There's no head, there's no hands, there's no feet. And whoever did this was surgical about it. I mean, they really knew what they were doing. So much so that they actually destroyed his tattoos on his body. It looks like it was done by a cheese grater. The only reason they know it was Adam is because he donated bone marrow years ago. And through that bone marrow, they were able to identify him. They think it could be Shauna because, after all, she does have experience from, the whole woods thing. Jeff, though, gets so freaked out, he finally stands up and says, we're done. You know what? Next time I talk to you guys, I'm going to need a lawyer. Right before Kevin leaves, though, he does tell Jeff, it doesn't have to be like this. There's still time for you and Callie to get out. You don't have to protect Shauna. But Jeff doesn't say a word, and the police leave. Although that night, neither Callie or Jeff can sleep, and they kind of sit down and have a tiny heart-to-heart. Callie's really concerned about what Matt said, the fact that she's not far off from her mother. And that's when Jeff reveals to Callie about what difficulties Shauna went through out in the woods, like losing a baby. Before this, Callie had no idea that she would have been a little sister to a big brother. Callie is visibly upset about it, and Jeff tells her, that's not your issue. That's me and your mother's. Now, this whole time, Shauna was trying to get back to them, but she was stopped by her friends, mainly Van. She told all the girls that the body of Adam Martin was found, and only a few of them know how important that little detail is, like Misty, Ty, and Natalie. For Van and Lottie, they don't quite get why it's a big deal. But it doesn't take many questions for Van to figure out that they had something to do with that guy dying. So when Shauna tries to leave, Van grabs the keys and chucks them. Because they can't leave, they start questioning Shauna on a few of the details. Mainly, why is Jeff the one that's calling? And it forces Shauna to admit that Jeff knows everything, which the girls get pissed at because they kind of had a pact to stay quiet, keep it amongst themselves. But Lottie doesn't want to have these conversations out in the open, so she drags everybody to the sharing shack. And they all have to come out with their truths. Shauna tells the group everything that's going on with the Adam Martin situation. Misty is forced to open up about what happened with Jessica Roberts. And Natalie thinks they're making real progress talking about the issues. And maybe if they open up more about what they dealt with in the woods, it'll help. But Lottie says, no, we're not going to deal with anything talking about it. Something guided you all here. Now, whatever it is we brought back, I tried to bargain with it. I tried to will it away, but it's too powerful. And now we have to give it what it wants. She goes over to the bar and she starts filling up shot glasses. But the shot glasses aren't full of alcohol. One of them is filled with a euthanizer. They use it to euthanize animals. Because Lottie feels like what this darkness has always wanted was one of them to make the ultimate sacrifice and give themselves up. Right away, none of them want to do this. This sounds nuts. But Lottie goes around the room and says, well, Thaisa, you almost killed your wife. Shauna, at this rate, you're going to lose your family. Misty, you already did kill someone. Natalie actually tried to kill herself. And then Van. Van, you used to be so full of life, and now it's like something is broken in you. Van tells Lottie, why don't you drink it? And Lottie shoots back, you know that's not how it works. It will choose one of us, and we won't know until we all drink it. This helped us survive before, and it will help us survive now. We just have to give it what it wants. As all the girls are deciding whether or not to take their Kool-Aid, word has gotten out about Adam Martin, and it's got to the Citizen Detectives group. Many on the page are reveling the fact that it was Shauna who's the lead suspect. They're joking about the fact that she was a cannibal. At least that's the rumor. One person who isn't laughing, though, is Walter. He jumps into action. Emailing the police department, I have some interesting information on your investigation, and then going in the closet, grabbing a purple coat, and heading out. Now, if there were police back in the woods years ago, Shauna would have been arrested for assault because she did a number on Lottie. So much so that they don't know if Lottie's going to make it. She's definitely got internal bleeding, and Misty's doing her best to keep her alive. Misty's so on edge that she actually snaps at Mari for the first time. Mari's always been rude to her, but when Mari makes a crass comment about the smell, Misty just loses her crap, yelling at her and saying that she's always been a little rat. And Mari puts on a tough exterior, but she's also going through it. As she's going downstairs, she drops the bowl and starts crying. Mari, though, isn't the only one. A few of them are going stir-crazy. We know about Thaisa's thing. Even though she's been doing better with sleepwalking, she's seeing visions of her other self. But no one knew about Akila until Thaisa saw Akila talking to something in her hand. And Akila had found a pet mouse a while back in the shed, and she decided to keep it as a friend. But that pet mouse wasn't alive. She just thought it was. It's Thaisa who has to walk over and say, Akila, you're petting something that's clearly dead. And it was at one point a mouse, but rigor mortis set in. And it's pretty horrifying to Akila. But maybe these visions are brought up on the fact that they're starving. They're resorting to eating belt soup. That's right, leather belts. Because of this, some of them have the impure thought that Lottie dying wouldn't be the worst thing. It's one last mouth to feed. One of these people is Natalie, who tells Ben, and Ben says, yeah, it probably wouldn't be the worst thing if she was put out of her misery. Natalie would also like Lottie to go because she's noticed a change with her teammates. They're all enamored with Lottie. It's like she has this power amongst them. Natalie's really the only one at this point that doesn't buy it. She says even Javi buys it. While Javi doesn't speak, she saw him bowing at a symbol tree. That's what they're calling those trees that are marked with the symbol. Ben gets interested on what tree Javi would be bowing to, so he looks through Javi's sketch pad and finds an interesting item. It looks like a tree's roots. He then starts looking in the map that he created, and he starts searching for this tree. And after a while, he does find it. I mean, it is a cave right out of The Hobbit. It's a hollowed out tree that underground would keep somebody warm. And there are bones of some kind of animal, so it explains what Javi was up to while he was out in the wilderness missing. But as Ben was making this discovery, another girl was seeing visions, and this time it is Mari. She sees blood pouring out of one of the walls. But when she starts freaking out, the girls snap her out of it, and it's nothing. So the girls are hungry. Most of them are seeing things, and they've got Lottie to deal with. And Lottie knows that her predicament is a tough one to overcome. Because of this, she tells Misty, if I die, don't waste my body, a.k.a. eat me. Misty goes downstairs and relays the message to the group, and they're not ready to let Lottie go. In fact, they think it's imperative that they keep Lottie alive because they feel like the only reason they are alive is because of Lottie. They also know, though, that the wilderness probably wants a sacrifice. So they all agree that they need food and they need to keep Lottie alive and they need a sacrifice. They feel like it's only fair that they do this thing randomly, let the wilderness decide. Van shows everybody a card. It's the Queen of Hearts with her eyes sketched out, and then she starts shuffling the deck. One by one, they go around the room until the wilderness decides that it's Natalie who will be the sacrifice, the one person who doesn't really believe. Shauna is tasked with cutting Natalie's throat, and some of them have these really crazy looks in their eyes as they're waiting for Shauna to do it. Shauna, though, is sketched out by it. It's tough for her to cut one of her teammates' throats as she's looking her in the eye. But Travis doesn't want to allow this to happen. He knocks Shauna over and tells Natalie to get the hell out of there and run. Some of the girls grab Travis and keep him at knife point, while others go running after Natalie into the woods. And it's a pretty crazy sight. You've got Van, you've got Misty, you've got Shauna, you've got Thaisa, Mari, Akila, a few others, and they're literally hunting their friend. The only person in the woods that is a friendly is Javi, who's the first one to reach Natalie and says, "Come here, I got a place that you can hide out. The others don't know about it." And of course, he's talking about that tree cave. They start running towards it as the group is trying to catch up, but Javi ends up falling through the ice. Natalie doesn't think about herself. She thinks about trying to save Javi. But when the rest of them catch up to Natalie, they don't kill her. They just instead pull Natalie away from saving Javi because they feel like the wilderness has spoken and Javi will end up being the sacrifice. So they all, some mortified, some not, just sit back and watch Javi drown. They then quickly pull up his body, and now they have their sacrifice, but they also have food. And in the season finale, the girls return back with Javi's body, and the only thing that Natalie can muster to Travis is the wilderness chose. Natalie's pretty broken up about this, and as you can imagine, so is Travis. He finally got his brother back, only for his brother to die. Natalie tries to explain to him what happened, but he just doesn't want to hear it. And the rest of the girls, they're just focused on the fact that they now have food. Shauna is going to prepare Javi's body, and while she's doing that, Misty goes to check on Lottie, and Lottie asks, "Why was Travis screaming?" And Misty explains that they kill Javi in order to eat him to stay alive. Misty goes through exactly how they chose, what happened with Natalie, and how Javi ended up dying, so they just accepted it. And that's not what Lottie wanted at all. She gets really upset when Misty explains that they killed Javi to keep her alive. They didn't want their leader to die. Lottie looks at Misty and says, "How could you let this happen?" And Misty says, "How could I let it happen? Lottie, you started this. It's done, and it's going to save all of our lives." Misty then heads back downstairs and lies to the girls, telling them that Lottie is pleased with the wilderness's choice. And the fact that Lottie has given her blessing, or at least the girls think that she has, turns a lot of frowns upside down. Now, this whole time, Ben has been missing. He was at the location of where Javi was camped out. And when he returns, he sees that Shauna is chopping up meat, and it doesn't take him too long to figure out that it's Javi. The first person he actually talks to, though, is Natalie, and he excitedly tells her about Javi's hideout, saying, "We could go there. We could spend the rest of the winter there. We would survive. Because me and you, we're not built like them. They're off their rocker." But Natalie doesn't take him up on the offer and says, "No, coach, actually I'm worse. Because it was supposed to be me, and I just let him die." She then looks him dead in the eye and says, "You're a good person, coach. You really don't belong in this place." Later that day, when no one's looking, Ben steals a lot of supplies, including rope, matches, and he heads to that cave by himself. While Natalie was talking to Ben inside the cabin, Travis is really upset, and he tells Van, "You should be ashamed of yourself." But Van is actually seemingly happy about this. She says, "I'm not ashamed of myself because I'm surviving, and I don't think any of us should be ashamed of surviving." She then tries to convince Travis on why he should eat Javi, and how eating Javi would actually honor his life, because Javi gave his life to keep his brother alive, and to waste that, well, that would just be disrespectful. So later that night, when Shauna comes in with some of the meat from Javi, she hands over his heart to Travis. And none of the girls know what Travis is about to do, but he surprises all of them by taking a bite out of it. He then throws it in a hot skillet, and they all pour some of the meat into that skillet to cook it. They all start eating it once it's done, and Misty takes some up to Lottie. But Lottie doesn't want to eat it. And Misty tries to convince her to take it, saying that she needs her strength. Lottie just shakes her head and tells Misty, I thought that it wanted what was best for us, but now I'm not so sure. Misty doesn't want to hear that, though. She says, "And? Your team needs you right now. Eat." And it's not a request. So Lottie eats. Once everybody's done, they just decide to start telling stories. And Van starts telling a story that seems like it's made up, but in reality, it's the origin of the cabin. And in the middle of it, Lottie interjects and says, I never wanted to be in charge, but I felt like it chose me because I knew how to listen. But now I don't hear it anymore. And I think it's because I've taught you all to listen to it. So I think you need a new leader. Now, none of them want to accept the fact that Lottie is stepping down, but she doesn't give them a choice. And she elects Natalie to be the new leader, saying that it's obvious. The wilderness saved Natalie and saved her for this reason. Lottie then walks over to Natalie and kisses her hand like a subject would to a queen. And then one by one, they all start following suit. But outside, Ben had actually returned. He wanted some more supplies. And he's horrified by what he's looking at. He's looking at these girls going through a ritual after eating one of their friends. It's clear to Ben that these people in the cabin are evil at this point. They're too far gone. They're beyond being saved. So maybe he's the reason why the cabin lit on fire that night. But that night, Shauna wakes up to the smell of smoke and tells everybody that they got to get the hell out of there. The doors are locked, though, so it takes a little bit of effort to actually free themselves. But once they do, one by one, they pile out of the cabin, saving what they can, and then they just have to watch it burn. And Ben is nowhere to be found. Now, present day, nobody's real keen on drinking Lottie's poison shots. They start going back and forth with Lottie, arguing with her, until Shauna steps up and says, I actually agree with Lottie. She's right. If we want to get rid of this, we have to do things the way we used to. But that doesn't mean taking shots. We should give it a hunt. Most of the girls at this point think that Shauna has joined Lottie by being crazy. And it certainly doesn't help the fact that Lottie goes over, gives Shauna a big hug while just repeating, yes, thank you. Because Lottie finally has somebody on her side, while the rest of the room is just shocked that Shauna has joined that side. Shauna, though, gives all the girls a look like, hey, I'm just telling Lottie what she wants to hear. So one by one, they start agreeing that this is a good idea, knowing that they're not actually going to go through with it. It's just getting Lottie off of the poison shots. Shauna turns to Lottie and tells her that they need to make sure none of the people at the commune are awake for this. They need the woods. And Lottie says, yeah, no problem, and starts going through the commune to make sure everyone's going to be asleep. Once Lottie leaves, Shauna tells the group, okay, I just bought us some time, but we got to figure out what to do with her. Most of them want to just admit her. With her previous history, it wouldn't be that hard. But Natalie says, yeah, she just wanted us to drink poison shots. I don't think simply admitting her is going to get it done. She says, yeah, we all went through it out there, but we got over it. She didn't. I mean, she's over here thinking that it's talking to her. Did we all forget where that leads? So it's kind of split. The plan is to admit Natalie, but it's also to prepare in a weird way for a hunt. So the girls kind of all split up. The first place that Natalie goes is to meet with Lisa and tell her, you got to get out of here. But she can't give her any details, and that piques Lisa's interest. Misty, meanwhile, went to go get her cell phone. Although she heard somebody coming, she hid. Her cell phone started buzzing, and it turns out that the person that was in the room was Walter. He showed up to help out. He's got a whole plan laid out on how to get this situation under control, and Misty goes along with it. His plan is going to include some other surprising visitors to the commune, Kevin and Matt. They were tailing Jeff and Callie, who have also shown up and they're running around somewhere. But they couldn't figure out where Shauna was, so they decided to tail those two, thinking that maybe they would lead them to Shauna's location. So you've got Kevin and Matt looking for Shauna, but also Jeff and Callie. And when Jeff and Callie look into a window and see Kevin there, they're pretty surprised, and they got to figure out what to do. So Jeff walks in, interrupting a conversation with Kevin and Walter. His improvised plan is to admit that he was the one who killed Adam Martin. But before Kevin can actually arrest him, Kevin collapses. That's because Walter drugged Kevin. Jeff's a little freaked out, but Walter comes out of the shadows, introduces himself very calmly, and then demands that Jeff help him get this body out of there before they're caught. They take Kevin's body and throw it into the trunk, and then they end up calling Matt, who at this point has located Callie. But they freak Matt out because Walter, while talking with Kevin, had been secretly recording him. So he just starts replaying Kevin's voice into the phone, and it gets Matt pretty concerned. When this happens, he completely bails on Callie and starts searching for Kevin. He eventually locates the trunk where Kevin's body is, and when he opens it up, Walter sneaks up, grabs Matt's gun, and shoots Kevin. He then explains to him that he's giving him an out on this. Because what Walter's been able to do is set it up like Kevin was the bad guy all along. He's got bank records indicating that it was Kevin who killed Adam Martin. And not only that, but he also killed Jessica Roberts. Now, the option that Walter is giving Matt is to be the hero. Make it look like he uncovered all of this. If he doesn't want to do it, Walter can also point the smoking gun to Matt's direction. They then both hear sirens because Walter took the liberty of alerting the local police that there was a matter at the commune. So Matt doesn't have a lot of time to figure out what he wants to do. Now, while all of that madness was going on, the girls were going through the ceremony. You had some of them waiting for a hospital psych team to show up and take Lottie away. That psych team, though, wasn't going to show up. That's because Van convinced Thaisa to call them off. She played to the fact that Thaisa is also going through something, and if Lottie should be admitted, then so should Thaisa. Van just didn't believe that admitting Lottie would actually do her any good whatsoever. So you've got somebody like Shauna trying to delay this as long as possible, not realizing that the cavalry is not arriving. And after a while, Lottie and also Van get a little restless, and they want to get through the whole ceremony of choosing the card and figuring out who has the queen. One by one, they go around until finally it is Shauna who pulls the queen out. The rest of them, seeing that Shauna is the one who's drawn the card, casually go over, grab the masks that were made earlier in the day, and put them on. And then they ask Shauna, do you want to submit or do you want to run? Now, Shauna can't believe they're actually going to do this. She thinks they're all nuts. But nobody says anything. They kind of just let Lottie do most of the talking. And when Shauna tries to walk away, Lottie takes that as Shauna's running. So she runs after her. She doesn't catch her, though. She ends up getting shot by Callie, who used the gun that was stashed in the minivan's glove box. Callie comes out of the woods to save her mother, and it's a bullet to the shoulder, so it's one that Lottie will survive. But Lottie's not even mad. She's just more blown away that she's meeting Callie for the first time. In fact, all the girls are pretty taken aback by this. When they all take off their masks, Lottie shushes all of them and says, "It's here. It's with us right now." Shauna yells, "Misty, where is this psych team?" And that's when Van and Thaisa come clean that the psych team ain't coming. Van starts pointing out that she feels like Lottie is screwed up because of what they did in the woods. It's their fault, and they can't abandon her. That's when out of nowhere, Lisa shows up holding a shotgun, demanding some answers. She's looking at her hero in Lottie, who is in a complete whacked out state. Natalie tries to get Lisa to put the gun down, and Misty, who is looking at her friend with a gun pointed at her, wants to try to jump into action and save her life. Misty has a syringe with a poison in it that will absolutely kill Lisa the moment she injects it. But when she goes to make a beeline for Lisa's neck, it's Natalie who steps in the way and takes it. As Natalie is slipping away, she finds herself in a completely empty plane. She doesn't think she should be there, and it's her younger self who says, "Well, this is exactly where you belong. We've been here for years. Then young Javi tells her that there's nothing to be afraid of. In the real world, though, she is dying, and Misty is really upset about it. But the wilderness is clearly chosen again. When the cops show up, they take out Natalie's body, and to the general public, it looks like it was a drug overdose. Lottie is also taken away. She's admitted to a psych ward, and Van and Thaisa both tell her that they will visit her to make sure she's doing better. Matt ends up taking Walter up on his offer of exposing Kevin as the killer for both Adam Martin and Jessica Roberts, and then he goes over to Misty and excitedly tells her, I took care of it. But Misty is so upset because, as she tells Walter, I just killed my best friend. And Walter has to console her. Shauna is also pretty upset about the fact that Natalie died, but they're all huddled around when they hear Lottie say, it is pleased with us. And that is the end of Season 2 of Yellowjackets. Thank you so much for getting this part of the recap. Please consider subscribing to the channel. Hit thumbs up if you liked it. Smash that thumbs down button if you thought it sucked. Be nice in the comment section. If I mess something up, okay, fine. Mistakes happen. Get over it. Just hit thumbs down. Move on. I have merch. I have t-shirts. I have a Patreon. I have a bunch of ways you can help me out and give me money. But, hey, you watch this, and that's enough for me.
Now, Season 3 picks up about 1 month after the events of Season 2. Lottie has been put in a mental institution, and they're getting ready for the memorial service for Natalie. Some things have changed, for the better, like Van's around more. As for Thaisa, she's become the first state senator to impeach herself before she even took office. Not much has changed with Shauna, and Misty's still Misty. The day of the service, Shauna does go talk to Callie. She tries to, at least, but Callie kind of shuts her down. The relationship's been a little bit contentious after, what happened. Callie, however, goes to school, and Shauna heads off to the memorial service, where it really is just Shauna, Thaisa, Van. Jeff shows up, and then a few other people. Natalie's mom makes a very horrible speech, and then afterwards, the girls go out to the bar to toast their fallen friend. At first, it starts out with the fact that Natalie's no longer with them, and then they start talking about what people would say at their funerals. And then finally they notice, where is Misty? Shauna thinks that it's nothing to worry about, that Misty probably decided to skip the funeral on her own, but then Shauna gets a really weird feeling, like she's being watched in the bar. She brushes it off and then goes back to joking around with her friends. And Misty did, in fact, skip the funeral. For the past month, she'd been beating herself up over taking her friend's life. Obviously, she didn't mean to, but she's been shouldering all of the blame, staying to herself. Walter's been there to support her the entire time, and the day of the funeral, he decides to give her a little pick-me-up by placing a key on the dresser as he leaves, knowing full well that Misty's going to ask, hey, what is that? And Walter goes on to say that he did some digging and he found out that Natalie had a storage unit not too far away, and that's the key. He offers to go clean it out, knowing full well that Misty will say, no, I'll do it, and sure enough, it gets her out of the house. She heads on over to the storage unit, and she doesn't really find anything of value, but the one thing she does find is Natalie's old leather jacket, and she decides to put it on and wear it. Just like her friends, she decides to go grieve at the bar. But unlike her friends, she causes a scene. She gets kicked out of the bar, she's walking home, and that's when Walter pulls up, because Misty forgot her phone at the bar. And while she's yelling at Walter, my friends will come. I don't need you right now. He has to give her a cold dose of reality that her friends were called, and they didn't pick up. The bartender just went down the list until he found Walter, and Walter was the first one to answer. Missy feels incredibly alone at this moment, and she breaks down sobbing in Walter's arms. Thaisa and Van also headed out that night after the bar. It took a lot of convincing from Thaisa to get Van to go out with her, but she decided to. The relationship with Thaisa and her ex hasn't been great, and now she's got this old flame who's back in her life. Even though Van is dying, she wants as much time with her as she can. So they go to a fancy restaurant, but in the middle of the service, they decide, we're just going to dine and dash. And they do that. They're chased by the waiter who wants them to pay up, but, they're too fast. They're soccer players. And they escape. And they start kissing in the alley. They go home. They do the thing. But what they're unaware of is the fact that that waiter ended up having a heart attack. So this little innocent dine and dash skit ended up costing this guy his life. And then finally over with Shauna, after she got home from the bar, She raided Callie's weed stash, and then she got a phone call from Callie's school telling her that Callie had been suspended. Because Callie was near her locker when she overheard some girls talking about her mom and the rest of the Yellowjackets probably eating people in the woods, and she decided, you know what, now I'm going to show them a taste of their own medicine. Somehow she was able to order intestines from like a food delivery service, which, by the way, was delivered by Randy, and she walked up to the girls and she dumped all the intestines on them in lunch. When Jeff and Shauna get to talking about it, Shauna doesn't think it's a big deal, but Jeff definitely thinks it's tied in with what happened a month ago at Lottie's commune. Shauna thinks it's really nothing more than just a teenage girl being a teenage girl, but Jeff reminds her, I'm a blackmailer. You're a murderer. A month ago, she watched your friends chase you in the woods trying to kill you, and then she shot somebody. This isn't normal. Once Callie gets home that night and she's doing her homework with Shauna decides to broach the topic a little bit. She's relieved to find out that Callie wasn't acting out. She's not a troubled soul. She was just defending her mom. And Callie even had the video to prove it. And Shauna cracks up watching Callie walk up to these girls and just dump a bunch of guts on them. Later that night, though, while everybody is in bed, Callie's in the kitchen making herself some food. And then she hears the screen door open, and she gets curious. She goes outside, and there's a package delivered to Shauna with the symbol from the woods on the corner. Curiosity gets the best of her. She opens it up, and it's a videotape. Before she can even dive into the videotape, though, Jeff ends up startling her and telling her, hey, just because you're suspended doesn't mean you're on vacation. Get to bed. Now for the flashback, it's the summertime. The cabin is long gone, but the group has done a really good job of making themselves a community. They've got shelter built up. Game is running through the forest, and they're able to hunt and no longer have to resort to eating themselves, which is good. But there is contention brewing, mainly between Shauna and Mari. The girls decide to have a game of capture the flag. The losing group will serve as the servants for the winning group. They're going to have a summer solstice festival, so the stakes are kind of high. But when Mari's group wins, she starts rubbing it in Shauna's face, and Shauna does not take kindly to that. Her entire mood is just bad. So much so that when Natalie asks her, hey, are you going to go to Van's little speech? She worked really hard in it. Shauna says, no, I'm not. And instead, while everybody else is listening to Van tell stories about the Yellowjackets and how they survived and how they were tough and resilient, Shauna's sitting in her makeshift teepee, writing in a journal about how these people are horrible, about how they're glamorizing what actually took place out there. She writes down that the truth is, after what they've done, they can never go home again. After Van's little speech, they do have to get ready for that night's ceremony, which means that Shauna and her losing team are going to have to cook and prepare the dinner, which Shauna's not happy about. She does so with Melissa, another girl that was on her team that doesn't really say much at all, but she does speak up when Mari starts to kind of poke fun at the fact that they get to kick back and chill while Shauna and her group have to prepare dinner. It's the first time that Shauna has actually seen a personality from Melissa. Melissa, though, does one better, coming to Shauna's defense. When Akila comes over with a crown that Lottie had made for Shauna for that night's ceremony, and Shauna brushes it aside saying, get off me, Melissa walks over and stomps on it, acting like it was a mistake, but it clearly wasn't. The tension, though, is building. The leadership group, though, which really is Natalie, she's kind of the den mom of everybody, gets together with Jen, Taissa, and Van. They start talking about how hunting's been. But eventually the conversation turns to Coach. Whether or not any of the girls that have been out there have seen any signs of him. And Natalie quickly says, guys, there's no way he survived out there. Stop. Stop looking. He's dead. The group ends their little meeting, but as they're walking out, Taissa grabs Natalie and says, hey, you got to do something about this Mari-Shauna situation. It's boiling up. And Natalie kind of just says, yeah, look, it's going to happen. I mean, we're a bunch of girls. There's going to be infighting and bickering. It's no big deal. But Taissa thinks it is a big deal. Now, while that was going on, you had Lottie and Travis go out in the woods, and Lottie gave Travis some mushrooms, so he was tripping balls. Suddenly, though, his good trip turns to a bad trip. He walks up to a tree. He touches it, and then he starts clutching his ears, saying, you don't hear that? You don't hear that screaming? But Lottie doesn't hear it. To which he turns to her and says, okay, you will.
What Travis heard is a distant memory when they get back to camp that night and they go through the summer solstice festival. They all get together at the big table. They're all eating. Half of the group is being served by the losing half. And Shauna, for whatever reason, is paired up to serve Mari. And she decides to spit in her food, which Mari takes big exception to. It starts a physical altercation between the two where they have to be separated. And finally, Natalie sees what Taissa was talking about and says, all right, fine. If you want me to be camp counselor, I will. Both you guys grounded. You're in your teepees for a week. I don't want to see you guys. Mari gets so pissed off at this because she feels like she did nothing wrong that she walks off in the woods. Shauna, however, stays for the final ceremony of that night, which is Lottie telling a prayer for those that have fallen. And mainly 3 people. Javi, Jackie, and Shauna's baby. And when they get to Shauna's baby, that's when Shauna can't take it anymore and she walks off. Suddenly, though, everybody starts hearing screaming coming from the woods. It's loud, it's terrifying. It's unlike anything they've ever heard before. And that's when Lottie turns to Travis and says, is that what you heard? And yeah, that is what he heard. But there's somebody else out in the woods. Even though Natalie said, guys, there's no way Coach survived, he did survive. He's been on his own since he left. But he did get a stroke of luck. As he was walking through the woods, he found a shelter that housed a bunch of survival items. That included a ton of food. So once he cleared it out, he decided to cover it, hoping that maybe he could catch something. But Coach is very much alive. In episode 2, when Shauna wakes up the next morning, she goes to the gravesite that they made for Javi, Jackie, and her baby, and it seems like she digs up either her baby or what they put in place of the baby. And she takes the baby to a gravesite that she has prepared. All the while, she's remembering what it was like when the baby was born, and she had to give it up because the baby was not alive. When she gets back to the main camp, Natalie asks her, hey, we still haven't found Mari. Do you know where she is? The group's kind of concerned that Mari's disappearance has to do with what they heard the previous night, those primal screams. Natalie wants Shauna to come with her to look for Mari, but Shauna says, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to look for Mari. That's going to leave Natalie and Misty to go look for Mari, while Taissa and Van also go in another direction looking for Mari as well. Now, what happened to Mari? Well, she fell into Coach Ben's trap. In doing so, she dislocated her kneecap, and she was pretty freaked out. She screamed for help, but when she saw that it was Coach Ben who set the trap, she really screamed, because she was still under the assumption that Coach Ben had lit the cabin on fire. She tells him, if you're going to kill me, can you please make it quick? He goes, are you serious? No, pull it together. And that's when he gives her instructions on how to pop her knee back into place. He also helps her out of that ditch, but as soon as she's out, he ties her up, explaining that he went away because he didn't want to be anywhere near them after what they did to Jackie and Javi. He's under the assumption that if she goes back and says, oh, I saw Coach Ben, he'll be next. He doesn't want to end up on that week's dinner plate. So until he can figure out exactly what he's going to do with her, she's basically his prisoner, and he escorts her to the cave that he's been staying in. Once they're there, she tries to tell him that that part of them is done. They've got a really good system with hunting. Akila is raising ducks. And she knows that her friends will come looking for her, and when they do, she's going to tell them that he set a trap for her in the middle of the woods. She asks him, do you want that? But he just hands her hot chocolate that he got from that ration. He walks off to the corner of the cave. She starts drinking it, but then she overhears Coach Ben talking to himself. He's talking like he's having a conversation with somebody else, but it's a sign he's clearly losing it. Now, as that is happening, you've got Misty and Natalie walking through the woods looking for any sign of Mari, and Misty is annoying the crap out of Natalie. But then Natalie sees a trap that Coach Ben had laid. She recognizes it, turns to Misty, and tries to distract her from it, but it doesn't work. Misty sees it and gets really excited. Natalie dismisses the trap and then tells Misty, hey, why don't we go this way? Which is a red flag to Misty, so when they get back to the camp, Misty pulls Shauna aside and says, hey, I think Natalie knows where Coach Ben is. Shauna's ears perk up at this, and she says, did you tell anybody else this? And Misty says, no. To which Shauna says, good, don't. Keep it to yourself. Meanwhile, the other group on patrol, Van and Taissa, they were complaining about Natalie and how she's been governing things. Mainly Taisha's been complaining. She thinks she can do a better job. But as her and Van are discussing it,
they hear a primal scream coming from the woods and they recognize it as Travis. Travis had gone out with Lottie at Lottie's behest to trip on some more shrooms and see if he can get in touch with whatever it is in the woods, and it seems to work, but it's torturing him. When they arrive, Travis is just telling Lottie, they're coming, I don't want to see them. Travis starts freaking out, saying it's trying to get inside me, while Lottie says, no, it doesn't want to hurt you, until finally Travis snaps and starts choking Lottie, to which Van and Aisha have to separate the two. Lottie, though, gets mad at this. She feels like she was never in danger. She wants Travis to tap into whatever's in the forest. But it's clear to everybody there except Lottie that this tactic is having a very, very negative toll on Travis. When he gets back to the camp, he is visibly upset. Aquila comes over and gives him a duck. It's like a therapy duck before those were a thing. And he seems to appreciate it. And after a few minutes, Lottie comes over to discuss what exactly he saw. She's actually excited because she tells Travis, you're connecting with it, and you need to continue doing this because we need to know what it wants in order to keep it happy. She hands him another cup of mushrooms, but he says, the thing is, it told me it doesn't want me. There's somebody already connecting with it even more. It's why the animals trust her. And that person seems to be Aquila. But as those two talked not too far away, Shauna went to go visit her baby's new gravesite when she noticed that there were flowers on it. She didn't leave those flowers. Then she heard something behind her, and she said, all right, come on out, and it was Melissa. Melissa tries to explain that she wasn't following her earlier in the day, but she did see Shauna walk away, and she felt like, well, you got to keep an eye on each other, so she kind of did follow her. And Shauna gets really territorial, getting in Melissa's face and saying, that's my baby. Nobody takes my baby. Melissa starts apologizing to her, at first heaping a lot of praise on her, but then saying, everybody's scared of you, but I'm not. And then Shauna gives her a reason to be scared of her because she puts a knife to her throat, yelling insults, saying how she's going to kill her, and Melissa's reaction to this is to kiss Shauna. And Shauna kisses back, and the two are making out. It's hot. All right, back to present day. Taisha and Van wake up from their night of passion. They're kind of reliving it a little bit. They're excited. It's hot. But Van feels bad about dining and dashing. She wants to go back to the restaurant and make good. Before they do that, though, they start going for a round two, but then Van steps on a glass. It cuts her foot pretty good. And Taisha tends to it, but it's pretty clear that Van needs to go to a doctor. So Taisha says, okay, you go to the doctor, and I'll go back to the restaurant and settle up. When Taisha gets to the restaurant, though, the hostess there is less than kind, because the hostess knows what Taisha did. She tells Taisha, I'm going to have to go speak with a manager. Taisha, who had already put her credit card down, starts, looking around the restaurant a little bit, and then she sees the makeshift memorial for her server the previous night. She asks one of the waitresses, what happened to your friend? And the waitress says, the craziest thing, he had a heart attack outside. And that's when it clicks with Taisha. He had a heart attack chasing them. When Taisha looks over the kitchen, the hostess has grabbed the manager and they're pointing at Taisha because they've been waiting for Taisha. They're going to pin all the blame on her, as they should. So Taisha grabs her credit card and runs out of there. She's walking back to her car, and that's when she sees a very tiny church, but in the back of the church, there's candles set up, and it looks a lot like the forest. She decides to walk in, throw a matchbook in one of the candles, and then walks out, going home. Later that night, when Van comes home, Van asks her, how was the restaurant? And Taisha doesn't tell Van exactly what happens. She just says, yeah, it was fine. When Shauna woke up at her place that day, she is invigorated. She tells Jeff that she can't wait for things to get back to normal and to be dedicated to the family, which comes at perfect timing for Jeff. He's got a big business dinner that night, and Shauna's coming along with. If he's able to close this deal, it's going to be huge. But then he realizes that Shauna completely forgot about this. As she's trying to think of an excuse to get out of it, there's a knock at the door, and when she goes to answer it, it's Lottie, fresh out of the loony bin. The only reason they let Lottie in the house is because they don't want the neighbors seeing her, but they don't want her there. They want her to leave. And the thing is, Lottie has no place to go. She's got nothing. Shauna reminds Lottie of what happened. All of that crap at the commune happening in front of her daughter. And Lottie says, no, I agree. Callie should have never been there. But, after all, Jeff did bring her. In the middle of trying to get Lottie to leave, Callie ends up coming out of her bedroom and interrupting. Lottie's extremely upset, and Callie says, obviously, she should stay with us.
Jeff and Shauna do not agree, but they decide to have a family meeting, where Callie explains, look, we don't really have a leg to stand on here. I mean, we're standing in a glass house throwing stones. You're a murderer/adulterer. You're a blackmailer. We pulled up to that commune with like 5 datelines worth of problems. That's your friend out there. She's unwell, and I think we need to forgive. After hearing this, Shauna agrees to let Lottie stay for one night. The problem is they do have that dinner, and she doesn't want to leave Callie alone with Lottie. So she gives Misty a call to basically play babysitter. And when Misty gets the call, she jumps right to it. And Walter's a little surprised. He thinks that her friends are taking advantage of her, but Misty doesn't want to hear that. She doesn't believe that her friends are ever taking advantage of her. She just feels like Walter doesn't understand their bond. So she heads over. She thinks it's important, but she does find out pretty quickly, oh, my only job here is to prevent Lottie from talking to Callie. Got it. Now, at first, she's pretty good at this. She asks Lottie to help alphabetize the items in the cabinet. And when they're doing that, Lottie reminds Misty that what happened that night at the commune and what happened to Natalie is not her fault, but Misty doesn't want to talk about it at all. What Misty doesn't know, though, is that Callie is hell-bent on talking to Lottie. Callie's hell-bent on finding out what happened out there. So she comes in the kitchen and she says, all right, well, let's play a game. Let's have like a sleepover, a girls' night. And while Misty's initially against it, she's outvoted. The group start drinking, they start playing cards, and that's when Callie goes one step further by slipping something in Misty's drink that will completely knock her out. But before that happens, they start playing Truth or Dare. Callie gets right to it and says, what happened at the commune? Were you really going to kill my mom that night? And Misty tries to deflect from the conversation, but Lottie says, my only intention was to give it what it needed. Callie wants more answers, but Misty tries to once again interrupt and say, no, it's my turn. Give me a dare. So Callie, knowing that she drugged Misty's drink, says, okay, I dare you to chug it. And Misty does. Misty then asks Callie, why did you get suspended? And Callie tells her the whole story. And she ends it asking, did you guys eat each other? To which both Lottie and Misty say, you can't believe everything you hear. That's when the drugs take effect and Misty is knocked out. Now this whole time, Jeff and Shauna had been at that dinner, but Shauna couldn't be the least bit interested. She's on her phone trying to get an update from Misty, having no luck because Misty is knocked out. And this distraction is obvious to not only Jeff, but the 2 guys he's trying to do business with. They even comment on it at one point, and Shauna just gets up and goes to the bathroom to call Misty, but still no luck. She decides to have a seat in one of the stalls just to get a break, and that's when she hears the bathroom door open up. She sees a shadow of somebody standing outside of her stall, but then that person seems to go away and the lights shut off. Shauna's a little freaked out at this point. She gets up, she rushes out of the stall, but nobody's there. And then she starts hearing a phone ringing because somebody had left their phone in the stall next to the one that Shauna was in. And it's ringing, but it's no caller ID. And it's really weird. So when Shauna gets out of the bathroom, she goes back and she gives the phone to the bartender, saying, here, I found this in the bathroom. The guys that Jeff are hoping to do business with ask, what the hell was that? But Shauna doesn't want to talk about it. And that's when these guys start telling Jeff that they're probably not going to do business with him, and they're pretty arrogant about it. So Shauna completely tells them off. It's not like she was getting a good vibe from him anyway. At this point, all Shauna wants to do is get home to find out what's going on with Misty. And when she gets home, she doesn't initially see Misty, but she sees Callie braiding Lottie's hair. And then when she goes into the kitchen, she sees that Misty is completely knocked out. She starts to think that maybe Misty does have a drinking problem. The really messed up thing is she allows Misty to drive home that night in that state. And when Misty gets home, Walter can pretty quickly tell that she is not right. He once again tries to make the point to her that her quote-unquote friends don't really care about her. If they did, they would have called her an Uber, or at worst, they would have called him to pick her up. But because she's drunk, she lashes out at him big time, saying that he just doesn't understand at all. She's getting sick of him being so clingy. And she tells him, if you can't accept how important my friends are to me, maybe we shouldn't be together. But Walter tells her, all I care about is you and your well-being. She ends up kicking him out of the house for this. Now, back at Shauna's house, Jeff is pissed off at what Shauna did, but Shauna doesn't really feel bad about it. Instead, she calls up the restaurant to find out if anyone picked up that phone. She asks to talk to the manager, but she does find out that somebody did in fact come back to the restaurant and claim that phone. In episode 3 the next day, Shauna goes off in the woods and just starts writing in her journal when Melissa sneaks up on her. Melissa wants to talk about what happened, but Shauna acts like nothing happened. Instead, the two just awkwardly sit on a log together. It's weird. And then they hear screaming because Marnie is back. At first, Marnie tried to put the moves on Coach because nothing's sexier than a girl with a dislocated kneecap. And Ben made it pretty clear. 1, I'm gay, and 2, I would rather stick an object in my eye slowly than ever touch you, which is really rude because Marnie's attractive. So Marnie, DMs are open. But they then kind of shared stories about grief together, and then all of a sudden they heard that screaming, the screaming from the woods. It was in the cave. And Ben, who at this point thought he was crazy, asked Marnie, "Did you hear that?" And she says, "Yeah, I did." But neither of them could make heads or tails of it. Marnie did make a play to escape using bear spray, but it ended up backfiring and they both got sprayed in the eyes. Ben asked her, "What was your plan exactly?" And Marnie didn't really have one. She was just kind of winging it. But it got to the point where Marnie asked him, "Coach, what is your plan?" And it's at that moment where Ben realizes he doesn't have one. So after a while, he just walked up to her and he cut her free, to which she shoved him down and got back to camp. Now the girls are all pumped to see her back, but Shauna starts picking apart her story. Wait, you dislocated your kneecap falling into a ditch, but how'd you get out? And it doesn't take much prodding for Marnie to say, "Coach Ben found me." All the girls are shocked at this, but Shauna wants revenge. She asks Marnie, "Could you get us back to where you were taken?" And Marnie's like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could." And some of the girls, like Thaisa, are like, "What are you going to do? Just drag him out?" And Shauna says, "Yeah, I am. He tried to kill us. He burned down the cabin. I'm going to go get him before he disappears again. If anybody wants to come with me, you're more than welcome." And basically all of the camp goes with Shauna. Everybody except Lottie and Travis. Lottie did tell Akilah, "You really should stay back with us. Try to talk to it." But Akilah wasn't having it. She went with everybody else. By the time they found the entrance to the cave, it was nightfall. Right before they went in, they also heard that primal scream that they've been hearing from the woods, and it startled all of them. It was Natalie who got everybody back together and said, "Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to head in. You guys stand guard. We'll do this thing slowly." But when they got to one part of the cave, it was blocked off by rocks. And Marnie told the group that wasn't like that before. Some of them start thinking that maybe Ben did it, but Akilah says, "No, I don't think he did. I just have a feeling about it." So because of this, they had to find a way around it and break up into groups. That caused Shauna, Van, and Akilah to go together. But the three of them hit a room where all of a sudden their lantern started flickering and then they hallucinated. Van was suddenly back in the cabin, sitting in a rocking chair, staring at the fire until the cabin started going up in flames. At first, she's held back by 2 people, but eventually she's able to free herself. Then Akilah's hallucination was more friendly. She was in the middle of the woods with a bunch of animals and talking to an alpaca about how anything with teeth will bite back. Doesn't matter how harmless it looks. And then the talking alpaca told her, it can be easy or it could be hard, but it's going to get what it wants. And Akilah starts sinking into the soil. As for Shauna, she was floating in the water when suddenly she saw her boy, probably the age of like 4, waving at her. She frantically went to swim to shore to see him, but she started being taken under the water. Before any of them die, drown, whatever, they wake up and they're in a classroom. But the teacher's Lottie. It's Akilah who says, "Am I in your dream or are you in mine?" And then Lottie, who was writing on the board a message that said, "Of all the ways to lose a person, death is the kindest." And she turns to the class and says, "There's only one dream." And then the group hears somebody pushing a cart outside of the hallway, and it's this long, lanky, Marilyn Manson-looking figure with no eyes. They then notice that Jackie is in the corner, and she's playing with a slap bracelet. She gives the slap bracelet to Akilah, and Akilah uses it, fine, no problem. Then Akilah gives it to Van, but when Van uses it, it cuts her. And when Shauna uses it, it wraps itself around her neck, cutting into her circulation, and Shauna is slowly dying. It's at that point that all the girls wake up. But they only woke up because Coach Ben saved them. With one leg, he was dragging Van back, saying, "You guys gotta help me." He rips off his mask and explains to the girl that there's poison in the air somewhere. It's some kind of gas, but he's gasping for air. And that's when Natalie and Thaisa come up with him on a shotgun, and Natalie says, "Sorry, coach, but don't move." And Ben is caught. Now, as for present day Thaisa, she's been beating herself up over what happened with the waiter. She's reading his obituary, and she's just kind of going through it when Van walks in, and Van says, "I got to tell you something." And Thaisa says, "Well, I have to tell you something, but Van, you go first." And Van's news is good. Her oncologist told her that she's in quasi-remission. She's going to go for more tests, but this is phenomenal news, and Thaisa gives her a big hug. She's thrilled. And then Thaisa has to tell her, "Yeah, my news isn't as fun. The waiter who chased us, he's dead. He had a heart attack." Van goes, "Ty, come on." And Ty grabs her and goes, "Come on, listen to me. You're thinking it too, aren't you? First Natalie, then this guy. I mean, it's been a long time, but it could be happening again. The waiter was a sacrifice, and your new prognosis, that's a gift." Van's just shaking her head in disbelief, and Thaisa walks over to a candle and says, "Van, just open yourself up to the possibility." And then she lights the candle and starts saying, "We hear the wilderness and it hears us." And she just keeps repeating it over and over. And Van looks very, very spooked. But she must have gotten over it because that night, they're just chilling, having a good time, watching old VHS tapes that Van had of the Pee Wee Herman show. She has a ton of these. But because they're old VHS tapes from like the 80s and 90s, you have old commercials, and one of them comes on. It's for a local ice cream place. But one of the guys getting ice cream is that Marilyn Manson, no eyes looking guy from Shauna, Van, and Akila's Dream. And it's also somebody that Thaisa is very familiar with, because as soon as she sees him, she freaks out and says, "That's the guy from my vision." Right away, she looks up the location of this place, and it's been closed for years, but she doesn't care. She goes there. All the while, Van is trying to convince her this is a bad decision, but Thaisa doesn't care. She needs answers. She breaks into the place, and there's nothing there until they see it. It's a wolf with a dead rabbit in its mouth. And Thaisa says, "What do you want?" And Van says, "I know what it wants." Now, over with Shauna, she's still trying to get information on what exactly Lottie and her daughter were doing the previous night. She's going about it gingerly at breakfast, but Callie doesn't give her any information, and that's when Lottie walks in. Shauna offers to go to lunch with Lottie that day, but Lottie says, "Nah, I'm sorry, I'm too busy," which comes as a big surprise to Shauna. One of the things, though, that Lottie's going to do is go shopping, and Callie ends up catching up to her, knowing full well that her mom would not approve of this. Lottie doesn't mind, but she does ask Callie, "Why are you doing this?" And Callie says, "You were chasing my mom with a knife through the woods, and somehow you're still pals. That's kind of intriguing." Lottie says, "I think we both know it's more than that, but I guess what I'm asking you is who you are." Callie asks her, "Is this something you do with your cult?" But Lottie says, "No, I think you actually have the ability to answer that question." They then get distracted, though, by a couple of items on the rack, items that are way too expensive for Callie to actually buy, to which Lottie encourages her to steal them. Shauna, meanwhile, had gotten a phone call from Misty saying, "I have information." But when they met up, it wasn't a lot of information. The information was basically Misty saying, "Well, your daughter wanted to know what happened in the woods, but I put a stop to it." It was a conversation that could have been a text message. Shauna tries to skip out on this meeting as soon as she finds out that there's nothing of substance to it, saying, "Yeah, I have a bunch of errands to run." But Misty forces a tag along. And one of those errands is going to be getting a gift basket for the business guys that she insulted the previous night. But Misty doesn't really care what it is. She's just going to go along anyway. As they're driving, though, Shauna's brakes give out. Now, luckily, she doesn't hit anything, and she's able to stop in a park. But she immediately blames Misty, saying, "You did this, and I know that it was you who planted that phone." And Misty goes, "What are you talking about? What phone? And why would you say that I did this?" And that's when Shauna just unloads on her, calling her a weirdo who would do something like this because she has a history of doing weird things. To which Misty finally stands up for herself and says, "You know what? You're a horrible friend. And you're not what I deserve." And she goes home. As soon as she gets home, she burns a photograph of her, Thaisa, Shauna, and Natalie. She doesn't want to see it. When Shauna gets home, though, Callie and Lottie are just having a ball. They decided that they're going to treat Shauna that night. They're going to make her dinner. And Shauna's open to it until she sees Jackie's necklace around Callie's neck. And she immediately stops in her track and says, "Where'd you get that?" Lottie tells her, I gave it to her. And Shauna asks, how do you even have it? Lottie doesn't answer the question. She just tells Shauna, it feels right. I mean, don't you feel it too? And Shauna just goes off on Lottie, saying, no, I don't feel it. The only thing I feel is that it was a mistake to let you stay here. Get out of my house right now. And she rips the necklace off Callie's neck, and Lottie just takes off her apron and leaves. In episode 4, Shauna finds out that it wasn't Misty who cut the brake lines. It was just a brake line failure, nothing more. But to Jeff, it is more. He thinks it's karma. Karma for what he did. He starts beating himself up, but Shauna thinks that he's just crazy. Meanwhile, she still is convinced that Misty had something to do with it. When they get home, Jeff is hell-bent on turning his karma around. So much so that he's got a plan. He's going to donate items to charity. He's going to find a missing cat in the neighborhood that's been missing for 2+ years. And the coup de grace is some volunteer work, which just so happens to be at the old folks' home that Misty works at. And Shauna, who gets dragged along, didn't realize that Jeff had signed her up for the place where her friend that she just got into a very heated argument works at. Of course, Jeff didn't know this either. Tells Shauna, what are the odds we even run into her? But they run into her very quickly. Misty storms over to the car and wants to know exactly why Shauna is there, and her and Shauna get into a verbal spat. It accomplishes literally nothing. Petty insults are traded back and forth until finally Misty just leaves. Shauna and Jeff then head into the old folks' home to do that volunteer work, and Jeff is loving it. His buddy Randy has to also do volunteer work, but that's more court mandated. And let's just say Jeff is more of a hit than Randy at this place. Meanwhile, Misty is walking around the grounds trying to avoid both Shauna and Jeff when she sees a resident who has a blank piece of paper, and she feels like that's gotta be from Walter. She asks the resident, hey, has Walter been here? But the resident says, oh no, that's for my letter to the controller. Misty, however, does not believe it. She immediately starts looking for clues. She hasn't heard from Walter since she kicked him out, and she feels like this would be a very Walter-like thing to do. She, however, finds nothing. She then heads to the kitchen where she unfortunately does run into Shauna, and the petty insults continue. Shauna still feeling like Misty had something to do with the brake line, and Misty demanding an apology because she tells her, I had nothing to do with it. Not only that, I saved you. Just like their conversation outside, this gets nowhere to the point where Misty says, you know what, I can't be around this. I gotta walk away. She heads out with that blank piece of paper in tow, and she leaves for the day. Shauna, meanwhile, who was working in the kitchen, has to go into the freezer when she gets locked inside. Right away, she starts banging for someone to let her out because, it's a freezer. And then she's visited by the ghost of Jackie. Jackie starts pestering Shauna, telling her that she's all talk. She never actually does anything. She just hurls accusations. That's always been her thing. Shauna tells her, can you just leave me alone? But Jackie says, no, I'm the most interesting thing about you. I mean, after I died, did you become the person you finally thought you would be, or did you become this? Finally, though, Shauna is let out by Randy, who heard her banging. And once out, she storms up to the nurse's desk and says, where is Misty? She just locked me in a freezer, only to find out that Misty left hours ago. So, in a way, Jackie was right. Shauna continues to hurl accusations, and yet she's wrong. When she finds this out, she leaves. She's sick of Jeff's little karma crusade, so she decides to put an end to it by heading into the city and adopting a cat that looks like the cat from the missing cat poster. You see, that cat's been missing for 2 years and everybody knows it's dead. Shauna feels like the family won't know. But when she gets home, Jeff says, yeah, that's kind of messed up. I mean, you went and adopted a cat to lie to the family? He does realize, though, that Shauna at least made an effort, so he gives her an A for that effort. Now, over with their former house guest, Lottie, after she got kicked out, she also headed into the city, but she went to the bank. Seems like she closed out her accounts, and as she was leaving, she got a phone call from Thaisa. Thaisa asked her, Lottie, that night in the ambulance, you told me in van that it was pleased with us. You said, we'll see. What did you mean by that? But Lottie has zero recollection of ever saying this. Ty gets really frustrated at Lottie, and she says, "What do you mean that you don't know?" But Lottie doesn't feel like dealing with it, so she tells Ty, "Yeah, I gotta go," and she hangs up. With no help from Lottie, Thaisa has to turn to plan B. It's an idea that Van thinks is stupid, but Ty says, well, if nothing comes of it, then fine, but if something does, then at least we get an answer. And that idea is to buy a pack of cards and put the Queen of Hearts on the ground and see if, quote, it chooses somebody. So they do that, and they sit, and they wait, and they see if anybody walks by and picks it up. And it takes a bit, but sure enough, some guy walks by, he sees it on the ground, and he picks it up. And to that, Ty and Van follow him. They follow him all the way to his apartment. They go to the door where the mystery man walked in, and Ty looks, and it's unlocked. She feels like it's a sign. Thaisa starts to go into this man's apartment to, I guess, sacrifice him, but Van stops him and says, I can't let you do this. And Ty tells her, I don't want to, but I need more time with you. I need you to live. To which Van tells her, I want to live, but not like this. Screw the wilderness. Can we just enjoy the time we have left? Ty finally comes to her senses and agrees, and they decide to have a nice date in Central Park. As Van, though, is buying Thaisa a pretzel, Ty is reminded about just how fragile this time together is, because Van's hand starts shaking. But, at the suggestion of Van, she's going to enjoy their time together. As for Lottie, after she hung up with Thaisa, she heads to some location, but she starts practicing an apology, repeating in the mirror, I know I've hurt you, and trying to sound sincere. But apparently it didn't work. Because later that night when Misty got home, she started combing over that blank piece of paper again, and she hopped on the true crime forums, the same ones where she found Walter in the first place. There's a new case. But as she's looking into it and it's loading up, she gets a text from Walter saying, I just heard what happened to Lottie. Are you okay? Because that new case is Lottie. Lottie's dead. So I guess the apology didn't stick. Now, as for the flashback in the forest, once the group found Ben, they escorted him back to camp. And while you had some people, i.e. Shauna, who just wanted to kill him, you had Natalie say, no, we're not going to do that. We're a proper society. We are going to hold a trial. For Ben, he thought it was a sham. He thought it was all for show, and he was going to die anyway. But Natalie was sincere. She wanted to give Ben a fair shot at this. In order to do that, though, she needed somebody to defend Ben, and there was only one real person to do this. That would be Misty. At first, Misty doesn't want to do it, because she, like a lot of them, believes that Ben did, in fact, burn down the cabin, but she realizes that she's his only hope at living. So she goes and has a conversation with him and says, we have to do this thing the right way. You can't be woe is me, oh, this is just for show. You're fighting for your life. The girls have their jury. The prosecution is going to include Thaisa. The defense, of course, will be Misty. And the judge is going to be Natalie. This kind of mirrors the OJ case in a lot of ways, with the prosecution just thinking that this would be a slam dunk case. Thaisa not really putting her best foot forward. And to be quite honest with you, she gets absolutely worked by Misty. I mean, Misty defends Ben brilliantly, pointing out that it could have really been any of them to burn the cabin down. She puts the blame on every single one of them at some point, and it's not like she believes it, she just wants to prove that there is doubt. It becomes pretty clear that if the prosecution rests, they're going to lose. For Shauna, she can't let that happen. She asks Ty, what's your plan? And Ty doesn't have one. And that's when Shauna says, well, there is one person you haven't brought to the stand, and that's Natalie. Natalie knew that Ben was out there, because Misty told me. So, that's when Ty gets up and calls Natalie to the stand. And Natalie, acting as the judge, agrees to go to the stand, thinking this will be easy, but it's not. Natalie's forced to admit that she saw Ben outside of the cabin right before it was lit on fire, and she saw Ben run away from the cabin, which looks pretty damn guilty. She also gets exposed for the fact that she knew Coach Ben was out there the entire time. Thaisa yelling at Natalie, you spoke to him. You knew where he was going. You've been lying to us the entire time, telling us that he was dead when you knew he wasn't. And this trial is further proof of that you're trying to save this guy. Natalie tells the group, yeah, I knew that he was leaving, but I figured we could let him leave in peace. He wasn't any threat to us. To which Shauna says, how is that for you to decide? You let him go and we almost died. It's not looking good for Ben. Misty knows this, so she decides to call Ben to the stand. She lets Ben plead his case, and he does a really good job of this. Seems like he convinces a lot of the group that he did, in fact, truly care about them, and he's not this killer, not the one that he's been painted out to be. He just simply was scared of them, didn't want to be next, so he left. After he steps down, it's kind of 50-50 on how this thing is going to go, and the jury has to go off and convene. During this time, Lottie pulls Akilah aside because she wants to know exactly what happened to Akilah in the cave. Akilah tells her, I had some kind of twisted dream, and Van and Shauna had it too, but this didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. It felt like, and Lottie cuts her off and says, the truth? I mean, you had a vision. Are you ready to keep going? And Akilah says, yeah, when do we start? To which Lottie says, tell me more about the cave. That's all Lottie really cares about. For the rest of the group, though, they do care about this Coach Ben situation. And when the jury votes, there's not enough vote one way or the other. They're going to have to vote again. But instead of letting the jury go off and discuss it on their own, Natalie just keeps saying, okay, we have to vote again. And every time she says it, it's the same vote. No one's changing their vote. They do this again and again and again until Shauna finally gets sick of it and yells at everybody, what are you doing? He tried to kill us. Essentially, Shauna bullies the group into changing their vote enough where Coach Ben is found guilty and sentenced to death. In episode 5, with Coach Scott sentenced to death, he goes back to his makeshift prison and he starts talking up Akilah because she's gravitated towards this deer that is going to need feeding because the deer's mother is dead, and Coach Scott's mom used to foster kittens. But that conversation turns into Coach Scott asking, any idea what they're going to do to me? And Akilah tells him, I don't know anything, which is true. Most of Akilah's time recently has been spent with Lottie and Travis. The rest of the group, though, is discussing what exactly they're going to do with Coach Ben. While they sentence him to death, nobody really wants to be the person to pull the trigger. At one point, Lottie says, here, this might help. Travis drew it during the trial. And it's a picture of 3 people with a body levitating above it. Lottie thinks that maybe it's a clue to what it wants. Shauna doesn't really care about any of that. She feels like a fitting punishment for Ben to die would be to get set on fire. He tried to set them on fire after all, so an eye for an eye sort of thing. Everybody thinks that that is a crazy idea, and Natalie tells her that's not justice, that's torture. Natalie decides that the fairest way to do this would be a firing squad. Thing is, they only have one gun, so they decide to draw for it. The Queen of Hearts will decide who is the one to pull the trigger, and when it's done, Thaisa is holding the card. Ty doesn't really want to do this either, but she drew the card, she's going to have to, and her and Van head off in the woods to practice. It's not like Ty is a great shot. But with the pressure of hitting Coach Scott and killing him, she's an even worse shot. Van does her best to remind Thaisa, hey, he did try to murder us, and that is something that Ty does believe. She did, after all, sentence him to death, but now that she's the one who has to pull the trigger, it's just hitting different. So Van comes up with a possible solution. She brings up the fact that on the show Family Matters, Urkel goes into a machine and comes out as Stefan. He's a completely different person. And they know that something similar happens to Thaisa. So maybe if she can tap into that sleepwalking whatever it is, maybe she won't have to be the one to pull the trigger. Coach Scott ends up dying, and everyone ends up happy. The question then is, how exactly do you tap into that? While those two try to figure out how to tap into Thaisa's sleepwalking alter ego, back at the camp, Misty has prepared a last supper for Coach Ben. She's really broken up about the fact that she couldn't save him. She lets him know that, unfortunately, they're coming for him at dusk. So at least now Coach Scott has an idea of what's going to happen. And Misty wasn't the only one to prepare a gift for somebody else, as Melissa made a little present for Shauna. She sneaks up on her, she gives it to her, sheepishly, and Shauna finally goes, why do you even like me? And Melissa admits, it's because you're not scared of the bad parts of you. Yeah, you used to be. You used to be kind of a pushover, but something happened to you, and now you just don't care. She leaves Shauna alone, and Shauna admires the gift that she was given, which was a holder for her knife, which is something she needed. Meanwhile, Lottie, Travis, and Akilah, they don't really care what happens to Coach Ben too much because they're so focused on Akilah and getting back to the cave. They head there, and Akilah's planning on going in and passing out, where Travis would run in to save her, hoping that Akilah would get a vision and they would have some more idea about what it wants or how to get out, just something. Because as Travis said, it's gravitated more towards Akilah than him. Akilah ends up having a vision. It's of Coach Scott. Coach Scott is tied up, but he's a giant, and it's kind of like Gulliver's Travel. Akilah using Coach Scott's body to seemingly get home. Because of this vision, all three of them realize that Coach Scott is the key to getting home, and they need to rush back to camp to make sure that he isn't murdered. As they rush back, the girls are preparing Coach Scott, tying him to a tree. A lot of them are emotional about this whole situation. Ben begging the girls, telling Natalie, you don't have to do this, but it's already been decided. He makes one last-ditch attempt at swaying them, but it becomes clear that they're not going to change their mind. Right before Ty is about to pull the trigger, Akilah, Travis, and Lottie show up, saving him, and explaining to the group, Akilah had a vision, and we need to keep this guy alive because he is our way out of here. That doesn't mean, though, that people like Shauna aren't out for vengeance. Shauna's pissed that Coach Scott wasn't killed. After all, he was sentenced to death, but she's going to make sure that Coach Scott doesn't escape. She doesn't do it on her own. She gets agreement from the group. But late at night, her and Melissa head into the camp where they're holding Ben, and Shauna hands Melissa the knife, telling her, you shouldn't be scared of the bad parts of you either. And then Melissa walks over and cuts Coach Scott's Achilles tendon. It is nasty. When Shauna and Melissa walk back to camp, they're arm in arm, covered in blood. Shauna's pretty gleeful about it, and Natalie tells her, you don't have to enjoy it this much. To which Shauna says, well, you don't have to be a saint about it. And then both Shauna and Melissa shock the entire group by heading into a tent together and kind of announcing their relationship with one another. And I think it's pretty safe to say that Shauna is the top. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We're allies here on the channel. Moving on to present day. Misty is pretty gutted about losing yet another friend, but finding out what happened to Lottie, that's kind of her specialty, being a citizen detective. So she heads to the morgue. She ends up blackmailing the coroner into giving her the personal effects that Natalie had on her. And right before she leaves, she grabs some DNA underneath Lottie's fingernails just to test them out for later. She then collects the rest of the group. Ty, Van, and Shauna, even though she doesn't want to, and she gives them the bad news that Lottie is passed. This is shocking to all of them. The story that most people are going with is Lottie just fell down the stairs and had an accident, but Missy doesn't believe it. She feels like that's fishy. And shortly after bringing this up, Shauna has the audacity to ask Misty, where were you yesterday? She basically accuses Misty, where Misty says, so you think I killed her and then held a meeting to tell you about the death? And Shauna points out, that's a really good way to make you not seem guilty. But where were you? And Misty tells her, I was at work that day. You know that. Shauna points out that Misty left early. Nobody knows where she went, but that wasn't after Shauna got conveniently locked in the freezer. And if anybody had a reason to be angry at Lottie, it would be Misty because of what happened with Natalie. Misty's so pissed off at this accusation that she tells the group, I had nothing to do with any of it, and I'm going to find out what happened to Lottie. She heads home, she starts looking over Natalie's personal items, and she realizes that the cell phone that Lottie owns wasn't on her person, which is weird. The next place that Misty is planning on going to continue the investigation is the apartment building where Lottie was found. She was found in the basement. But as she's heading off to the apartment building, she's being followed, unknowingly, by Shauna, who still thinks that Misty had something to do with this. Although Shauna's being followed, and she realizes she's being followed. She gets pretty sick of it, so she turns into an alley, stops to confront the person, and it's Walter. He tells her that he's appointed himself as the chief investigator for the death of Lottie, and his first suspect is Shauna. After all, she did kill Adam. Shauna points out that it could have easily been Misty or Walter. And Walter says this wasn't Misty's work, but I have an idea of where she's going. Why don't you come along and help me out with this? Well, Misty, Walter, and Shauna all head to the same location. Van and Ty went off to get lunch. Now, Van is way more upset about the death of Lottie than Ty. Ty seems like this is just normal behavior. And Van asks her, hey, yesterday, when we met up at Columbus Circle, where did you go beforehand? It's like a 15-minute train ride tops, and you had an hour by yourself. Ty tells her that she just went to scope everything out. She hired the horse and carriage. She grabbed some cash. She basically got ready for the date. She asks Van, what, you think that I killed Lottie and ran over to meet you at a pretzel cart? And Van tells her, no, that's not what I'm saying. But this awkwardness gets interrupted when Taissa gets a phone call from her ex. Simone had called to see if Ty wanted to spend some time with Sammy and their dog in the park. Sammy had been asking for her. Van came and tagged along, and right away Simone knows exactly who Van is. But the meeting between Sammy and Taissa doesn't last long. All of a sudden, Sammy just gets up, grabs a dog, and signals to Simone that he wants to leave, which is really confusing to Taissa. And the reason that the conversation was so quick was because the only question Sammy had was, are you still my mom? And Ty said, I'm always going to be your mom. And that was it. Sammy got up and left. Now, in the city, Misty has arrived at the apartment complex. He starts looking for clues, and she decides to ask the bellhop whether he saw Lottie the day before. What she learns is the fact that not only did the bellhop see Lottie the day before, but that Lottie lived there because Lottie's dad lives there. Lottie lived there until the parents' divorce. So she was there visiting her father. But her father has dementia. He was a very successful business guy, but at times he also thinks that he's still running a company. That's not going to stop Misty, though. She knows that she needs to get into Lottie's bedroom to see if she can find her phone. Armed with a dessert, she heads up to the penthouse, pretending to be one of the neighbors, and she's able to weasel her way in to Lottie's dad's apartment. Upon searching around, though, she finds out that she is not the only one there, because Walter and Shauna have beat her to the punch. The way that they were able to access the apartment was by posing as IT technicians looking to improve the internet. This sparks a pretty big pissing contest between Walter and Misty. Misty telling Walter, I'm in charge of this investigation, and Walter willing to share what they find. But that's something that Misty is not interested in at all. She's also quite offended about the fact that Walter has enlisted Shauna, of all people, to help out with this. The two groups split up. Walter trying to hack Lottie's internet history, and Misty after her cell phone. Misty is able to get Walter and Shauna kicked out of the apartment for a little bit, but that doesn't stop Walter from continuing to hack. While he's doing that, Shauna's just trying to play this out in her head, because it doesn't make sense to her. Why would Lottie come to her house if she had her dad's house the entire time at her disposal? Walter says maybe she needed a friend, but Shauna dismisses that. And Walter tells her, you're either a friend or you're not. Like with Misty, I'd put you squarely in the not friend category. Shauna gets offended by this and says, you're trying to ruin her investigation. And Walter says, I know what makes her toes curl, and that's a challenge. Which is what I'm now giving her. Shauna tells him, if it turns out you did kill Lottie just to get Misty off, that wouldn't be surprising at all. So Walter poses a challenge. I'll give you my DNA if you give me a hair sample and I get your DNA. And Shauna's not about to do that at all. She storms off, but she did leave the hat that Walter gave her behind, which had a piece of her hair, which gave Walter the DNA anyway. He also scored the information from Lottie's phone before Misty did. And Misty does locate the cell phone, but she finds out that Walter had wiped it clean. This whole time, Walter thought that they were having fun, having a game, but Misty, it was no game. It wasn't fun. And Misty really cuts him to the core by saying, I can't believe I let somebody as despicable as you give Caligula a bath. I mean, that really hurts Walter. While there's no closure for the investigation, there is a little bit of closure for Mr. Matthews, Lottie's dad. Shauna went into Lottie's bedroom, and Mr. Matthews came in, thinking that Shauna was his daughter. He starts talking to Lottie as if she's still a teenager about cleaning her room and whatnot, and Shauna just played along with it, realizing that the old man was just seeing things, and he needed to hear from his daughter. So that's what Shauna did, playing a role. She gave Mr. Matthews a hug and made him feel a lot better in that moment. Buckle up for episode 6. We'll start off with Shauna. She gets home and Jeff has been worried sick because Shauna never told Jeff exactly where she was going. Initially, she apologizes, but then she realizes Jeff has no idea what happened to Lottie, so she fills him in on the fact that Lottie is dead. Apparently, she fell down the steps. It's all kind of shady. And Shauna flat out says Lottie was murdered. But as Shauna is saying this, Callie walked in the room and heard the whole thing, and she is floored. And Callie now realizes she needs to divulge something to her parents that she's been keeping a secret. It's the tape that she got. The tape that was addressed to her mom that she kept. Callie tells her parents that she didn't listen to it. She didn't know how to. But this definitely sets Shauna off. She doesn't think that it's a coincidence that the brakes, the freezer, the tape, she feels like it's all connected. At this point, Shauna's convinced that someone's trying to kill them, so she grabs the family and says, "We got to get out of here. We're going to a motel." Once Shauna and Jeff are alone, Jeff asks her, "How bad is it? Like, what is on those tapes?" And Shauna says, "I have no idea, Jeff. I've had the thing for 5 minutes, and I don't know how to play it." Shauna convinces Jeff to run outside and grab some snacks, and it gives her the ability to call up Thaisa, but more importantly, to call up Van. Because this tape that they have is not just a normal cassette tape. It's something called a DAT tape. It's an antiquated technology. Only super nerds would have it, somebody like Van. When Shauna calls up Thaisa to get Van on the phone, Thaisa and Van had gone to a very fancy hotel to kind of just get away, pamper themselves a little bit, forget about what happened. This phone call from Shauna, though, interrupts that. Once Shauna does get Van on the phone, she explains that she has this DAT tape and she needs to play it immediately. She gives the address of where they're staying and says, "You need to drop off that DAT player. I need to find out what's on this tape." Once Van walks out of the bathroom to tell Thaisa exactly what's going on, she sees that Thaisa has ordered room service, like a lot of room service, and it does not sit well with Van. She yells at her, "What is wrong with you? Lottie is dead, Shauna is melting down, and you're acting like just everything's normal. Like all you care about is self-care." And Ty sits on the bed and says, "Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I've lost my family, my career. Oh, the love of my life, she's battling cancer. Nat, Lottie, they're both dead, so maybe I just want to feel good for once." Van calmly tells her, "Hey, I understand about the whole live for the moment thing, but our friend seems really scared right now." And Thaisa laughs and says, "What, about a tape? I mean, who even uses DAT tapes anymore?" Van thinks about it and says, "In my experience, weird garage bands and super intense birders, and the birders thing, it clicks." It not only clicks with Van, it clicks with Thaisa too, and they rush out of that hotel to go find the DAT player. Van gets back to her place. She starts looking through boxes, and she does find the DAT player, but then something really weird happens. A phone, which is not connected to anything, starts ringing. Van picks it up and says, "Hello?" And the signal is really crackled. She can barely make out who's on the other end, but they say, "Van?" And Van's pretty convinced that it's Thaisa. But whoever it is, the voice on the other end says, I can't. Help." And then it just cuts out. Ty then walks in the room, and Van looks like she's seen a ghost. But she doesn't tell Ty exactly what happened. She just grabs the DAT player, and they head off to the motel. They call up Shauna, and Shauna says, "Thank you so much. I'll meet you outside." And once Shauna gets off the phone, she tells Jeff and Callie, who's also in the room, "That was Van. I'm going to find out what happened on the tape." And right away, Jeff says, "I'll go with you." And Callie wants to know what's going on. She feels like she's a part of this at this point, and she wants to know what's on the tape as well. But both Jeff and Shauna say, "No, Callie, we can't. You have to stay here. We need to protect you. And not because you're helpless, but because we're your parents, and we haven't always been the best at keeping you safe." Callie then gets up and gives her mom a hug and just says, "I just want our family to be safe." But all of this was a ploy. She started using the record app on her phone, and she drops her phone in her mom's purse, so that way she'll find out exactly what the conversation was when Shauna meets with her friends. Shauna heads out alone. Jeff's going to stay with Callie. Shauna heads out to the parking lot where Van and Thaisa are waiting for her, and she gets in the car and they play the tape. You hear a woman on the tape say, "Testing, 1, 2, 3." And then she says, "Oh my God, what is this?" There's screaming on the tape as well, and finally the girls shut it off. And Van says, the only people that know about this are either us or dead. They start trying to figure out what to do about the situation. Thaisa wanting to destroy it. Van saying, it's not the only copy, what does that matter? And Shauna pointing out, well, yeah, it's a threat, but right now it's only a threat to me. As Shauna continues to expound on this, she notices Callie's phone in her bag. And she stops everything she's doing. She tells both Van and Ty, I'm sorry, I have to go. It's an emergency. And then she leaves. She walks back in that hotel room very angry and grabs Callie and says, we need to have a chat one-on-one. She confronts Callie about the recording device, and Callie says, why wouldn't I do that? I have a right to know about this too. To which Shauna says, what do you know about this? You're a child. And Callie points out, I'm the same age as you when you were out in the woods. Shauna tells her very sternly, go, join your father, before I do something I'm going to regret. And Callie shakes her head and says, I just wanted to be close to you, and I thought you wanted that too. Callie walks out of the room, and she's able to find the recording, so she's able to listen to it and find out what they were talking about in that car. Now, as for Van and Thaisa, they went back to the hotel, and Thaisa was asleep. Van was doing research on DAT tapes. She couldn't sleep. But then all of a sudden, Thaisa sat up in bed and said, Van, you gotta help. Van, you gotta help me. And that's basically exactly what Van heard on that phone. Immediately, Van tries to help Thaisa, trying to get her out of this, but Thaisa is in one of her spells. And she just calmly looks at Van and then goes back to sleep. Now, as for Misty, after she left Lottie's apartment, she wanted to find out about the DNA that she collected from under Lottie's fingernails. She went to a friend, she flirted with the guy to find out the information, and he agreed, I'll send it to you in a little bit. She then, however, got a text from Walter saying, what did you say to Shauna? Shauna won't return my calls. And Misty got real hostile in this text message, reminding Walter that this is her investigation and she's not sharing any information whatsoever. And then there was a few more choice words. A couple hours later, though, Misty gets a text from Walter saying, I'm sorry. Look left and consider this a peace offering. And a limo pulls up and a guy says, hey, are you Misty? I have a package for you. And he delivers her Lottie's trash. She gets another text from Walter saying, I couldn't see anything in this, but maybe a master investigator will. And while Misty is still mad at Walter, she does appreciate it. She takes the trash home and she does find something. It's the remnants of a Chinese takeout place that is not a really well-rated Chinese takeout place. The fact that Lottie would even eat here, that's really the puzzling thing that Misty can't understand. So Misty decides to head to this place and just scope it out, see if she can find any information about it, and she does. The delivery girl for this restaurant is Lisa, the girl from Lottie's cult. Misty follows Lisa to her next delivery, and she sneaks up on her and scares the crap out of her, and Lisa says, I'm sorry, you can have the money. I don't want any trouble, just leave my bike alone. To which Misty knocks the bike over. She then looks at her and says, I'm just trying to figure out who killed Lottie. And Lisa laughs, saying, you think I did it? And as the two talk it out, it does kind of make sense. I mean, Lisa lost her money, her clothes, her life. She's definitely got motive. But Lisa also says, it's not me. Some of us don't turn our trauma into murder. The two end up going to a cafe. They sit outside, and Lisa explains that the last time she saw Lottie, Lottie ordered a bunch of food, and then she gave her a $50,000 tip in an envelope that just said, I'm sorry. Lisa's had a lot of stuff not go her way, so when she got this, she didn't really ask too many questions. She just took the money. They then somehow get into an argument about what happened with Natalie, and about how Natalie was seemingly getting better until Misty and her friend showed up. Eventually, though, this moves into Lisa saying, Charlotte wasn't murdered, she fell down a flight of stairs. But if you really want to investigate this and go down this road, why don't you look at your friends? Thaisa met with Charlotte the day that she died. At first, Misty doesn't believe that because Thaisa never revealed that information, but Lisa tells her, I saw them outside the cafe. Misty heads home, and she's trying to make sense of all this when she gets the DNA email from her friend. The problem is she can't make any sense of it at all. With a little push from Caligula, she decides to send it to Walter saying, hey, I can't make heads or tails of this. Maybe you can. Now, as for the wilderness, Coach Ben is alive,
but he certainly doesn't want to be. I mean, the guy's got a sliced Achilles tendon. He's missing a leg on the other side. Yeah, things aren't going well for Ben, and when he's given food, he doesn't want to eat it. At this point, Ben is not grateful. He wants to die. He actually begs Natalie to kill him, and then he begs just for Natalie to give him a knife so he can do it himself, but Natalie says, no, I'm not doing that. She simply hands him a plate of food and walks off. This, however, goes on for a couple of days, with them bringing Coach Ben food and Ben refusing to eat it and just begging them to kill him, trying to find new ways for them to kill him, but they still are adamant that they're going to keep him alive because of the vision that Akilah had. As Natalie just kind of hopes that eventually Coach Ben will eat, back in the regular camp, the girls are also trying to get used to this new relationship between Melissa and Shauna. The OG lesbians, Ty and Van, joke about the fact that Melissa probably has to put on Jackie's clothes when her and Shauna make out. But then they get serious for a second and say, yeah, it's a little weird, but Shauna does actually seem better, at least. Taissa, though, gets called away for a group leadership meeting about the fact that Ben still is refusing to eat. At this point, we're going on a week of him just with this hunger strike. Lottie's still saying that we need to keep him alive. He's our bridge home. But then the girls question maybe these visions that Akilah had weren't necessarily visions. They were just remnants of the past. Nat cuts in and says, look, either way, winter's around the corner and this bridge home thing is giving us hope. We're probably going to need that. So we're going to have to convince him to eat. It's not going to be easy, but Lottie has a suggestion on how to do that. The idea is basically to pin Ben down and force food down his throat. Natalie goes to Misty to tell her about the idea, and Misty's just beating herself up over the fact that A, she didn't think about this sooner, but B, the fact that all of this has happened to Coach Ben on her watch. While she's preparing the food that Ben is going to eat, Natalie asks her, hey, do you ever think that keeping him alive was a mistake? And Misty scoffs at that and says, no, absolutely not. I've kept him alive before and I'll do it again. But for Natalie, she is starting to have doubts. And once she walks away from Misty, Travis pulls her aside and says, hey, he's pretty bad, huh? And Natalie says, yeah, he's really, really bad. That's when Travis asks her, hey, what if what Akilah saw is just ridiculous nonsense? That's kind of confusing to Natalie because, after all, Travis is one of the people that has pushed Akilah to have these visions, and Travis is pretty sheepish about the fact that he also is having doubts about all of this. He tries to point out to Natalie, Lottie's had proclamations before that didn't pan out. But Travis doesn't go full bore with that idea. He's kind of just keeping it close to the vest. Once the food is prepared, Misty and the rest of the group go in and they shove the food right down Ben's throat against his will. Akilah is watching it and she's horrified and she starts to walk away, and Natalie grabs her and says, you better be right about this. Once everybody's done with the process, they look like they just went through a war. No one enjoyed it. Natalie then goes in the pen to check on Ben, and he asks her, why can't you just let me die? And Natalie, through clenched teeth, just says, because we can't. And she walks off. Later that night, Akilah decides to head to the cave once again just to see if she missed anything. She had a super weird vision about a bear in the camp that they had, and the bear ended up having 3 eyes. And once she wakes up, she starts crying and apologizing to Lottie because she doesn't know what any of this means. Back at the camp, though, Natalie couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep knowing that Ben was seemingly being tortured. She had to do something about it. She starts walking to the pen that they were keeping Ben in, and she gets stopped by Travis, who says, why do you have that knife? And Natalie tells him, just go back to bed. You don't need to be a part of this. Travis reminds her, they're not going to forgive you for what you're going to do. But Natalie says, I don't care. You saw him. I have to do this if nobody else will. She then walks into the pen and she grants Ben's wish. She cuts his throat and she kills him. And when she walks out, she is a different person. She is changed. She's shook. She's covered in blood. And the girls, seeing this, realize what she did and they freak out at her. Misty especially is irate, screaming that Nat is a murderer. The girls start questioning how exactly they're going to get home now. What was Natalie thinking? And Thaisa poses that they have another trial to figure out what to do with Nat. But Shauna cuts in and says, "We're not doing another trial. She just admitted it. She's guilty." I think it's obvious what has to happen now. But that's when Lottie cuts in and says, "Shauna will lead us." All the girls kind of look around at each other because, Shauna's a psychopath, but nobody objects to it. This new leadership role, though, does seem to change Shauna and make her a little more normal. She tells everybody, "I know you're angry, but we're still a team, and we can't let this break us. When people die out here, we honor them. So Natalie's punishment is going to be preparing Coach Ben for the feast." Not like Natalie wants to do this, but she's forced to, and Shauna actually helps with the process. That night, the team gets together. They've got Coach Ben's head on a stick, and they start to dig in quietly. Lottie, however, at some point says, "No, this isn't how it's supposed to happen." And she starts to hear faint laughter, but it's not coming from anybody in the camp. She then, out of nowhere, screams at the top of her lungs, seeming to scream at the team, taking everybody off guard. But then they hear that screaming coming from the woods, that primal scream that they've heard before. The screaming continues as Lottie gets up and just stares into the fire. All eyes are on her at this point. She encourages all of the girls to quote-unquote sing, but really what she wants them to do is scream. Because when she screams, this animal noise, whatever it is, it's screaming back at her. The girls start to join in, and next thing you know, everybody's screaming. The screaming turns into dancing around the fire, but then Lottie sees somebody in the distance walk by. At first, she thinks it's Ben, but it's not. It's two scientists. They walk into the camp, and the guy says, "Hello." The entire team is speechless at this point. They're shocked that somebody else is there. But then the guy sees Coach Ben's head, and he freaks out a little bit. In episode 7, you learn who these mystery people are. There's actually 3 in the group. You've got Hannah, you've got Edwin. Those are the 2 scientists, and then you've got Cody, who's their guide, who's going to keep them safe. Now, what they're doing in the middle of the woods is they're tracking a very rare species of frog that only mates once every, 10 to 15 years, and it's never been recorded. They're searching that out to record it, and then obviously that would be a huge discovery. While the work is important, it's worth noting that Edwin is not about that roughing it lifestyle. The guy could probably be described as a bitch, and that's coming from somebody who is a self-proclaimed bitch. It takes one to know one. He's definitely one. Hannah was a little bit better suited for the terrain, but she also has her eyes on Cody, which might be a little bit of a problem because she is dating Edwin, but Cody's jacked, he's good-looking, he can handle himself, and he's a menace with a crossbow, so the attraction's pretty obvious. And as the group got deeper and deeper into their expedition, Edwin got more and more self-conscious, so you could clearly see that his girlfriend was attracted to the guide. Either way, though, the group was stuck with Cody. The fact is, as they went off trying to record frogs and capture frogs, he was keeping them alive. The group did end up bonding a little bit. They smoked some weed together. Cody telling them about how he got into this line of work, and them telling Cody about how the frogs will stay frozen for 7 years, and then all of a sudden they'll just wake up and bang each other's brains out. While they were smoking the weed, though, they ended up accidentally breaking their satellite phone, which was their break for glass emergency item in case an emergency did arise. Now, Cody didn't think it was a big deal because he thought, hey, I'm your emergency contact, you guys are safe, don't worry about it, but Edwin was legit concerned. Hannah and Cody, though, they were too big to realize the magnitude of breaking this item. This caused a little bit of a rift between Edwin and Hannah. When the day came where they would eventually find the girls, Edwin was questioning just about everything that Cody did. Hannah pointing out that this is Cody's job, you probably should trust him, but Edwin had just reached a breaking point. That night, it was actually Edwin who noticed that there were people nearby. He could smell a faint smell of what he thought was barbecue at the time. He thought, okay, that means that there's people nearby. And he wanted to go find them, which Cody said, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that at all. If people are this far from civilization, they probably don't want to be found. But Edwin wasn't about to listen. So he followed the smell, with Hannah in tow and Cody way, way, way behind. Never in their wildest dreams did they think they would find what they eventually did find.
Hannah saying, "Oh my God, what is this?" And that's actually caught on the DAT tape that was given to the girls years later. Van was the one who actually broke the tension by saying, "Oh my God, we're going home." But that's when Edwin saw the head and he flipped out a little bit. Edwin starts putting the pieces together. You've got the faint smell of barbecue. You've got a human head over here. But before he can flat out call the girls out as cannibals, he feels something in the back of his head. It's an axe that Lottie plunged into the back of his head, killing him instantly. This caused Hannah and Cody to flee immediately. As Cody was running into the woods, he turned around and fired his crossbow and then ended up hitting Melissa right in the shoulder. She was pretty badly injured. Shauna, seeing this, looked at Mari and said, "Mari, if she dies," meaning Melissa, "then you die." And even though the girls were surprised, they went after them both. Natalie pleading with the group, "Don't hurt them, just bring them back." Cody and Hannah eventually split up. With the girls pretty close by, Hannah decided to record an audio file, which was the DAT tape, for her daughter back at home. It was a last-ditch resort just in case these girls decided to kill her as well. While they were searching for these two, Ty and Van came across the camp, and thus they came across the satellite phone. Initially, they got excited, but when they realized it was broken, their excitement turned to disappointment. Ty, trying to find the bright side of the situation, said, "Well, at least we have all these supplies for the village." And Van told her, "We don't need any of it, though. We just need to find these people so we can go home." Eventually, the stress of the situation gets to Hannah, and she gives herself up to Shauna and Natalie. And Natalie tries to tell her, "Hey, don't worry, nothing's going to happen to you. What happened back at the camp, that wasn't us." But Shauna, she's pissed. She wants revenge for what happened to Melissa, and she doesn't care who she gets the revenge from. She puts a knife to Hannah's back and starts yelling at her about the arrow situation, but Hannah says, "It wasn't me. I don't have any weapons. I'm not a threat to you guys." That's when Van and Thaisa show up, and Natalie, trying to restore order, says, "Look, just take her back to camp. We'll figure this out, and we'll figure out how to get home." But Shauna says, "No, they know what we did. We can still get rescued without leaving any witnesses." Both Van and Thaisa think she's nuts, with Van pointing out it's already bad enough Lottie killed one of them. In order to buy herself some goodwill and some time, Hannah says, "Hey, your friend that got hit, well, I know where there's some first aid." As Hannah escorts the group to get that first aid, Melissa is not doing well with this arrow in her. At this point, morning has come, and they realize that they're going to have to push the arrow through her because the arrow is barbed. While she's watching this, Lottie, who seemingly feasted a little on Edwin, says, "Hey, can I help?" And the group that's actually trying to help says, "Yeah, you've done enough, Lottie." Lottie goes on to explain that the strangers were going to ruin everything, but no one wants to hear that at this point. They just want to help Melissa. Once they do finally push the arrow through, that's when the group with Hannah returns to camp. As for Cody, he put up a good fight, but he too was eventually caught by Travis, Misty, and Aquila. And by caught, I mean the group actually saved his life. They could have just let him fall when he fell off a cliff, but they didn't. Now, as for present day, Shauna heads back to the hotel with the DAT tape, and she heads in the bathroom so she can listen to it in its entirety with a little bit of privacy. Afterwards, she decides to search Hannah, Frogs, the company she was working for, because she still needs to know who exactly sent her this tape. She starts reading Hannah's obituary, but that's when Jeff knocks on the door and says, "Hey, are you going to be in there a while? Should I just go to the lobby?" And Shauna comes out and says, "No, you shouldn't be spending time in the lobby. We're in danger." Shauna then goes to grab her jacket, and Jeff says, "Wait, where are you going?" And Shauna says, "Oh, I got to go make some phone calls." And that pisses Jeff off. He says, "Oh, okay, you can go wherever you want, but me and Callie, we have to just stay here like prisoners?" Jeff wants to help, but Shauna says, "Look, if you want to help, just keep an eye on Callie. She's really smart. She asks a lot of questions. For her own safety, though, she needs to back off of this." Since they're in a hotel room, though, Callie can hear this, and she's doing a little search of her own. Unsolved Missing Persons, Canada, 1990s, hoping that she can get a lead. As Shauna goes off to make these phone calls, Misty has made an appearance at the hotel where Van and Thaisa were staying. She had texted Ty the previous night that they need to talk, but when Ty never got back to her, she decided to pay her a visit and demand answers. Demand to know why exactly she met Lottie the night she died. Ty just says, "It wasn't anyone's business. I met up with her to have a private conversation, but that doesn't mean I murdered her." Misty comes right out and says, "Well, did you murder her?" And Ty doesn't say no. She just asks, why would I? Whereupon Misty points out she did lie and she has a history of doing some crazy stuff and not knowing anything about it. And when Misty looks over at Van, she can tell that Van thinks that Ty is capable of it. Van, however, denies it. Her face tells a different story, and Thaisa says, there you have it. I didn't do it. And also, it's pretty obvious. Whoever sent the tape to Shauna, she's the one, or he's the one who murdered Lottie. For Misty, this is the first she's hearing about the tape. She desperately wants to know what's on it, so the trio leave the hotel and head over to Shauna's hotel, where they run into her actually leaving the elevator. They ask Shauna what the hell's going on, and Shauna explains there was more on the tape than just what Lottie did. Hannah recorded a message for her daughter. None of them knew this. None of them knew that Hannah had a daughter. But now Shauna's convinced that it's the daughter who sent them the tape. Thaisa asks her, so where are you going exactly? And Shauna says, I'm going to stop her. Where else would I be going? Misty points out that this probably means that they're going to have to clean up Shauna's mess. And Shauna gets defensive, but Van says, Shauna, Misty's right. I mean, your track record's iffy. What exactly are you planning on doing to this girl? And Shauna claims that she's planning on sitting her down and having a gentle, reasonable conversation with her. No one buys that, though. They know Shauna too well. Shauna's heading to Richmond, Virginia. That's where Hannah's daughter lives, and whether they like it or not, they have to go with her. They have to make sure that Shauna isn't going to do something really, really dumb. So, the four of them get into Shauna's minivan, and they head out for a road trip. While they're driving, they all are able to listen to the tape and hear the message. The reason why they didn't know that she had a daughter was because it wasn't mentioned in the obituary. It was a teen pregnancy. The daughter never even had Hannah's name. Shauna just did some digging and found the birth record. The question then arises, how did the tape even get smuggled out of the wilderness? Ty ends up mentioning how Jen and Melissa got pretty close with Hannah, but both of them are dead. Misty points out that means there's two mysteries going on here. One, who brought the tape back from the wilderness, but two, why would Hannah's daughter wait 25 years to all of a sudden go looking for revenge? When the group ends up stopping for gas, that gives Van and Thaisa a little bit of time alone for Van to ask Ty, so what exactly did you and Lottie talk about that day? A frustrated Ty says, I went to go talk to her because that day you chickened out. I wanted to know her take on the situation. I mean, do you remember what she said the night that Natalie died? How it was pleased with us? Van thinks this is ridiculous, but Ty says, look, you're improving. I mean, even your doctor couldn't come up with a better word other than miracle. You didn't change your diet. You didn't get any kind of treatment. Van reminds Ty that she's not willing to live that way. And Ty tells Van, you don't have to. I'll live that way for you. AKA, I'll sacrifice somebody so that you can live a longer life. Van asks Ty, promise me you didn't do it. But before the Ty can answer, Misty and Shauna come out and interrupt the conversation. As they get back on the road, Misty gets a phone call from Walter. She tells all the girls that Walter's been real thirsty lately, and she starts off the conversation by saying, how many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me? Walter knows exactly what Misty's doing, so he gets right to the point. He got the DNA results back, and it was Shauna's DNA that was under Lottie's fingernails. That pretty much points to Shauna being Lottie's killer. Misty starts a group text in the car with both Thaisa and Van to let them know about the DNA results. It's pretty obvious, though, to Shauna, who's driving the vehicle, that they're all texting each other. She demands to know what's going on, and they beg Shauna to stop the car so they can confront her. But that's when Shauna's forced to stop the car because Van starts coughing up a ton of blood. They have to get her to a hospital immediately. When they get to the hospital, the only one that's allowed back is Thaisa. She lies and says that she's Van's wife. This, by the way, is big news to Misty and Shauna, who had no idea that Van even had cancer, let alone it was this bad. While Shauna starts trying to wrap her head around the fact that this is crazy, I mean, Van having cancer, that's when Misty accuses Shauna of killing Lottie. Shauna gets really, really defensive, saying, how could you even think that? And Misty says, because there's DNA evidence. Shauna denies it once again and asks Misty, what's your problem? I mean, Van is back there dying and you're sitting here accusing me of killing Lottie? The petty squabbling between these two continues until finally Shauna gets up and leaves. She's not going to listen to it anymore. As Shauna leaves all three girls in the hospital and heads off to Richmond, Virginia, Ty is by Van's bedside. And when she makes a comment like, I'm going to kill that guy for being so annoying and loud, it was another patient, Van grabs her hand because she wants to know that Ty isn't actually going to do it. Van, though, starts to hallucinate. She ends up seeing her old teenage self. She's back in the wilderness. And her teenage self tells her, we never actually cheated death. It was always an even trade. And then her teenage self lights the bed on fire. This causes real-life Van's heart rate to skyrocket, and doctors rush in. As the doctors are working on Van, she looks around and she sees Thaisa, but Thaisa looks like she's been eating dirt. And she tells Van, don't worry, I won't let them take your eyes. This isn't the end for us. You're not going to die. Van, knowing exactly who she's talking to, tells this other Thaisa, no, I don't want to talk to you. I want my Thaisa back. And Psycho Thaisa tells her, but I'm the only one that can save you right now. All of this, though, appears to be a hallucination. However, the doctors work tirelessly to get Van under control. Now, while all this is happening, back at the hotel, Callie confronts her dad about something that's been festering inside of her. She says, this whole time we've been thinking that bad things happen to us. And we've been telling ourselves that Mom is a good person. Well, what if in reality, Mom's a bad person? Jeff kind of brushes it off. He thinks it's ridiculous. But then Callie asks, did Mom ever mention crossing paths with frog scientists when she was in the wilderness? Because in the fall of 97, 2 researchers and a guide disappeared without a trace. And it was less than 100 miles from where the Yellowjackets plane went down. Once again, Jeff thinks this is just ridiculous. But Callie says, well, I think the tape that got sent to Mom, I think that's a part of their research project. And Mom and Ty and Van, they all knew exactly what it was. While he doesn't want to admit it, this does make sense to Jeff. He starts scratching. He's trying to get his head around this. And Callie stops him and says, Dad, I think we all know that deep down, they're all capable of it. And as Callie and Jeff are having this intimate conversation, Shauna has arrived in Richmond, Virginia. She arrived at Hannah's daughter's house. She's parked outside, and she's brought a knife. In episode 8, Shauna fell asleep in the car and had a dream where she was doing her job at a grocery store and she was visited by Jackie, who just kept pestering her. When she woke up, though, it was the next day, it was daylight, and she gets out of the car and she heads into the house where no one's there. And she starts snooping around. But then the occupants of the house show back up. It forces Shauna to hide in one of the closets, and she sees Hannah's daughter come in, and Hannah's daughter now has a daughter. But Hannah's daughter, whose name is Alex, also has a wife named Kelly. And Alex and their daughter have to get going. They really just stopped off to grab some food, and Kelly says goodbye to him. But then Kelly turns to the closet and says, okay, whoever the hell you are, you better get out here right now because you don't know whose house you just walked into. And it turns out Shauna knows exactly whose house she walked into because Kelly isn't Kelly. Kelly is actually Melissa. Melissa who faked her death. And when Shauna walks out of that closet holding a knife of her own, it takes Melissa completely by surprise. She was not expecting that. Shauna starts questioning Melissa on everything. I mean, the fact that she faked her death, the fact that she married the daughter of someone that they killed, the fact that she changed her name to Kelly, all of it. And Melissa just says, yeah, a lot's changed in the past 25 years. Melissa explains how exactly it is that she's alive. She faked her death, and it turns out that when you leave a note but there is no body, the cops really don't look into it too much, so it wasn't that difficult. No, the reason why I did it was because after we made it back, I was no longer one of you. And honestly, you scared the crap out of me. But then Melissa's phone starts buzzing, and Shauna, still holding the knife, tells her don't even think about it. So that's when Melissa just asks, okay, Shauna, what exactly do you want? Why'd you come here? And Shauna pulls out the tape. Melissa owns up to it right away, saying, yeah, I sent you the tape. Hannah told me where to find it, and she begged me to get it to her daughter, but I just couldn't. I mean, if anyone heard what was on it, and also, what good would that have done for her to hear that? To know what we did, to have to live with that, it didn't make sense. Shauna questions the fact that Melissa's other plan was to marry her, but Melissa tells her, I love her. I couldn't give her the tape, but I wanted to make sure that she was okay. And for years, that's all it was. We were just friends, but then it became more, and now we're married. Melissa then starts explaining to Shauna how much better her life is since she faked her own death. But Shauna doesn't care about any of it. Shauna sits down and asks her, why did you send me the tape? And Melissa tells her that it was haunting her. She had it in a safety deposit box for years. It's just insurance if any of them found out that she was alive and came after her. Her anxiety about the tape went up after she found out about Lottie's cult and Natalie dying and then that cop's death. She started having horrible nightmares, and then she started having nightmares during the day, like they were just daydream nightmares. She realized she had to do something, and that something was getting rid of the tape. She then tells her, Shauna, you realize this was all in the note that I left you when I sent you the tape? But Shauna never received a note. Shauna thinks that she's lying because she is convinced that Melissa has been messing with her for weeks with the brakes and the cooler and all of it. And the more that Shauna talks about it, the more she's getting animated and angry. She finally tells her, it's actually genius. The one way to make certain that no one is ever going to spill our deep, dark secrets about what happened out there is to be the only one left. And that's why you killed Lottie, isn't it? But Melissa denies it completely. And you can tell from her face that she actually didn't do any of it. Melissa explains she didn't do any of the things that Shauna is convinced she did, but Shauna doesn't believe her. Melissa explains she really just wanted to get rid of the tape, give it to Shauna, and get on with her boring life. But Shauna says, your boring life is only boring because you aren't actually you. You're using a different name. Your wife doesn't even know who you are. Shauna's phone then buzzes, and it's Callie. And Melissa can see that it's Callie, and she asks her, you're telling me that I'm living a lie. Does your daughter know what you did? Does she know what you're capable of? And Shauna proudly says, actually, she does. Melissa then asks, and she still loves you? And Shauna gives a little bit of a less convincing yes, to which Melissa says, yeah, who's lying now? Melissa then gets real deep with Shauna. I mean, Dr. Phil style. She tells Shauna, this is what you do. You stir the pot. I mean, even before the plane crash, you were hooking up with your best friend's boyfriend. You hate yourself, and you want everybody else to feel just as miserable as you are. Melissa gets up to go get some water, but she continues in on Shauna, diagnosing her, just poking and prodding. But when she gets close to Shauna, Shauna attacks. At first, she pins Melissa down. She starts beating the crap out of her. Melissa elbows Shauna back. Now they're both bleeding. But Shauna's bigger and stronger, and she once again pins Melissa down, only this time she bites a part of her arm out. And she goes one step further, telling her to eat it. It's a visual that I can't really show you because I don't want to get demonetized. It's gross. Now, back with Shauna's family, though, Jeff and Callie, they needed a break. They couldn't stay in that rundown motel any longer. They decided to check into a nicer hotel. But as the two are enjoying dinner, Jeff notices from across the dining room that the two guys whose business he was trying to get, they just so happen to be at the same hotel. And Jeff, knowing that he needs their business, gets up and tries to make one last pitch to them, only he finds out they're going in a different direction. And that different direction just showed up. It's one of Jeff's biggest competitors, and he doesn't think it's the right fit for them. Of course, he wants their money. But unfortunately for Jeff, there's not a ton he can do about it. It just seems like Shauna really screwed the pooch when it came to getting this account. As a very dejected Jeff walks back to the table with Callie, he gets a phone call, and it's from Misty. Misty hasn't been able to get a hold of Shauna, and she just figured that Jeff would be with her. So Misty called up Jeff, wondering where Shauna is, but Jeff explains, I don't know where she is. By the way, where the hell are you guys? You're at a hospital? What the hell are you doing at a hospital? Misty blows it off, saying it doesn't really matter, but just confirming that Jeff doesn't know where Shauna is, and Jeff says, yeah, I have no idea where my wife is. I thought she was with you guys. By the time Jeff does finally get back to the table with Callie, even though he's telling Callie everything's good, it's pretty clear everything is not good. When Jeff and Callie get back to the room, that's when they start trying to get a hold of Shauna, and that's when Callie called Shauna up, and Shauna sent it to voicemail. It's clear to Callie that Jeff is slowly breaking at this point. So much so that Callie tells him, Dad, I need you to pull it together. As Jeff tries to pull it together, Callie tells him, I'm going to say something, and I think you're thinking it too, but I don't think anyone's after Mom. And Jeff agrees. He doesn't think anyone's after Shauna. He thinks Shauna is jumping to conclusions about everything, and she's paranoid. Callie agrees. She doesn't know what her mom or her friends went through to stay alive, but now she knows it really messed them up. And whatever happened to Lottie, it has nothing to do with them. Jeff wholeheartedly agrees, and he tells Callie, go get your stuff. We're getting out of here. We're just going to go home. And they go to check out. And on their way out, they run into those two bros whose business Jeff was trying to get. He makes one last-ditch pitch, although this time it's way better. He basically blames his wife for the dinner, but reiterates that his company is the best company for their job. It's a way more alpha pitch and a lot less beta, which was his pitch previously. As for Shauna's friends, things are not going well in the hospital. The nurses tell Taissa that it's best they prepare for the worst when it comes to Van. Her cancer is just too far gone, and there's not much the hospital, or really any hospital, can do for her. And Ty does not take that well. She's not about to quit. She knows there's something that she can do. So while Misty calls around looking for Shauna, Ty goes around the hospital looking for a sacrifice. She goes to the part of the hospital where there's no hope for those that are in it. I mean, they're dying, they're going to die. It's really where the hospital wants to send Van to. Because Misty is so distracted by trying to track down Shauna, she doesn't quite understand what Taissa is doing until it's too late, when Taissa tries to smother a guy with a pillow. But Taissa can't bring herself to do it. Doesn't seem like Taissa needed to, though. All of a sudden, the heart rate monitor starts going off, and Misty tells her, "We got to get out of here. We'll grab Van and we'll just check her out of the hospital. We'll figure all this out later." As Misty goes off to get the discharge papers, Ty has another visit from her alter ego. Now, it's unclear if Ty is outside of Van's room or just some poor, unfortunate soul's room, but Ty's alter ego walks in and is at the bedside when she starts hearing Ty from outside banging on the door, begging to be let in. The crazy alter ego tells Taissa, "I'm the only one who can save her now. You never had it in you anyway." Now, back in the wilderness, Travis and Aquila start following Cody to the pickup point, which is going to be quite a hike. And Aquila starts pestering Travis on the fact that they're doing this by themselves. They're not consulting anybody else in the group. And that includes, by the way, the person they were with, Misty, who lost her glasses. She fell by the wayside a little bit. But Travis feels like they don't have a choice. This is their one opportunity to get some help and get back to civilization. Aquila starts mentioning how we all knew that Coach Ben was our road home. And finally, Travis snaps and says, "Aquila, you had some messed up dreams. That's it. It's not real. This guide who's going to lead us back to help, that is real. You're not a prophet, and I didn't pick you as some soothsayer. I made it up. And I think deep down you know that." Aquila says okay, but as they continue to walk in the wilderness, she's leaving breadcrumbs for somebody to find them. As they trudge on, back at camp, the group is questioning Hannah on who exactly she is and what she's doing there, and she explains the whole frog research team thing. They then explain who they are, and Hannah remembers the story. But she also reveals, unfortunately, they kind of stopped looking for him. Natalie asks her, "If you got here, you can get us back, right?" But a very scared Hannah says, I don't know where I am right now." And a pissed off Shauna, what's new, says, "Well, it seems like you don't know a lot of things." Hannah asks Shauna, "Are you like the captain or something?" That makes Melissa chuckle. Shauna gives a death stare to Melissa, but yells at Hannah, "If I say yes, are you going to start remembering?" And that's when Natalie points out that Shauna is not the captain because the captain is dead. And it takes Ty to say, "Guys, can you please calm down?" They once again ask Hannah, "Can you get us out?" And she's honest and says, "No, I can't, not by myself. But the other guy, if you find him, he can get us out of here." That's when Misty runs into the camp and says, "Guys, I know where they are." Because Misty was the one who found Aquila's breadcrumbs. It doesn't take long for the group to catch up to Aquila, Travis, and Cody. And while Travis really wanted to get Cody to lead them to safety, he also realizes it's a smart thing to do to turn the crossbow on Cody to kind of trap him, because at that point, he's just outnumbered. He'll pick his battle and he'll make his case when they get back to camp. When they finally do get back to camp, though, Shauna questions Travis on where exactly they were headed. Travis is honest with them. He tells them, "We were going to get rescued. We weren't going to leave you guys here. I thought it was for the best that we go get help and we bring that help back to rescue everybody." Aquila actually helps him out with this by saying, "Yeah, it would have been easier with a smaller group. It would have been faster to get this done." Natalie then questions Cody on how long it's going to take to get to this rescue point, and he tells her 6 days. Natalie tells everybody to pack what they can for 6 days, but Shauna intervenes, saying, "You're not in charge anymore." And Natalie doesn't think that should matter. This is rescue we're talking about. That's when Misty interjects and says, what do we do with these two after we get rescued? I mean, what if they tell people what they saw? What if they tell people what we did? And Cody, who can hear this entire conversation, says, yeah, I didn't see anything. Don't worry about me. Hannah agrees, and Natalie makes the decision that they'll figure this out later. And while it seems like that is settled upon, it is not, because Lottie says, guys, we can't go back. We don't belong there anymore. At this point, Natalie is annoyed. She asks Lottie, why exactly should we be listening to you? And then she turns to the entire group and says, come on, we got a lot of work to do. And they start packing and preparing to leave. Most of them start daydreaming about the first food they're going to eat when they get back home. Well, that's working for a lot of people. For some people, it's not. Like, Taissa is concerned about what exactly they're going to have to tell people about how they survived out in the wilderness. She reveals this to Van, but for Van, it's not even a thought. She just wants to get home. Ty starts playing the scenario out, how they're probably going to have to end up killing Hannah and Cody, and even then, someone could slip up on the way home, mention something. It would mess up their futures, and it would follow them for the rest of their lives. Ty can't believe no one's actually thinking about this, and Van says, yeah, that's because we're thinking about getting rescued and going home. They aren't the only ones having a lover's quarrel, by the way. Melissa and Shauna get into it while they're packing. Shauna can't figure out what Melissa's problem is, and Melissa screams, you. I can't wait to get away from you. I mean, I was shot by an arrow, and what did you do? You left. Shauna now understands, and she tells Melissa, I knew that Jen would get the bleeding under control, and I knew you weren't going to die, and I also knew that I was the fastest on the team, so I was our best hope at catching them. Melissa doesn't believe her, and Shauna tells her, believe what you want, but just know I'm not ruling out killing the guy who shot you. It seems like this does smooth over their relationship for the time being. As Melissa starts talking about what she's looking forward to when they get home, Shauna has a vision that transfixes her. It's either of Yellowjackets, I'm assuming Yellowjackets or moths. Look, I didn't study bugs, folks, okay? Hit the thumbs down button for that. But it's something, and it kind of freaks her out a little bit. And she's not the only one who had a vision as they were getting ready to leave. Akila had a vision, although hers is way worse. Akila comes back to the pen where she was keeping her animals, and they're all dead. She's snapped out of it by Lottie, who asks her, what's wrong? And then she realizes the animals aren't dead. They're alive. She just imagined everything. A little while later, it comes time for everybody to get their stuff and head out in the wilderness. But Lottie announces she's not going with them. She makes a speech about how she discovered herself in the wilderness. Going home is going to be a different version of her that she doesn't like, so she's staying. She does tell the group she feels like everybody's safer in the wilderness, but there's a lot of suspicious-looking faces. As the group then heads out, Shauna announces she's also staying. Shauna's staying because something just doesn't feel right. And then Ty announces she's also staying, which comes as a big surprise to Van. But we know why Ty's staying. It's because of the repercussions that they're going to face when they get home and people start asking questions. Natalie thinks that they're all crazy, but she's willing to let them stay if they want to. She's not going to get in their way. And she and the rest of the group turn to leave. Natalie says, all right, well, we're going. But Shauna says, no, you're not. In episode 9, you have a standoff between those that want to stay, Lottie, Taissa, and Shauna, and those that don't, which is pretty much everybody else, and they can't figure out why exactly they would stay. Now, Taissa makes the point, look, we don't know exactly what we're going back to. This just isn't the right time, and you've got Lottie just saying that this isn't what it wants. The one person that isn't about to just sit back and wait is Cody. He tells the group, yeah, it sounds like you have a lot to think about, but I'm going home. And he goes to leave, but Shauna cocks the gun and makes it clear, you're not going anywhere. What the group decides is to table leaving for the time being and keep Cody and Hannah locked up in the animal farm until they can figure out exactly what they want to do with them. But that doesn't mean that the group that wanted to leave is okay with it. In fact, most of them start making plans on what they're going to do to get away from the people that want to stay. For Van, she just tries to talk to Taissa about the situation, reminding her exactly what happened last winter, which winter is coming pretty quickly. And when Taissa points out that they're ready for it this time, Van chuckles and says, no, we're not. And we all know what happens when the food runs out. We end up eating people. To which Taissa says, well, at least you've gotten really, really good at manipulating the cards. aka we can choose who we're going to eat. Yeah, most of the group that wants to leave realizes that they're not dealing with a full deck. No pun intended. They start game planning on how exactly they're going to get away, but Shauna is onto them. She just has to figure out exactly what they're talking about. And Shauna's right. The group led by Natalie is realizing that they need to do something. They just don't know what that something is. I mean, you've got people like Akila saying that if they have to go through another winter, she's hoping that she gets chosen first to be killed off. And what makes the situation even tougher is the fact that Shauna hasn't left the gun out of her sight. But Shauna, knowing that this group is planning something, has sent in a spy to figure out what that something is. That spy is going to be Misty. When the time is right, Misty cozies on up to Akila, Mari, and Jen, and she just tries to figure out what they're up to, but they saw Misty talking to what they're now calling Team Crazy, so they're not willing to tell her anything. And Misty says, well, fine, if you guys don't want to get out of here, then I'll just leave. But if you want to change your mind, yeah, just come find me. And it does leave the three of them wondering if Misty knows something. But they all kind of figure the answer is probably not. When Misty gets back into the camp, she notices that Van leaves her tent and heads off, and she gets curious. She follows Van only to see that Van has taken the broken radio from the frog researchers, and she's trying like crazy to fix it, but she's not able to. And she just decides to hide it off in a tree. But now Misty knows where it's located. She goes off to inspect it once Van is in the clear, and she thinks she has an idea on how to fix it. She might be able to use something from the black box, the one that she destroyed, and maybe that could work. While you've got a very paranoid Shauna running around, you've got another group trying to figure out how they're going to leave, and Misty is trying to figure out how to fix a radio. Travis is also being proactive. To Travis, the problem is one person, and that's Lottie. He feels like Lottie's been manipulating the entire group this entire time with just straight poppycock, and he's not about it anymore. He feels especially manipulated, having to take mushrooms and have visions and being told what those visions mean, when most of the time, in his opinion, none of it comes true. So he wants to take care of it. And by take care of it, he digs a ditch, he puts a bunch of sharp poles at the bottom of it, and he's planning on luring Lottie to the ditch. And when she falls in, she's going to die, and all of a sudden, they're free to leave. Because there's no more luring of the wilderness, and no one's believing it. But the problem is, when Travis does this, and he lures Lottie to the pit, and he tells her that everything she's been doing is complete nonsense, and she walks over the pit, she doesn't fall in. Now, he tested this out, and it's supposed to work. He threw a log in, and boom, it went right to the bottom. But for whatever reason, when Lottie walks over the pit, she doesn't fall in, and she survives. Back at camp, though, things are heating up in a big way. Shauna, who is beyond paranoid at this point, walks by the animal pen only to see Melissa cozying up with Hannah. They're getting along really well, and that really pisses off Shauna. It gets to the point where Melissa goes into the tent and says, "What is your deal?" And Shauna gets really mean. She tells Melissa that she didn't think she was this stupid, how Hannah is simply using Melissa to escape, nothing more than that. This starts a huge argument between the two that starts in the tent but goes out into the public pretty quickly. It's a fight where Shauna claims that nobody cared about Melissa until Shauna started showing an interest in her. And that's when Melissa turns around, clearly hurt by what Shauna said, and asks her, "Why can't you be a nice person?" But Shauna, who has a bunch of eyeballs on her at this point, reminds Melissa she is nothing. Melissa tries to walk away, telling the group, "No, you all were right, Shauna's nuts." But when she tries to walk away, Shauna cocks that gun again. And Melissa calls her bluff, saying, "You're not going to do anything." But Shauna does do something. She fires the gun, and while it doesn't hit Melissa's person, it does hit her jacket, and it scares the crap out of her. But it puts everybody on notice that, yeah, Shauna will fire that thing if she feels it necessary. It doesn't take much for Shauna to feel it necessary. This lights even more of a fire in the group that wants to go home because they want to go home to get away from Shauna. So not too long after the Shauna and Melissa fight, Mari leads Hannah to a location to quote-unquote pee, but in reality it's to have a conversation with Natalie, where Natalie hands Hannah a knife and says, "Look, if you want to get home, cut yourself free. Cut Cody free. And in the middle of the night, a group of us will be waiting, and we're going to make a run for it. In the middle of the night, though, when Hannah does try to escape with Cody, they're able to free themselves, but they're caught by Shauna. Shauna had a feeling that something was going down that night, so she didn't sleep much. At gunpoint, she asks Hannah, "Who gave you the knife?" And Hannah panics and says, "It was Cody. He gave me the knife," which Cody gets pissed off at. And that's when Hannah turns around and stabs Cody right in the head, killing him instantly. She then turns around and looks at Shauna and says, "Please, I want to be a part of this." And there's a group that was waiting to leave that is watching all of this from a distance, heartbroken. Their lone shot to go home just seems to have gone up in smoke, and to make things worse, it starts to flurry a bit. But there actually is hope. Misty goes to the black box, she locates it, and the part that was broken on the radio, well, there is a part on the black box, and it does appear to match up with what's missing with the radio. When she realizes this, she's actually caught by Natalie, whose reaction isn't a good one. It's not, "Oh, yay, we can go home." It's, "Holy crap, you had the transponder this entire time and you were hiding it?" She is livid. Now, with present day, Shauna has mounted Melissa fully. She's demanding that she eat her own flesh, and Melissa, having no choice, has to do it. But Melissa is able to escape. The problem is Melissa has run out of gas, and as she's standing on the side of the road, who happens to drive by her but Thaisa, Van, and Misty. Now, Van had an interesting conversation back at the hospital with her teenage self. In a drug-induced vision, herself reminded her that there is room to live, and she still had a purpose. In fact, in the story, she could still be the hero, even though she was dying of cancer and it wasn't looking good. Thaisa, of course, had this grand idea that she was still savable, but at the moment, all they want to do is get to this house and make sure that Shauna hasn't gone full Shauna, which, of course, she has. And as they're heading to the house, they happen to see this woman stranded on the side of the road, and Misty goes, "Hey, she looks really familiar. Oh my God, that's our dead teammate Melissa." And when Melissa sees the three of them, she takes off running, thinking that they're as crazy as Shauna, but of course they're not. They get her into the vehicle, and Melissa tells them exactly what happened back at the house, how Shauna's gone full crazy on her. After hearing what Shauna did, they need to go find her, and while Melissa doesn't want to, she's forced to go back to the house, where Shauna is still waiting, cleaning up the mess that she had caused with all the blood and the blood. When everybody arrives back at the house, Shauna's relieved because they do have Melissa, so she can't run to the cops. She then asks the group, "Okay, now that you have her, what are we going to use to tie her up?" And Thaisa asks, "Whoa, can we wait a second here?" But Shauna doesn't want to wait, not after Melissa admitted to sending the tape. And with Melissa admitting to sending the tape, she thinks that Melissa did everything, which means the cell phone, locking her in the cooler, and also killing Lottie. Misty finally comes clean about one thing. She tells Shauna that the cooler thing was her all along. But she reminds the group that it was Shauna's DNA that was under Lottie's fingernails, and it was Shauna who was in the city the day that Lottie died. And that's when Shauna tells them the whole story about Jeff and the cat, and that's the reason she was in the city, which doesn't seem believable to just about anybody, but it's the truth. Misty still believes that it was Shauna who killed Lottie, and Shauna still believes that it was Melissa who killed Lottie, and they're not getting anywhere. It's Thaisa who gets the group together and says, "Look, I don't believe that Shauna killed Lottie, but I think for the moment, we need to figure out what we're going to do to mitigate this current situation." That's not good enough for Misty, though. She tells everybody, no, this is Shauna's mess. She can clean it up. She goes to leave, but before she does, she turns to Shauna and says, "Don't believe for a second that I won't get to the bottom of this." In order to get to the bottom of it, though, she's going to have to call up an old friend, and that would be Walter. While poor Walter thinks that he's helping with the matter, Misty's just using him. But they do discuss the case. Just like Misty, Walter thinks it's pretty clear-cut. Shauna's DNA is under the fingernails, and that's damning evidence. But Misty actually called the Humane Society and checked out Shauna's story, and it does check out. She feels like she's missing something with this case, and maybe they were wrong about Shauna and just pinning it on her. She knows that she wants to look at Lottie's phone to figure out if she did in fact miss something, and it turns out Walter cloned it. She convinces Walter to give it to her and then talks him into going in the house looking for a fool's errand while she skims through the photos, and that's when she finds evidence that will lead her towards Lottie's killer. Armed with this evidence, she takes off, leaving poor Walter sitting there with a chocolate martini that he has to drink alone. A sad martini, if you will. Back at Melissa's house, though, the group does end up tying up Melissa. Shauna tells the group how Melissa married Hannah's kid, which takes everybody off guard. But when Melissa tries to explain herself, Shauna doesn't really want to hear it, and her, Taissa, and Van go in the corner to discuss what they're going to do. As they're doing that, Melissa ends up closing the flue of her fireplace, which is going to trap a bunch of carbon monoxide in there and basically kill anybody. One person it's not going to kill, though, is Van. She's not feeling well. She decides to go sit in the car, which leaves only Shauna and Taissa back in the house. This leaves Shauna and Taissa to discuss what they're going to do with Melissa, but that's when the carbon monoxide takes hold. It knocks everybody in the house out, and when Van goes back in, she sees a bunch of people passed out. She starts dragging bodies out of the house, the first one being Taissa. She hooks her up to the oxygen tank and revives her. She then drags Shauna out, saving her, and the last person in is Melissa, who hasn't quite passed out yet. With Melissa tied up, Van is holding a knife over her, and Melissa tells her, Van, this isn't the only option. If you just leave me alone now, it could end. That's when Van tells Melissa that she has cancer, and there's a chance that if she kills Melissa, she'll be able to live. Melissa tries to talk sense into Van, telling her, you know all of that wasn't real, right? I mean, come on, Van, you're different. There's goodness in you. There always has been. Melissa then takes a drastic measure, telling Van, if the wilderness is telling you to put that knife in my heart so you survive cancer, then do it. I'll be your sacrifice. But it turns out Melissa was right. There is goodness in Van, and she can't do it. Van can't understand why she can't be that person. And she lets Melissa get up. Melissa tells her, you don't want to be. But that's when Melissa grabs the knife and plunges it into Van. And she lets her know, you might not want to be, but I do. As Van dies out on the floor, she has a vision where she's back in the plane with her teenage self. And she asks her teenage self, why did you tell me all that stuff back in the hospital only for me to die? You could have warned me. But teenage Van tells her, well, no, what I told you was accurate. I told you that you could be the hero, and you just saved 2 of your friends from dying. This is just how our story goes. Surviving all of this, that was never the reward. And a very confused Van says, what the hell does that mean? I mean, if this wasn't the ending, then what is? But teenage Van tells her, yeah, where would be the fun in that? Back in the real world, though, both Shauna and Taissa walk back in the house to see Van's body. Taissa is inconsolable, and Melissa is gone. And in the season finale, Shauna and Taissa drive Van's body to a desolate location in the middle of the woods to bury it. All the while, Shauna is apologizing to Taissa, but Taissa doesn't want to hear it. She's devastated, and she's the one who ends up burying Van's body. But before she does, she decides to eat some of it. Yeah, it's drastic. As the 2 women head home, Misty decided to pay Shauna's daughter, Callie, a visit at school, because Misty was able to figure out what exactly happened to Lottie. You see, when Misty looked at Lottie's cloned phone, she saw a picture of Callie, and that's when she remembered that mothers and daughters shared DNA. So while she thought it was Shauna, the more likely situation was that it was Callie who ended up killing Lottie. She approaches Callie at school and confronts her about it, and at first Callie denies it, but her face tells a completely different story. It's pretty obvious that she is guilty. She's been harboring this, and it doesn't take long before she cracks and she admits to it, saying, though, that it was a complete mistake. She didn't mean to do it, and she feels bad about it, but she hasn't told anybody. Misty's not planning on telling the police about this, but she does implore Callie to tell somebody, and Callie tells her dad. It's unfortunate because Jeff was actually having a good few days. He actually ended up getting that furniture contract. Vibes were high. Things were starting to turn around. And then his daughter comes home and says, oh, by the way, I kind of sort of killed somebody. And she feels bad about it. She feels like she's no different than her mother. But Jeff assures her that that's not the case. that, yeah, she is a little bit like Shauna, but in a lot of ways she's not. And what she did to Lottie was simply a mistake, nothing more. It certainly is a lot for Jeff to process, but in that moment, he does a really good job of making his daughter feel human. So the big question is, what exactly did end up happening with Lottie and Callie? Well, Callie went into her bedroom looking for that DAT tape, only to find out that it was gone, and she knew that it must have been Lottie who stole it. So she ended up heading to Lottie's dad's apartment and found her near the stairwell. And when Lottie walked out, she said, "Oh my God, it's you." She ended up bringing Callie into the stairwell with her, where Callie saw all the candles and the setup. And Callie simply asked, "Hey, you stole my tape? I kind of want it back." And Lottie owned up to it. She said, "Oh yeah, this tape? But, I mean, come on, Callie, you didn't actually come here for a tape. You're here because you want to understand your mother." So Lottie offers up any answers that Callie wants to any questions. And the first question that Callie has is, does she just not love me? Because she acts like a mom and she gets on my grades and stuff, but it just seems like she doesn't love me at all. I mean, I look into her eyes and it's just so cold. Callie asks exactly what that look is, and Lottie tells her, "You know what it is. It's it. You know it. You feel it. You feel it right now. I mean, I could see that the first moment I met you. And when you drugged Misty, that was it. And your mother, she felt it more strongly than the rest of us, and she sees it in you." Lottie starts to get more and more animated as she describes, quote, "it." She says it's the pulse of life. It's why they did what they did out there, and Callie asks for clarification on that, i.e. eating people, and Lottie owns up to it. Callie gets a little freaked out and asks her, "What's on that tape?" But Lottie says, "It doesn't matter what's on the tape. It did its job. It brought you here. It brought its child. You're the child of the wilderness." At this point, Callie is very freaked out. She tries to leave, telling Lottie, "I don't know what you're talking about," but Lottie grabs her and says, "But you will. You'll know when its power starts to flow through you, when its will and your will become one." Callie once again turns to leave, but Lottie stops her, reiterating that Callie is the child of the wilderness. And then she gets really weird by saying, "It took our baby, and it gave us you." Callie, shaking her head, says, "No, my mom was right. You are not well. I shouldn't have come here." But Lottie says, "You only could have come here. Your mom can't love you because she's jealous. You're just like her, but more." And Callie gets so upset at that comment that she pushed Lottie down the steps, and Lottie died. Now, as for that jealous mom and Shauna, when she gets home, she's surprised because her family's gone. Her family checked out of the hotel, their clothes are gone, and their phone is disconnected. She's very confused. She knows that Jeff probably wouldn't have been able to disconnect the phones without a little bit of help, and she figured that the help would have come from Misty, so she pays Misty a visit. She demands to know exactly where her family is, but Misty didn't have any hand in it at all. Misty does, though, reveal to Shauna that it was Callie all along who killed Lottie, and that is really surprising to Shauna. She didn't see that coming. You can tell this really, really upset Shauna, and all the while Misty is just poking jabs at her, telling her that Callie clearly didn't have a good female role model to go off of. Shauna's kind of forced to leave when Misty tells her, "I have no problem getting a restraining order against you." Shauna goes home and spends the night eating a Hot Pocket and drinking tequila. She does find something interesting under her fridge, though. When she was accusing Melissa of doing all these things, Melissa claimed that everything that she explained to her at her house was in a note that Shauna never got. That's because when Callie opened up the package, she didn't notice the note. It slipped out and slipped under the fridge. And when Shauna finds it and reads it, it confirms everything Melissa said. There was really no ill intent when she sent that tape. It wasn't supposed to be a threat at all. She also does eventually end up hearing from Jeff, who just tells her, "Hey, we just need space at this point." But Shauna has become an untenable situation. She's a liability, a big one. And that night, Taissa meets with Misty and says, "We got to do something about her." I mean, she keeps journals of what happened out there. She's killing her lover. She mutilated her ex. And she has no problem saying that it is Shauna's fault that Van is dead. But then she says it's her fault that Natalie's dead. She basically blames Shauna for everything. Taissa knows that if they keep letting Shauna get away with this stuff, then Shauna will be the last one standing. And she asks Misty, I don't want that to happen to you. And Misty certainly doesn't want that to happen. So the two women need to formulate a plan. But as they sit and talk this out in the diner, Walter is outside watching the conversation go down. Now, as for the wilderness flashback, Natalie did not take it too well when she found out that Misty was the one who just crushed the black box. She punched her in the face. But Misty did go on to explain that Van had found this radio and maybe an item from the black box could make it work. So hope isn't lost. But Misty does regret doing what she did. When Natalie did get back to camp, she saw that there was a new guard, Hannah. One person noticeably absent is Lottie. Lottie had gone to the cave where she was having a vision. In it, she seemed to tell the wilderness that she was ready, that her will was the wilderness's will. She also seemingly was telling this to the Antler Queen. But then suddenly she was able to see herself in the coroner's office. Adult Lottie wakes up and asks if they missed it, and teenage Lottie says, no, you didn't miss a thing. It's time to finally meet her. Lottie was then put in that basement with all the candles and whatnot, and that's why when Lottie saw Callie, she had the reaction of, oh my God, it's you. Because in her mind, the vision that she had 25 years ago finally made sense. It was the prophecy coming true. Nobody knows this, though. Lottie just keeps it to herself. The next day, though, the girls are woken up by Akila, who is losing it because all of her animals are dead. The girls go to console Akila, and she asks, how could it let this happen? Lottie tells the group that they got too arrogant, and it must not be happy with them. What they're going to have to do is spill more blood and show their faithfulness. And Natalie goes, what are you talking? Spill more blood? We spilled plenty of blood. But Mari says, no. They were all our enemies. And Lottie agrees with that statement, that the blood they spilled was not their own. It wasn't a true sacrifice. So what they're going to have to do is have another hunt. Shauna agrees with it and says, yeah, we got to show the wilderness our respect. And then you've got people like Natalie who thinks this is a crazy idea. Now, the craziest part, though, is the fact that this was all orchestrated. You see, some of the girls wanted to hunt, and Akila came up with the idea of killing the animals and coming up with this excuse. Only a few of them know about it, though. To the rest, the hunt is going to be on, and it'll be up to Van to divvy out the cards. Taissa decides to go pay Van a visit and tell her that what they can do is rig the system, figure out who will be hunted. And Van doesn't want to do that at all. I mean, these are her teammates, and Taissa points out, well, not everybody is our teammate, i.e. Hannah. While Van is still uncomfortable with this, she does agree that she will rig the system so that Hannah gets the queen, and thus Hannah will be hunted, because after all, they can't really trust her. The only problem is when they go to hand out the cards, Shauna catches on to the fact that Taissa and Van were probably orchestrating something. If it's not done fairly, then the wilderness won't respect it. So she messes everything up by changing positions with somebody. And instead of Hannah getting the queen, Mari gets the queen. No love lost from Shauna. She's perfectly okay with that. She wraps Jackie's necklace around Mari and tells her, you better get going. Shauna starts counting. Lottie starts counting. Mari takes off, hoping to survive. The girls give her a head start, but Travis tries to put a stop to it. He pulls Shauna aside before she goes off in the woods, and he says, come on, I mean, none of this is real, you know. That's when Shauna puts a knife to his neck and says, do you want to make it 2 for 2 with your brother? And Travis, who is clearly under the influence of some mushrooms, tells Shauna, don't you realize whose reality we're in? Like, I'm pretty sure some of my thoughts are Javi's thoughts, but my favorite thoughts are Jackie's. The slumber party makeouts, the jealousy, the betrayal. You can tell that this is really getting under Shauna's skin, and Taissa put the stop to it before Shauna does something that, well, she won't regret it, but she would end up killing him. All the girls flood into the woods trying to hunt Mari. Mari is trying to stay alive. For whatever reason, she takes some of her clothes off, so she's just running around the wilderness barefoot. Dumb idea there. Taissa is with Shauna this entire time, but at one point Jen comes up and tells Taissa, you gotta come with me, Van's hurt. Shauna gets super paranoid and says, no, she's lying. She's just trying to split us up. And Taissa tells her as much, saying, you're being paranoid. I mean, if you don't believe us, just come with. But Shauna tells her, no, it's fine. This time, though, Shauna was correct. Because Jen was trying to take people off the scent of hunting her friend. She admits as much when Van shows up looking perfectly healthy, wondering what exactly Jen and Thaisa are doing in the woods. She tells both of them, I just wanted to give my friend a fair chance. And it's not as if some of these girls aren't hoping that Mari survives. They do feel guilty about this. She is their teammate. For a few of the members, though, the hunt is not for Mari. The hunt is for the radio. Misty had given Van the piece of equipment that she would need, and Van told her it's turning on, but nothing's really happening. The girls realize they probably need to get that thing to higher ground. And this is actually the perfect opportunity to do it because no one will be suspicious. Everybody's kind of hunting for the same thing. They're not going to notice somebody just wandering off in the woods. And that's what Natalie was going to do. She was going to try to take the radio and get to higher ground. She realized, though, that she was being followed. She's able to get the jump on this person, and that person that was following her was Hannah. With a knife at her throat, Hannah claims that she is, in fact, on Natalie's side. She claims that she did what she did to Cody because Shauna was going to kill both of them if she didn't do it. So in reality, she's playing Shauna. She's really just trying to survive. She just wants to get home. So she's perfectly okay with letting Natalie take the radio and head off to try to get contact with the outside world. The other two people that aren't hunting are Lottie and Akila. Akila visits Lottie in the cave, and she says, you know what? Travis told me the truth. All of this that you're talking about, it's crap. Lottie, however, continues her, well, we're all connected to it thing, but Akila's just done listening to it. He starts to blame Lottie for everything that's happened to him, and Lottie just says, this place is in us now. I mean, even if we go home, it's still in us. As Lottie leaves the cave, she runs into Mari, who is still trying to run for her life. She starts telling Mari how she's been here before. Mari could let it be different. But Mari just thinks that Lottie's crazy and, she's got people hunting her. So she takes off running. Unfortunately, she takes off running and she runs right into Travis's pit, dying. Mari was the one who ended up dying in the first episode of the show. And there was actually another girl that almost died during the hunt. It's Shauna, who was attacked by Melissa and was choked out, but Melissa couldn't just bring herself to kill Shauna, even though she had her dead to rights. Shauna doesn't retaliate, though. She just tells Melissa, I knew you were boring. And what probably put a stop to it was the fact that they heard the horn, which put an end to the hunt, and the girls all gather around the pit and they see what happened to Mari. You've got some a lot more upset than others. I mean, Van is distraught, but to Shauna, this is just business as usual. She has a stone-faced about her. All she wants to do is get the body out, get it prepped for dinner, and that night they do that. But that night's feast is a little different because that night they crown the Antler Queen, and the Antler Queen is Shauna. After this feast, the next morning, Shauna takes Natalie aside and says, hey, I want to believe that you had nothing to do with what happened out there, but I have my suspicions. Natalie, though, doesn't say anything. She's just keeping her head down. To which Shauna says, oh, so this is admitting it? You're not saying anything? But when she pulls Natalie's mask down, she realizes that she's not talking to Natalie. She's talking to Hannah. She's shocked. She asks Hannah, what did you do? And what Hannah did was give Natalie a head start to get that radio to the top of a cliff, which Natalie is able to do. She frantically fires it up. It works. She starts radioing out for help. And she's able to get somebody who says, I hear you. Somebody from the outside world. And that is the end of Yellowjackets Season 3. Thank you so much for getting this part of the video. I really appreciate it. Consider subscribing to the channel and becoming a member of the channel or becoming a member of my Patreon. Links are in the description of this. They just help me out financially. Be nice in the comment section. If I mess something up, it happens. We all make mistakes. We're human. Let me know what you thought of this season. I personally loved it, but I'm interested to hear what you guys think. And hopefully you'll be around for Season 4. Once again, though, thank you so much for checking this.